Hey guys, Pie Guy here. How is everyone doing today? Let me know. How you been? welcome, everyone. Hello. How are you all doing on this fine Sunday night? Okay. How am I? I'm great. I had a great day. Went out with the family, met up with a friend, walked around a bunch. Had a great time. Hello. Doing meh? Oh no. Don't do that. Today we've got a very big video to cover. What is considered to be by a lot of people my best work. So we'll we'll see if that lives up to that hype. I don't know. That's maybe putting a lot of expectations on it. The Choir Boys review. Oh boy. Oh boy. Did I? Okay, good. I was like, I don't remember putting the season 6 on here. I didn't prepare that, but I did that last time because I thought maybe we'd get to it, and we didn't. Thank you for the super chat, Infini Nerdy. Hey, Pie Guy, I know it's been said a lot, but I started watching you in the 6th grade, and now I've been listening to your vids while working on my senior year animated short. Keep on keeping on, man. Wow, that is wonderful to hear. Congratulations on working on a short. Hope it does well and doesn't put you through an absolute nightmare. Thank you for the super chat, Ryan. In the live action Fairly Odd series, Fairly Odder, Crocker and Vicky are a couple. On the other hand, A New Wish is a cool serialized take on Fairly Odd Parents. What? Okay, all right, sure. Sure, why not? Thank you for the super chat, Taz. That Avatar movie leak has got to be one of the biggest media leaks in recent history, along with the 2022 GTA 6 leak. Oh boy. Yeah. I have not seen it. I probably won't until it actually comes out. But man, major bummer to the people that worked on the show or worked on the movie that happened. Definitely, I'm not judging anyone that watched it. Like, fair enough, it's out there, but it's very unfortunate to those people who worked really hard. Uh, Getting it leaked and pirated is going to hurt the possibility of future projects, and it just kind of messes with like distribution and everything. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. The video where SpongeBob is said the most at 28. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so we'll get into this in a few minutes. We'll let people file in here. Have a little chat. Yeah, I guess actually I can talk a little bit about the channel. There are still plenty of things that are in the works that I'm still kind of workshopping and trying to figure out, but the news is that this channel is going to be the channel for every episode reviewed. The only videos that are going to be going up on this channel are more reviews of seasons of television in the style with slides and PyCons and all of that. So I can't really say too much yet about the frequency, but that is the plan. That is going to be my brand from now on. I'm going to be every episode reviewed, and the Fiona and Cake video I've been working on, I've been kind of formatting it into an every episode reviewed season review. And from there, I have a few ideas of where I want to go next. But yeah, that's kind of what my most successful series is. What you guys love, so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to get them out as frequently as I can, but no promises on the timeline on that. I will be continuing doing these live streams of my SpongeBob reviews, but once that's done, this channel is basically just going to be for those. Now, if you want more informal stuff, more of like a second channel vibe of just kind of me talking, I will be doing smaller, just kind of more throwaway fun videos on Pie Guy Plays, which is my second channel. I'm sure I will pin a comment in the description that has a link to that. That's where I'll probably doing more like tier list stuff and maybe more video gamey stuff. SpongeBob game live streams and just kind of whatever I want. If I wanted to make a video where it's just me like ranting on something, or I don't know. Like I part of me is like, oh, it might be interesting to do a video on the discourse of Teen Titans Go. Like over the past 10 years, it's changed a lot. Anytime you see people bring up Teen Titans Go online now, it's like people that are like, oh, those man babies hated it for no reason. And I think it's kind of fascinating that the narrative has really flipped on that show. But anyway, if I do anything like that, it's going to be on the second channel. So, yeah, hopefully you guys like that. Thank you guys for the super chats. Hang on, now that I got that out, let me look back here. The anonymous person. Have I ever met a fan in real life? I have at Comic-Con, actually. The year I went to New York Comic-Con a few years ago. I met one or two people that recognized me, and that was pretty cool. And otherwise, no. And I think I'm happy to have my anonymity in day-to-day life. I don't... You guys are great, but I don't really want people... I want to be a normal person. I don't want to be a YouTuber outside of YouTube. Thank you, Bailey. My Chemical Romance's scrapped fifth album also leaked recently, 13 years after it was scrapped, and that was pretty huge. Wow, that's crazy. But at least I guess it doesn't hurt an album that they had scrapped, although it is kind of weird if you're an artist and you make something and you say, I don't want this out there, and then the fans are like, we're going to find it. It's weird, but I mean, it is what it is. Thank you, Pran. I think you were too harsh on some Season 6 episodes and too nice on some Season 7 episodes. Well, we will see here. We will see. All right, yeah, well, what do you guys think? Do you guys want more every episode reviewed? I think you do. I think you do. There's, again, I've been brainstorming, which shows I think would fit well into the format. So, yeah, all right. You guys seem to like that. That's good. That is good. Thank you for the super chat. I love DDD. Would you not be against doing an every episode reviewed of Fairly Odd Parents, even though another user, Braden Insane, already did it and completed the series? I'm just going to put this out there. I'm going to review what I want to review. I'm not disrespecting anyone else who's done it, and I'm also not, like, looking up who other people have done things and, like, trying to copy them. I'm just going to kind of stick to my thing and do my own thing. I don't really have any plans to do the Fairly Odd Parents, but if that's what I felt like doing, then I'm just going to do it. And you know what? I'm sure whoever else has reviewed it is fine with that. Oh my gosh, so much chat, guys. So much chat. No, I'm not deleting any old videos. No. This channel going forward is going to be the every episode reviewed channel. And I might change the name of the channel. I know people would not like that, but what can I do? What can I do? I mean, I don't know. It's my brand. Thank you, Anthony. Have you ever seen a Martin Scorsese movie? Yeah, I've seen a Scorsese film, some cinema in my time. Thank you, Taz. Back in the late 2000s, early 10s, did the internet with message boards and such feel like the Wild West compared to what it is now for you? Oh, 1000%. Yeah, I miss that. I was just recently thinking about how, like, it's crazy because there was a really, really Wild West of the internet in, like, the late 90s. And then at a certain point, things kind of progressed and there was enough people using the internet that, like, information became very trustworthy on the internet. Like, it used to be not trustworthy. Then it became a little more trustworthy and you had lots and lots of people contributing to things. And then around like 2016, the monetization of the internet, right? The fact that everyone realized, oh, we can make a lot of money doing this, as well as like bots and foreign actors and all this stuff has made the internet like a lot less trustworthy and a lot less useful. And it's just kind of like there was that beautiful peak where it was genuinely fun to use the internet and like you could kind of not trust everything you saw, but like there was a certain level of like respect amongst people who use the internet. A lot of people used it, but not everyone was on the internet. And then everyone got on the internet, and now it's just absolute chaos. It's wild. It's the Wild West, but in a Wild West that is controlled by the corporations kind of way. Would I be covering live action shows? Thank you, Knox. No, probably not. I mean, I'd love to review every episode of Netflix's Daredevil, but I don't really think that that's like where my audience is. So, if I get far enough that I've reviewed like a bunch of different shows and a bunch of different seasons and stuff, and I want to branch out, like never say never, but not currently. No, I plan on kind of to start sticking to shows that my channel has covered before that I know my audience is interested in. Thank you, Dorothy. Any shows you want to review in the future? I'm going to keep that close to my chest there. But one thing that's actually really nice is that because more modern seasons of television are shorter, they're like 6 to 10 episodes now, it's really easy. Like, if I wanted to do, like, every episode of Invincible Season 1 reviewed, I mean, I'm not saying it would be easy, because they're long episodes. There's a lot to talk about, but, like, it's not the same as reviewing like a 50+ SpongeBob season. You know, it's not as many reviews to juggle. So, you know, it's a little easier these days. All right, we'll get things started in just a few minutes here, guys. We are going to be watching the every episode of SpongeBob Season 6 reviewed video and reviewing my reviews, putting them on the old tier list. Thank you for the super chat. Wins. I love drawing season 6 expressions. They're so grotesque that they really stand out compared to the other seasons of the show. All right. Thank you, Ethan. Who is my favorite director? For a long time, Edgar Wright would probably be my answer. I love Scott Pilgrim, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz. But I don't know that that's 100% true anymore. I mean, yeah, it's probably still Edgar Wright. I do quite like Nolan, and I do quite like Zemeckis, but yeah. Thank you, Thugio. Did I go to HeartCon? No, I did not. Thank you, DDD. Are you and Monster still in contact? Yeah, I actually I just had a conversation with them the other day. We're not like in close contact, but every so often we'll message each other and talk about the industry and TV shows and that sort of stuff. So yeah, every so often. Favorite class in eugenics? Thank you, Void. I like the Tinker, even if it sucks. Gosh, I haven't even like, I haven't played enough to get too far. I think the Cleric is kind of just like a necessary class. It just kind of enables a lot of things to happen. But honestly, probably the Tank. The Tank is the most fun. But I haven't unlocked all of them. Eugenics, I really like the game, but I haven't had the time to devote enough, like, big thinky time. You know, my gaming has been a little more like Balatro lately, just because I've had so many things going on that I haven't had the time to sit down with it. So, yeah. What do I think of the album Scaled and Icy? I enjoy it as a fun summer jam album, but it was definitely the wrong vibe for 21 Pilots in a time when everyone was feeling down. Bo Burnham's Inside like did crazy numbers. The fact that a band that's known for talking about heavy subjects decided to make a light album, even though there are still some heavy subjects on there, it was definitely not the right move for the band, and it's not my favorite album, but I don't mind it. Redecorate's a really good song. All right, we got my 21 Pilots love out of the way here. Yep, Balatro. Oh, Balatro is fantastic game. All right, let's get into this. So, real quick before we start, let's just see. So, we've got 4 S tier reviews so far: Spy Buddies, Roller Cowards, Atlantis SquarePants, and the Two Faces of Squidward. We've got an okay amount in the A tier. A lot of them from season 5, and then and then going on here. Got a handful of scumbobs, a few from season 5, but mostly from the earlier seasons. I think drawing conclusions from this, it looks like my reviews have been getting better. You know, generally season 4, it improved, and then season 5 it improved, and let's see how season 6 does. Oh, I would probably help if you guys could hear it. Let's see if VLC crashes this time. Do you want me to? I can make this bigger. Woo. Are you ready, kids? Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here, and welcome to every episode of SpongeBob Season 6 Reviewed. We have 44 11-minute episodes, 2 22-minute specials, and 1 TV movie.
That's a lot of
to get
episodes.
through. Before working on this review, I've seen maybe 1/6 of this entire season. Though I gave up on watching the show religiously around the time of Spongehenge, I did watch a few of these episodes in the beginning of the season because I don't even know why. Maybe morbid curiosity, maybe just out of a pattern of watching the show, or maybe I just happen to randomly catch these things on TV without... I do miss the Gen 1 PyCons a little bit, to be honest. I don't know. They were there's something very quaint about them. Very old internet, I guess. Yeah. Intending to watch them. But to be honest, the ones that I have seen, I've only seen once, and I hardly remember them anyway, so this season is almost entirely fresh. As with last time, I'll give you the disclaimers. There's gonna be spoilers here, although unlike most shows, spoilers in SpongeBob aren't that big a deal. And also, if
I don't even think I really needed to say spoilers on SpongeBob.
If you haven't checked them out yet, I highly suggest you watch my Square Theory videos. I discuss a few topics that I might briefly mention here, and if you're curious as to my full opinion, these are the videos you really want to check out. Also, keep in mind I have a series called Spongy Bits where I do extended reviews on stuff I've already reviewed in this series. So if there's any review here that you think I could elaborate on a little bit more, feel free to leave a comment suggesting I revisit that episode, and I probably will. Alright.
Seems like I had a lot of Spongy Bits out at that point. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm actually going to just rearrange my desktop setup here. I want to make chat a little bit more in my eye line. Let's put you guys over here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Thank you guys for the super chat. Crass, I have not seen Luke Vaughn's ranking videos. To be completely honest, again, I try to kind of stay away from watching videos that are, like, too close to the sort of stuff that I do. Just in part because if I ever want to review something, I don't really want to feel like it's tainted by other people's opinions. Thank you, Infini. Do I actually like pie as much as my username suggests? No, not really. I like pie, but, like, I'm not, like, obsessed with it. I'm no Billy from Billy and Mandy. Thank you, C8983. Can I do a Pest of the West rant spongy bit? Maybe. Probably not, though, because I don't think I'm going to be doing spongy bits. Thank you, Bailey. What year did you stop watching cable TV entirely? Probably, like, 2017 was when I didn't have any cable at all. Maybe 2018. But honestly, I've been yearning for the old days. Part of me is like, is it insane to get a cable subscription just to watch Adult Swim? And it kind of is, but I don't know. Adult Swim is like the last gasp of interesting blocks on the cable. On the cable. It's like the kind of last remnant of old Cartoon Network and that old spirit of, like, directly interacting with the audience, and I don't know, doing all sorts of fun, weird stuff. Thank you, Tyler. Hey, Pie Guy, I've been watching you since high school in 2015. Your SpongeBob reviews are probably what got me into cartoon reviews. Glad you're back. Oh, thank you.
Let's dive into the first episode. Episode 101A, House Fancy. When Squilliam is featured on a TV show about fancy houses, Squidward gets jealous and tries to prove that his house is fancier. My favorite part of the episode is the background art and design of Squilliam's house. I think it's very creative and visually interesting, and it needed to be considering it was the focus of the first half of the episode. Alton Brown guest stars as the host of House Fancy in this episode, which to me is an epic fail. I mean, I guess I shouldn't expect much more from the people that cast David Bowie to not sing, but seriously, you have a show where the protagonist cooks food. Why isn't Alton Brown in an episode related to the Krusty Krab? For those of you...
This is actually kind of ironic. This week, I don't know if any of you guys are fans of Alton Brown, but I've been watching a bunch of his videos with Binging with Babish, which I guess is connected to what we're talking about here, because he's done SpongeBob videos. But, yeah, I've been watching a lot of Alton Brown. I quite respect the guy. I like him a lot. And yes, epic fail. who don't know, he's both part entertainer and part chef. He would have been perfect for an episode about the Krusty Krab's cooking, though he does give a great performance here. I almost didn't recognize him because he is acting, he's not just doing his regular voice. The thing
Yeah, see, that's kind of unusual because I don't know how much Alton Brown is like really an actor. Like he's a performer on cooking shows. Has he been in anything else? Like genuinely, like I couldn't think of anything else other than specific cooking shows that he was on. You guys are all talking about toenails. Gosh. All right, now I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna look him up. Let's see. I don't even this. Other appearances. Brown served as a mentor on season 8 of the next Food Network Star. He guest starred in an episode of SpongeBob. House Fancy. He appeared on the Travel Channel show. The guest bailiff and expert witness on Josh Hodgman's Comedy Court Show podcast. Food Network. He voiced Yum Labushi in Big Hero 6, the series. He's on Mythbusters. Yeah, I mean, very, very rarely does he actually like act. He's more of like a reality performer type person. Not that that's a problem. It's just kind of unusual to see this. But yeah, it seems odd that they would get a guy that's not really an actor, but just a chef personality, and then I don't know.
About this episode is that it does a lot of things right and it does a lot of things wrong. I always appreciate when they do episodes from Squidward's perspective because it definitely changes things up. And the fact that it uses some CG, the fact that it has a guest star, the fact that it focuses a lot on Squilliam's house and just the design of it, makes it feel like a very different episode. And I think that's one of the best things I can say about it, is that it is definitely different, both in structure and in tone. It is visually interesting, and I am invested in Squidward's story. I want things to turn out all right for him. And
It's a good review,
surprisingly
I
enough,
think.
they actually do, which is enough to make it a very different episode. Squidward wins in the end, and he beats Squilliam. So for those of you keeping track at home, that's Squidward 2, Squilliam 1. And SpongeBob isn't
Oh,
super
there's the slide
creepy in
whistle.
this episode either. Yeah, he's a little bit into the stalker territory with waiting outside of Squid's window, but at least he doesn't go overboard with it. I mean, this time he is actually outside of Squidward's house, and I see it more as a means to get SpongeBob involved in the plot than to just have him irritate Squidward. And all of his little blunders do actually genuinely seem like accidents instead of some kind of weird targeted violence towards Squidward. Let's talk about the downsides, though. The episode really isn't funny by any stretch of the imagination, and though the plot is interesting, the subject matter itself isn't incredibly compelling. It's about a home decorating show. That's not exactly something that's very universally watched amongst kids, though I'm sure their parents would appreciate it. There's also a lot of little things, like the fact that Squidward's toilet comes to
going on a
life
little
after
long
Patrick
here,
does his
I think.
business in it. That kind of joke feels a lot
But I
more-
guess in fairness, this is one of those episodes that like gets talked a lot about. So fair. I saw someone mention that this was their favorite slide layout, and I gotta say, this is one of mine too. The fact that like each of the chum buckets is a little bit different is neat, and the telescope I was pretty proud of.
more at home in Rocco's Modern Life. There's a way to skirt the line between anthropomorphic and non-anthropomorphic, and I think they went a little bit too far with making the toilet anthropomorphic here. And let me just state right now, the toenail scene only came into effect a tiny bit when deciding to give a ranking to this episode. Because let's be fair, it's only 10 seconds long. And yes, it's a painful 10 seconds.
Ironically, this is not ironic, but just truthfully, I don't remember this episode. I remember the toenail because everyone talks about the toenail. I don't remember anything else about this one. Genuinely, I can't. I can kind of picture maybe the toilet like gasping for life, and then otherwise, I have no idea what any of this is.
Nothing about it is funny, and it does make me cringe. It's thoroughly unenjoyable, but it's over fast. So I think it's pretty obvious that I'm gonna call this episode meh. It's a weird mixture
there's
of
the
being
sound effect
both
on that.
very interesting and yet very dull. When you get right down to it, not much actually happens in the episode. The first half is looking at Squilliam's house, second half is Squidward trying to clean up his house. And while the stuff with Squilliam and the host is a little bit different from what you'd expect from a SpongeBob episode, the stuff where SpongeBob is trying to clean up Squidward's house is exactly what you'd expect from SpongeBob. We've seen SpongeBob painting before, and we've seen SpongeBob accidentally screwing up Squid's house.
though at the end of the day, they decided to do something a little bit different with the structure, which I always approve of, even if it didn't work out so well. Episode...
Alright, thank you for the super chat, Kinger. Finally caught one of these live. Welcome back to YouTube, Mr. Rules. I watched your vids all the time when I was in middle school. I recall looking forward to the release of your Season 4 review, which was posted on my last day of grade 6. Wow. Time flies. What do you guys think of this review? I think there is, like, good analysis in it, but I also go on for way too long, and I think my thoughts could have been structured better. So I talk about, like, all the positives in kind of one section, and then talk about the negatives in one section. Like, it just kind of feels like I'm listing like random thoughts as I think of them. I think B tier is probably good for it. A tier, S tier, C tier, B tier, B or C. Good insight, but lengthy. Yeah, I think I'm happy with a B on that one. If I trim that by like 20 more seconds, that would be good. Or like I said, if I organized my words a little bit better, I think that could have been good. T for toenail. Okay.
101B, Krabby Road. Plankton forms a rock band to try and extract the secret formula from SpongeBob. My favorite part of the episode is when SpongeBob finds out that the name of the band is Plankton and the Patty Stealers, and he sits there and he's like, They hold on it just long enough to fool me into thinking maybe...
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this video rolled out like the second batch of these version 1 PyCons. I think some of them are newer. Some of them kind of look like better. like they've been revised or whatever, but yeah, I think some of these faces are new.
SpongeBob will actually catch on. But no, he doesn't. Which is quite clever, because usually the joke is that he wouldn't catch on, and that's the joke that they go with. But because they hold on it for so long, they actually fool me into thinking maybe they won't go with that joke. Maybe SpongeBob will actually figure it out. Plankton is seen playing the keyboard here, and Patrick plays the belly drum. Both versions of the instruments they play in Band Geeks, which is a nice little touch. In fact, there's a lot of nice little touches here. Like the fact that Plankton actually begins the episode in jail. I don't think I've ever seen Plankton actually in jail.
Yeah, that one's
so
new.
It's very different to start the episode with it. There's also a little...
Or I guess the PyCon could have been in any of the spongy bits or anything, but they weren't in the previous every episode season.
Continuity nod to Fun, where in Fun he says he's never had a good time, and in this episode he also says he'd never had a good time. Of course that refutes friend or foe, so yeah. I also like the fact that Plankton keeps his greasy mustache hair thing throughout the entire episode. They don't abandon it after the first scene. I also like how there's a little joke towards the beginning where Patrick says he found out where boogers come from, when towards the end of the episode, SpongeBob stuffs Plankton up his nose and Plankton becomes a booger. That part is hilarious, and the fact that they actually foreshadowed that joke makes it even better. And it's always nice to see Squidward have a little bit of success. The episode's not all good things, though. There's one problem that will persist throughout Season 6, and I'll go into more detail at the very end, but the animation in this season is the worst it's ever been. Take note of when Patrick is first doing his belly drum thing. There's a point at which it loops, and it is very obvious. There are frames missing from the loop, so Patrick just jumps in space from one frame to the next. I get that they wanted to loop him doing the belly drum, but if the first frame doesn't match up to the last frame, then the looping will not look good, and it doesn't. But a few seconds of bad animation does not falter what is otherwise a really awesome episode. It's good. There's a lot of good jokes, it's an interesting twist on the Plankton stealing the formula episode, and there's a lot of nice little things in the middle. Episode 102.
That was a pretty good review. Again, still a little long, I think, but I think I articulate myself pretty well. I think it's at least a B, maybe an A tier. A tier? All right, we'll throw it in A tier. Least favorite Ed, Ed and Eddie episode. Huh. I'm trying to probably one from the last season. I'm trying to think. That's a good question. I don't know. The one where Sarah and Jimmy are going around asking like where babies come from is not. It's just like a weird one. Thank you for the super chat, Pran. I thought the absence of the rating sound effects was supposed to mirror the animation mistakes through season 6. Yeah, sure. It was intentional. That probably isn't the worst episode of Ed and Eddie. There's probably worse ones, but yeah, the one with the cursed telephone was also
but
To
yeah.
A. Penny foolish. After seeing SpongeBob find a penny, Mr. Krabs becomes obsessed with getting it from him. My favorite part of this episode is just the general premise. I like the idea that Mr. Krabs has to try to basically scam SpongeBob out of his penny. And I especially like the fact that it is a penny. It is something so trivial and stupid that Mr. Krabs is obviously wasting money and effort in trying to get something so small. Unfortunately, though, the execution is very, very botched. Starting with the fact that we literally see a scene twice, with no variation or anything until the end of the scene. We see SpongeBob pick up what is a brown-looking object, by the way, we'll get to that in a second, and then he has a fantasy sequence of the exact same event. The only joke is that at the end, SpongeBob starts talking like the cashier. At first, I did a double take because I couldn't believe that they would literally just show the same scene twice back to back. They don't even space it out. At first, I thought, wait, maybe there's something clever in here. Maybe the first time Mr. Krabs sees it, it's green, because in reality, what SpongeBob picks up actually is green, and then when he remembers it as a penny. That would have actually been clever and foreshadowing of the twist. But no, they didn't do that. They didn't do anything else with it either, like, I don't know, putting a mustache on SpongeBob, or just doing a joke about how Mr. Krabs is so old he's not remembering things right. But no, it's just the same uninteresting scene twice. The ending is dumb as well. It would have made a lot more sense if it had been like a bottle cap or something. I get that they wanted to do the stupid joke where it turns out to be something really valuable in the end, but it's not brown. You literally lied to your audience twice just to pull a really stupid ending gag. Another issue with this plot is that it's pretty clear to the audience that SpongeBob doesn't have the penny. SpongeBob is not the type of person that would hide the penny from Mr. Krabs. I get that he's going overboard and insane and obsessive, but it's frustrating to the audience because it's blatantly obvious Mr. Krabs is barking up the wrong tree. Especially if you've seen this episode before. Oh, and in the ending, we have an actual sweet moment where Mr. Krabs realizes his mistake and apologizes to SpongeBob, only to go right back to digging. I get that they're trying to tell a joke here, but really, when you write this sort of thing, you have to think, is it a funny enough joke to ruin what could have actually been a sweet moment? In my opinion, no, it wasn't. There's also a really weird part where SpongeBob's brain falls out of his head, and SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs have to go chase it around the restaurant. What usually is a quick gag of SpongeBob's brain falling out turned into this long chase sequence for really no reason at all. It's not funny, a little bit gross, and a big waste of time. Though I will say, I really do like Mr. Krabs' reaction to all of it. If the scene had been a little bit shorter, then I think it would have all been worth it for Mr. Krabs' reaction of just, okay then. I do also like the scene where Mr. Krabs sees everything turning into pennies. I thought that was well handled. And I like how deadpan Squidward is in this episode. He just has no emotion other than, I don't want to be here. There are also some little things that kind of made me chuckle, like when a random townsfish called Mr. Krabs fat, or how every time the townspeople see Mr. Krabs, he's squeaking like a dolphin and making ridiculous gestures to show just how much of a fool he's making himself look like. Overall, there's a lot of problems, and this episode isn't memorable in the least. So, I'm gonna call it a
Scumbag
episode. Episode 102.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Pran. The way you talked about this one, I think you should have rated a meh. I don't know. I sound pretty negative on this. And thank you, Crash. I like how SpongeBob doesn't ever give Mr. Krabs the $500 bill at the end. Yeah. So I don't remember this episode at all. Was that a good review or not? I say a lot of things. S tier review, A tier review. The sploosh was missing. Man, a lot of sound effects missing. I'm sorry, guys. B tier, C tier. Yeah, I think maybe a C tier. Again, I go on for a little too long. B tier, A tier, C tier. Yeah, we'll great review. All right, we can bump it up to B. All right. We'll do a B for bump it up. This episode is peak. You are wrong. Listen, it can't be peak because I have wiped it from my memory. It is gone. It is gone, okay? All right? All I know is fine dining, season 1 through 5 of SpongeBob, and eating, okay? That's all that's left. There's no season 6 in my brain. No, but genuinely, I don't remember the episode. So don't expect a lot of me kind of sort of changing my reviews or saying maybe I'd change my reviews here, because I just don't. I think it's gonna be few and far between episodes that I actually like remember, for better or worse.
2B, Nautical Novice. SpongeBob tries to impress Mrs. Puff by memorizing the history of boating. My favorite part? The hearty seaman's laugh. Ha ha ha! In general, I really liked this
Okay.
plot and this episode. It was amusing and pleasant to see SpongeBob be actually knowledgeable about boating.
Oh, I
And
remember
the
this
action
one.
scene towards the end is actually quite intense and awesome. There's not really a lot of good jokes in this episode, but there's a lot of little ones and a lot of nice little touches, like how SpongeBob thinks he can
Chad
read all
Pycon.
of the book and still get 8 hours of sleep before boating school the next day. I swear I've had that mentality before, and it never works out. I also like that quote over there, which is a little jab at Christopher Columbus. I should also note that this is
Little jab at Christopher Columbus.
the third appearance of SpongeBob's brain this season. Looks like the writers had brain
Has SpongeBob gone woke? I hope so.
on the brain. This is a meh episode. Despite all the positives here, there is one fatal flaw. That entire action scene was a lie, and a dirty lie at that,
What am I
just
talking
like in
about?
Penny Foolish.
A dirty
In this
lie?
episode, while SpongeBob is piloting the boat, you see the outside of it multiple times from the front, and yet never do you see any sort of hint that there's a little guy in a little tugboat in front of it. Oh sure, SpongeBob foreshadows earlier on that the thing is taken for maintenance once a year, but that doesn't stop the fact that you don't see any sort of hint at this while it's going on. So it makes the entire action sequence feel very, very cheap at the end. It's not a funny joke, it's not something that had to be in the plot, it's just there and irritating. You can't even say that they had to put in an excuse for SpongeBob not to get his license, because really, there is no reason Mrs. Puff should award SpongeBob his license just for doing one awesome thing with boating. She should just give him a pat on the back and say he's learning, and then they walk off into the sunset. Would that really have been such a bad ending? But nope. Can't have that. Gotta have SpongeBob look like an idiot. Gotta have Mrs. Puff get mad at him. That's the status quo. And we end on a stupid joke. It's not enough to ruin the episode completely, but it's enough that the episode is definitely not fully enjoyable. Maybe if it had been a little bit funnier, it could have gotten away with good, but because its focus is on the story and they have to put that stupid plot point at the end, it's a meh. Episode 103.
Yeah, I don't love me saying that it's a dirty lie, because it's like, it's misleading for a joke. That's what it is. I don't like it being a I don't know. Again, there's levels of these things of how much can you kind of mislead the audience just for the sake of a joke? At what point is it funny? At what point is it just frustrating or stupid? I don't know. People are saying C tier review, B tier, S tier, D for dirty lie. I think it's maybe a C review. Again, it's all in how I say it. I don't see the thing is I don't really see a harm in foreshadowing these things a little bit, just kind of showing like a little hint that maybe there's some other mislead, like it's just a screw the audience joke, and those are not always my biggest, like my favorite type of jokes. But a lot of it's really just kind of how I say it. I don't like this, like, the writers lied to me, my childhood has been betrayed. I don't really like that. I'd rather just kind of say it like, yeah, I mean, it was misleading for the sake of a joke. I didn't think the joke was paid off that well. I think it would have been better if they had just put a little hint about it, and etc. All right, but I do actually remember that episode a little bit. Spongicus. No, I don't remember this one.
3A. Spongicus. Plankton creates a Roman Colosseum to lure in customers. So the best part about this episode is the Roman atmosphere. From the cool design of the lionfish, to the Colosseum itself, to just the way Bikini Bottom embraces the Roman theme. I really like that about this episode, and I think the show has proven that when it wants to go all out with a theme, it really goes there, and it's really cool. However, I think this episode is a case of style over substance. There's not much that actually happens in this episode. Most of it just amounts to SpongeBob and Patrick circling around the arena being chased by a lionfish. Not much actual action occurs. And there's not really much in the way of jokes either. I feel like this was a great and unusual setup that wasn't used to its full potential. There's even a scene at the end that just kinda continues on. Really, they could have ended the episode with Plankton running away from the lionfish, but instead they cut back to the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs and Patrick thank SpongeBob for saving them, and then they have a good laugh that just goes on, and I get that it's supposed to be a joke, but it just feels like it drags for too long. My point is, they had some time that they could have put into making this episode a little bit more epic, or a little bit more funny, and they really just didn't use it. To me, this episode just screams meh. It's got a pretty interesting theme, but everything else about the episode is pretty forgettable.
I think that was a good review. I think I said what I needed to say about it. I think that's an 8 tier. Like, I don't drag it out, but I kind of say it. And the fact that it takes place at a coliseum, I think, and has, like, a lionfish and has all this stuff, and I still don't really remember it, like, that's a bit unfortunate. You know, when an episode has an idea, like a set piece, that is unique to the episode, or somewhat unique to the episode, I feel like it gives it a stronger identity, and so for me not even to remember that identity is not good. It's not great. Thank you for the super chat, Taz. I thought the dragged out ending was pretty funny. What is the meme, by the way? You guys have been saying this, the ending of this episode turned into a meme. What specifically is that meme? Just a chase scene that goes on? Is it a line? Let me sit here in silence while I wait for you to answer. The ending. The laugh. Oh, the laugh scene. Ah, you got the whole squad laughing. Okay, okay. It's just one of those things that's like, it just became funny for the image and really doesn't have anything to do with the actual episode. Got it. Okay.
103B, Suction Cup Symphony. Squidward tries to write a symphony while SpongeBob loudly pretends to Dr. Patrick. This is another episode where I really like the concept more than I like the execution. I like the...
Sukenzu, can you please show us all of your V1 and 2 PyCons? I'll tell you what, if we have some time today or maybe next time, I will open up my folder of YouTube stuff and we can take a peek through. I just have to prepare it and make sure I don't have anything that's like personal information on there, but it would be kind of fun to see. I actually don't even know if I still have the version 1 PyCons. I was kind of looking for them the other day and I didn't find them. I definitely still have all of the version 2 ones and then all the ones that Kuro made that I'm currently using. But yeah. When's my next stream? Probably next Sunday. And then thank you for the super chat, Draz. Am I still a fan of Chipotle? No, Chipotle went downhill. They ruined it. They lied to me. No, Chipotle used to be really good, and then, I don't know, over the past few years, it really, like, the quality of the meat has gotten worse. There's always, like, horrible chewy pieces in there. Tough chewy pieces. The amount of stuff they put in the burrito has lessened. Like, it just feels less fresh. I'm not as big a fan. There are other burrito places that I have turned to, and if you could find, like, a good local burrito place especially, like, that's the way to go. It's a shame, because I have a lot of fond memories of Chipotle, as you guys know, or some of you might know, but, yeah, it's gone downhill.
Idea of Squidward accidentally writing SpongeBob and Patrick into his symphony, but the way it actually happens is a little bit repetitive. We see a lot of the same stuff we saw from earlier in the episode just come back, and it's mostly Patrick screaming and kind of annoying noises like that, when I think it'd be a lot more clever if the noises that SpongeBob and Patrick made actually ended up coming together with the music to provide some pretty awesome vocals. I mean, it does in story, but for us watching, it's still mostly Patrick screaming and SpongeBob making weird sound effects. This episode has some, shall I say, more adult jokes in it, like the fact that Patrick mentions that his job doesn't offer him health care. Like, what kid is going to understand what on earth that means? And, of course, there's the rubber duck joke, which is just there. I don't find it funny, and I don't find it offensive. It's just there. What's ironic about this episode is that SpongeBob makes a much better doctor than Patrick did in Suds, and a much better doctor than Patrick will make in a few episodes. There's also a part in here where Patrick is enjoying a magazine in the waiting room, despite the fact that that's what made Patrick hate the doctor in Suds. But I guess I can't expect the writers to remember that. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a meh. While I'm not a big fan of a lot of things in this episode, I can't really say I hate them. I kinda like how SpongeBob is trying to cover up for what he thinks is Squidward's farts at the beginning of the episode, and I kind of like some of Squidward's brainstorming process. And I also like the fact that the writers threw Squidward a bone and actually had the people love the concert in the end, and love the composer, not just SpongeBob and Patrick. Episode 104A.
I don't think that review was too good. Maybe like a C.
But thank you for the super chat. Infinity, the writers of Chipotle lied to Pie Guy. Thank you, Ark. Also, fun fact, in Nautical Novice, there's a Gilbert and Sullivan reference as SpongeBob presents a model of the HMS Pinafore, referencing the opera of the same name. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Pran. Favorite fast food restaurant? If we're talking, like, just pure junky fast food, it's it's Chipotle. No, it's Taco Bell. Although that has also gone downhill quite a bit. If we're talking about like a little bit higher upper scale, kind of fast casual type stuff, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. There's lots of places I like. But yeah. Thank you, Pran. Hi, how are you? Did I? No, I didn't put suction cup symphony anywhere. What do we think, guys? Maybe C. Yeah, I think C. I didn't hate the review, but I feel like it could have been better. I know it's like getting into the weeds, but the way I format my thoughts in these reviews kind of matters a lot to me. The fact that I'm just like, I liked this. Oh, and also I liked this. And a third thing I liked is this. It's just like not a great way to format it. It's too much use of the same word. And it's also just like a list. I could have just said like, there's a few things I like. Squidward doing blank, and SpongeBob doing this at the end, and Squidward winning the day. I thought all these were great. Like, there's a better, more efficient way of saying that. So, yeah. All right, I won't delay the not normal review.
Not normal. SpongeBob becomes normal. My favorite part of the episode is how SpongeBob's voice is so nice and calm when he's normal. I kinda wish that was just his voice all the time, because compared to his usual high-pitched post-movie self, it's a lot easier on the ears. I quite like this episode a lot. Much like Patrick's Smart Pants, it's an episode that deconstructs a main part of a character, and then shows us what the opposite of that would be like. I love all the jokes relating to SpongeBob being normal compared to how weird he is. I like SpongeBob insulting Squidward because Squidward is too strange. I even like how once SpongeBob has become fully normal, the Krabby Patties just become paper. My personal theory on that is that while SpongeBob still had some weirdness left in him, that's what made the magic of the printer actually work and print real Krabby Patties, whereas once he became full normal, it was just ink and paper. I also like how SpongeBob fails twice to become weird again. He tries on his own and then he tries with Patrick, and neither of them work. I like it when characters fail at something and then have to overcome it in an unusual or different way. It's a good episode. It's a really great plot that fits so well with SpongeBob, with a bunch of amusing things and little jokes thrown in there as well. Episode 104.
Okay, I thought that was actually a pretty good review. If a review makes me want to go and watch the episode, like a good episode review, I think it did its job. So it's a little bit listy in terms of like, I like this and I like this and I like this, but I think I'd put it maybe in A tier in terms of just like, I think I kind of summed up what makes the episode work pretty well. Thank you, Pran. Wonderful weather we're having. Although I wish I had done something special for this, where I became normal Pie Guy for a review or something, and just kind of spoke in like a different tone or something. I don't know. I could have done something, even if it was just for maybe reading the summary or something. But yeah. Would I say Not Normal is one of the funnier episodes in season 6? I don't know. I don't remember this. Probably the way I'm talking about it. Yeah, probably. But I don't remember it. DDD, thank you. The Krabby Patty is becoming just paper is a good metaphor for AI art. Hi, how are you? I remember that. Okay.
Or B. Gone. SpongeBob wakes up to find there is no one else in Bikini Bottom. So this has kind of become one of those stock plots. I saw it in a Twilight Zone episode, I saw it in a Jimmy Neutron episode. I've seen this before, where a character either believes to be or is actually the only person left alive. It's definitely a neat concept with a lot of story possibilities, but I'm not a big fan of where SpongeBob takes it. The first part is just SpongeBob imitating everyone, and while I admit some of the imitations are amusing and funny, the sequence goes on a little bit long song, and then the second half of the episode is SpongeBob falling in love with a car, a la To Love a Patty, and then believing that the car has it out for him. And then there's that ending. I know a lot of people hate this ending, and trust me, I'm not trying to defend it, but it doesn't bother me as much as most people. I still find it stupid and pretty horrible that they would do this to their friend, but I don't think the episode was great up to that point either. I find the whole SpongeBob falling in love with a car thing to be worse. Not only is it weird to have SpongeBob fall in love with a car, I mean, he literally wakes up in bed with it, but it's so similar to Love a Patty. It feels like we're going through the same plot points again. When you have this sort of blank check of a plot device, such as having all the other characters leave, focusing on something that you've already done in a previous episode is pretty weak. This is another episode that's wasted potential, but the concept isn't even original to SpongeBob anyway. So there isn't really many positives in the episode at all. It's a
SpongeBob
episode, and I'm pretty sure no one would care if this episode was just gone.
I love the slow fade that I did from the Pycon being green to just normal. That's on the transition this season. I thought that review was pretty good. I like that the picture becomes a no SpongeBob shirt. I think I might put that in another A. Again, I don't remember a whole lot about Gone, but yeah, I think that is a very fair criticism of you're given this idea of like everyone is gone and what does the main character do? He just dates his car, like just like he did with the Krabby Patty. Like there's so many better ways that you could take this kind of story. That seems like a wasted potential. But I don't remember it. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Would I rather only eat Chinese food all the time or only eat Mexican food all the time? Probably Mexican. I like Chinese food, but I really like Mexican food. Thank you, Taz. I enjoy AI art and videos personally, as long as normal art can still exist. R.I.P. Sora. I personally don't agree with that, but fair enough. I definitely... There are things that I have enjoyed that have used AI like years ago that a human being kind of created something and messed with the AI to give it to use it for comedy or whatever. But in general, and especially in the past year or so, I'm personally just not into anything AI in the creative field personally. Thank you, Pran. Gone does the SpongeBob having a friendship with an inanimate object better than To Love a Patty? That's fair. That is fair. It's not as gross. That's completely fair. 8-tier review. Okay. Moving on.
Episode 105B. Slide. Fine.
Hey, good bit, Pie Guy. Good bit. I like it.
Episode 105A, The Splinter. SpongeBob gets a splinter. If you don't know, I've already spoken about this episode before. It was one of the first SpongeBob episodes I ever ranted on. In fact, the only reason I talked about it was because my fans voted and decided that was the worst episode of SpongeBob at the time. It was not fun to watch then, and it's not fun to watch now. I hate splinters. More than the average...
Man, I'm getting goosebumps from this music. I didn't remember that I did this.
person. When I was a child, I walked barefoot on a deck and ended up with over 30 splinters in my feet. There were so many splinters that I had to go to the hospital and be put in a straitjacket while the doctors pulled them out. There were so many, in fact, that they couldn't get all of them out. The splinters stayed in my feet, and I had to soak them in hot water for the next few weeks just to get them out. I hate splinters. A good episode would take something as horrifying as splinters and make them funny, using comedy to take away my fear of them and take away the power that they have over me. This is not a good episode. But you know what? Since I've already talked about it, let me review this episode without talking about the splinter itself. So this episode is...
Ooh, that's a good angle, Pie Guy. Man, wow, I don't remember these reviews either. Jeez. Huh, all right.
Basically split into four.
How do I feel about the personal life stories I included in these old reviews? It really depends. Like I'm not huge on sharing tons and tons of personal details, but I think that it was important for this review, not necessarily because it mattered that much that I have a fear of splinters, or that I have a personal really rough history with that, but more just that it's something that kids come face to face with a lot. It's a minor injury that happens from playing on wooden playground equipment, which thankfully doesn't really exist as much anymore.
or from walking on a deck or whatever, just handling a wooden object incorrectly or correctly, and if it's not been sanded down properly. And so I included that story in part because I think it's just kind of an interesting story for my life, but also because I think it illustrates how like it's something that could be personal to a lot of kids. If it were an episode about, I don't know, SpongeBob getting like an injury that was more extreme, that's less common and whatever, I think that in some ways that would have been better. Anyway. Thank you for the super chat, Pran. I've heard the music in Mr. Nightmare's videos. Thank you for the super chat, Cam. A lot of stuff regarding Steven Hillenburg not knowing about the spin-offs has been debunked. Do I regret my past statements regarding that? Yeah, if Steven Hillenburg knew about the spin-offs and was happy about the spin-offs, then yeah, then I have no problem with Nickelodeon's actions. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, this is an interesting review.
Parts. The introduction, the part with Squidward, the part with Patrick, and the conclusion. The introduction is actually not too bad. Shows typical SpongeBob getting ready for work, but of course they put a little twist on how he makes Krabby Patties. Then the episode does a decent job of faking you out by putting a bunch of swords on the ground and having SpongeBob only narrowly escape them. With impossible physics, but hey, it's a cartoon, so whatever. After the thing happens, SpongeBob tries to do his normal workday without using that hand. If that were the entire episode, I think it'd be okay. Instead of focusing on you-know-what, if they just focused on SpongeBob trying to get through the day without being able to use one of his hands, maybe the episode could have been funny. But no, we get Squidward's part. And Squidward's part is incredibly frustrating to watch. Squidward lies to SpongeBob repeatedly, and SpongeBob gets all sad. We've seen this before in episodes like Graveyard Shift, and there it was entertaining because you knew Squidward's story was over the top and ridiculous. It also builds to something. In this episode, what Squidward says actually doesn't build to anything. Yes, it makes SpongeBob afraid to tell Mr. Krabs about his splinter, but they could have accomplished that in a few seconds. No, this has to drag it on with Squidward tormenting SpongeBob over it, SpongeBob begging and pleading with Squidward. It's just dragged on for so long and is kind of a downer. There's nothing funny or entertaining about it. But of course, that's topped by Patrick's part. Patrick once again tries to play doctor. We've seen this before in Suds. And it's not so much what he does that bothers me, because Patrick's given SpongeBob bad advice. It's more of his attitude throughout the entire thing. He's got such a stupid, smug look on his face. This isn't Patrick trying to help out a buddy. This isn't Patrick genuinely concerned.
I think if you compare the way Patrick acts in this episode to like his advice in Tea at the Tree Dome, which is obviously not great advice, but you know, he comes across as like an idiot that genuinely just like is trying to help out of the kindness of his heart. He's like misguided, sure, but he's just trying to help SpongeBob. Whereas in this episode, it feels like he wants to feel like the big guy, the big man that can solve this problem. He's so smart, he's so good at what he does, he can fix this for silly old SpongeBob. It's just like that rubs me the wrong way. It's not he has like a real charm in older episodes when he gives advice that just doesn't really work here.
About SpongeBob. This is Patrick pretending to
I
have
do remember
power
this
over
episode.
SpongeBob and abusing the fake power. And then in the conclusion, we get SpongeBob trying to hide you-know-what through a sequence of events that is very similar to how SpongeBob was hiding the painting in Wet Painters. So even without talking about how painful and disgusting the titular Splinter is, the episode is frustrating, dull, stupid, and mean-spirited through and through. Even if it didn't have a Splinter in it, it would still be a
SpongeBob
episode. Here's the thing about this episode, though. At the very least, it elicits a strong emotion from me. And in that respect, I do give the people behind the show a little bit of credit for making something so disgusting and uncomfortable it sticks in people's minds. As a piece of art meant to evoke the emotion of pain in me, it works very well. The problem is the fact that this is a SpongeBob episode. We're not talking about some experimental thing on Adult Swim. We're not talking about something on Comedy Central that's really dark humor. This is SpongeBob. Though, of course, there were some instances of gross out in the first few seasons, never would they ever go this far with such a painful, uncomfortable concept.
All right.
100%. This is an S tier review. This is my favorite review I've done so far, and it's not even close. I think that. I mean, starting off with a joke of going to Slide Whistle Stooges, just skipping right past it was great. And then going into my real personal story. This happened, as well as using the music effectively. And then, because I've reviewed this episode before, trying to take a different angle instead of talking about the splinter, just talking about all the other stuff. Like, great job. I think this review holds up really well to this day. So yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Lil Dak. Hey Pi, your videos got me through a rough part of my life. My birthday's in a few days. Can I get a happy birthday from the guy who got me through high school? Happy birthday, Lil Dak. I hope you are having better days. And I'm glad I could help in any small way. But yeah. This is like the Spongehenge review done right. Yeah, honestly, I like that. I also appreciate that I acknowledge, look, if a piece of media is just trying to evoke an emotion out of me, it did that. I remember the Splinter. I don't remember most of these episodes from season 6, but I remember the Splinter. So, all right. Yes, please, everyone wish Lil Dak a happy birthday. Or a happy early birthday, actually. In a few days. Also, I think this is black here because this was a commercial break, or this is a commercial break. I don't know.
Episode 105B, Slide Whistle Stooges. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward annoy people with slide whistles. That's it. That is this entire episode. That's what all the jokes revolve around. That's what the plot is. Slide whistles. To be fair, the first few slide whistle jokes are actually kind of funny, but it's around the point where SpongeBob and Patrick chase Squidward out of his house because they're annoying him so much with slide whistles that you realize this is all this episode has to offer, and slide whistles get annoying really fast. Also, apparently they make Squidward just lose it. Like, he goes completely insane here to the point where he's assaulting babies, stealing trucks, and just generally being a really horrible person, all the while laughing it up. He's really snapped here. And it's actually a little bit scary, especially with SpongeBob and Patrick enabling him. Also, I find SpongeBob and Patrick slide whistling at the hospital to be really, really stupid. Like, come on, it's a hospital. It's not funny, it's just kind of rude. This is the stuff that Peter Griffin would do.
Ooh,
I think this episode would have been
Family
great
Guy.
as a 4-minute episode back in season 5. I think that the slide whistle jokes are unusual and interesting, and to have a whole short based around them would have been clever. But this goes on for way too long. It's a
Hey, it's me.
Scumbag.
episode 106A.
Very random of me. But I guess I wanted to prove that I actually had the slide whistle. Yeah, and the slide doesn't actually have the slide whistle, and that's because it was an animation. So, wow. Okay, got some super chats and stuff to go through here. Thank you, Taz. I'd give anything to time travel and spend a few years back in the early 2010s. The internet and society, the entertainment, the culture, it would be magic. I mean, I'm biased, of course, but, like, the early 2000s was pretty cool, other than, you know, the thing. The horrible tragedy that happened in the country. Other than that, there was a lot of really cool things going on with entertainment and media. But early 2010s were also pretty cool. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Cranky. You've been in my life for over 50% of it, at least digitally. Wow, that's wild. How crazy is it that you can watch new SpongeBob episodes with Little Slice? Little Slice, of course, being my child. Yeah, I mean that's kind of insane. I could watch brand new episodes of SpongeBob with my child. That's how long this show went on. That from my childhood, I can experience. I can give them the experience. Except, you know, it would probably not be as good as the episodes that I got to see new. But still, that's kind of wild. Thank you, DDD. As repetitive and mediocre as Slide Whistle Stooges is, the track that plays the title card and throughout the episode is an absolute banger of an original SpongeBob track, and one of my personal favorites. Oh, neat. But yeah, I did buy a slide whistle, specifically for this video, for this review,
And gosh darn it, I used it as much as I possibly could, and then I think I threw it out at one point. But it was like a $10 slide whistle off Amazon. But I was very proud of myself for doing that bit. The review was all right. I don't think I said anything too crazy. I think maybe it's I think it's a B tier. If I brought a prop, I specifically bought a prop, and yeah, A tier. I think it's a B tier. I don't think I say anything too interesting. S. Slide whistle into S tier. A or S? Alright, we'll give it an A. Okay, alright. Alrighty.
Life in the day. SpongeBob and Patrick become thrill seekers. So this is one
Hang
of
on, did I say a life in the day?
It's a
SpongeBob.
episode 106A. A Life in the Day. SpongeBob and Patrick
Yeah, it sounds like I say a life in the day. Oops.
become thrill seekers. So this is one of Larry's biggest appearances.
Best era will always be when you grew up. I don't know if you're talking about in general. This is not SNL. The best era of SpongeBob is seasons 1, 2, and 3, and you are welcome to have different opinions on it, but it's not just based on nostalgia.
Ever. Really, the only episode he had a bigger role was SpongeGuard on duty. And after 6 seasons, it's about time you start using these tertiary characters a little bit more. I don't think I'm
Tertiary,
ever
good
gonna
word.
get the phrase living like Larry out of my head. And there's a few good jokes, like SpongeBob riding on the mechanical seahorse. The stunts themselves are alright. I wouldn't say they're fantastically animated. I wouldn't say there's some amazing action going on here, but they look pretty cool, especially Larry's at the beginning. But this plot isn't great. Most of the episode is just SpongeBob or Patrick doing stunts without much of a narrative to go along with it. Also, this episode is very similar to Pre-Hibernation Week. At least in that episode, there was more of a narrative of SpongeBob trying to escape Sandy than this one, which is just they see Larry do a cool stunt, Patrick does stunts, drags SpongeBob along, and then SpongeBob does a stunt and drags Patrick along. That's the entirety of the plot. It's a meh episode. I guess I'd be more forgiving if the episode was a little bit more funny, or if the stunts were a little bit more epic and bigger and used more animation, but as it stands, there's nothing very impressive about this episode. Episode 1
That review was okay. I don't think it was anything crazy. Yeah, I remember Living Like Larry. I don't remember anything else about it. So, yeah. A tier? B, C tier? I will bump it up to a B. We'll bump it up to a B. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Not every review needs a careful analysis. I know. How could you smack a meh in Living Like Larry? Because that's like the only thing worthwhile, right? In that episode. But it is kind of funny that, like, for a while, that was the big SpongeBob meme post season 3. Like, I think it predates the chicken sarcasm season 9 meme. But for a long while, there was like nothing really picked up as a meme in those middle seasons. Oh no, not sun bleached. Oh, I have a feeling this review's not gonna do well. All right.
6B, sun bleached. SpongeBob accidentally spends too much time in a tanning bed and gets sun bleached. Oh boy, this episode. So my favorite part
Oh boy,
is
this review.
character designs. I like the design of Craig Mamelton, I like how Patrick looks when he's tanned, and I even like the design for SpongeBob once he's been sun bleached. Or, I guess technically tanning bed bleached. Overall, this episode is pretty forgettable and bland. There's very few jokes, and even fewer that are actually funny, and the plot itself is pretty weak. As if that weren't bad enough on its own, there's a lot of unfortunate implications that come with this episode. This episode is very pro-tanning, especially in tanning beds. SpongeBob and Patrick are mocked for using sunscreen and are told that they have to get tan to get into this party. And
Actually, I guess that's fair. You know, honestly, like, skin cancer is very serious and very awful, and anything that kind of encourages people to not use sunscreen and to use these horrible tanning beds, like, in fairness, I stand by that point.
decide to make a tanning bed out of Patrick's home to get tan. First of all, no kid should worry about getting tan, period. That's stupid. Second of all, tanning
That's
beds are
stupid. You stupid kid. How dare you?
Don't be tan.
Really bad for you. They are cancer machines. In this episode, SpongeBob gets sun bleached when he stays in the tanning bed for too long, but in real life, you'll get cancer. The episode tries
You'll get cancer and then die. Oh, I'm so dramatic.
to say that it's anti-tanning in the very last few seconds, but that message is not very clear. I don't think the writers were intending to do anything with this, but it does give off a very unfortunate vibe. And that's not where it ends either. When you look at this episode, it's basically characters judging other characters based on their skin tone. And not just their skin tone, but how brown versus how white they are. It definitely brings to mind images of racism. Again, I don't think that's what the writers were going for, but I can't not see it. However, I'm not going to take that into account when giving the rating for
You
this.
can tell I made an edit there. I'm like, you know what? Let's not.
So, SpongeBob and Patrick promoting tanning, on the other hand, is something that will affect it because it's really key to this episode and something I just can't get over. But even aside from those unfortunate implications, there's problems with the episode. Like the fact that they decide to do a Family Guy-style cutaway gag with an old man drinking soda. And I'm not talking about a split-second live-action scene like they usually do. No, this goes on and is very in your face. I'm sure some people find this funny, but I just don't. Also, Patrick's kind of annoying in this episode, especially in how they set up SpongeBob going into the tanning bed. You know something's gonna happen and Patrick's not gonna get SpongeBob out. It's incredibly predictable what's about to happen. They spend too much time setting it up. I think the episode is a
ScumbBob.
episode.
Please don't get any of
Also,
your
in this
political
episode,
political
Squidward
takes from
believes
me.
in ghosts again. This show cannot make up its mind. 107.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Pran. ScumbBob review. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that D tier or ScumbBob? The only reason I'm willing to give it a D tier is just because even past me had enough good sense to be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't talk about this. So yeah, I regret this season. Or I regret this season. I regret this review. I don't know. I talk a long time about things that aren't core to the episode, and I wish I had talked a little bit more about the actual episode. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember how the skin cancer thing is. The skin cancer thing. I don't remember how the tanning booth is portrayed as much. I mean, people are right. SpongeBob and Patrick are not really role models. So yeah, I think I'll throw it at a D. Like I don't know that I was saying that that this episode was racist, but just that, like, I mean, it's an episode about skin tone. But you know, understandably, tanning is different from actual race. But yeah. Thank you, Crash. Love the constant Family Guy shade in this review. Oh yeah, that's true. I did mention Family Guy again. Is that what's gonna be on the thumbnail? am I gonna add Peter Griffin on this thumbnail? Okay.
A. Giant Squidward. SpongeBob and Patrick turn Squidward into a giant. This thing is like rehash the episode. SpongeBob and Patrick are doing good deeds that end up hurting Squidward, like in Good Neighbors. Squidward has to help the townspeople of Bikini Bottom because they feel he owes it to them, just like in The Sponge Who Could Fly. Characters' sizes are changed, and Patrick even thinks of turning a device upside down to make it reverse its effects, just like in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4. I like the part where Squidward and Gary are talking for a second. It seems like they're having a conversation about how annoying SpongeBob and Patrick are. But everything else in this episode is just annoying. Everything is so one-sided against Squidward. From the
The
beginning,
Peter
when-
Griffin skin color meme, but it's the tanning sheet from the episode. Oh man, that would be a good Photoshop. That's tempting. Pie Guy, I have to say the season 7 video is excellent after just rewatching it. Oh, that's good to hear.
Patrick eats his kelp garden for no reason, to the fact that SpongeBob and Patrick make him a giant and actively
These episode
portray him as a
comparisons feel
monster,
nitpicky.
to the
That's fair. I've come to learn something about myself in the past few years, is just that my brain makes connections that other people don't. I don't know why. It's just the way I am. And so, yeah, I don't know. I understand that comparing this to other episodes, maybe it didn't make you think about that at all, and that's totally fine. But just the way my brain works is that if I see too many like reused elements from other episodes. It just makes the episode feel more generic. Thank you, Pran. The big money joke was funny, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Infini. The whole promoting tanning beds thing worked for me because the characters advocating it were portrayed as shallow and not to be followed. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay.
Bikini Bottomites all hating him for incredibly stupid reasons. Squidward doesn't get any sort of payback to SpongeBob and Patrick or the Bikini Bottomites or anyone. It's so one-sided that it's not funny. If Squidward had been acting like a monster before he was turned into a giant, then maybe it would be funny to have everyone just assume he is a monster. But all he's doing is trying to garden. And let's talk about how SpongeBob and Patrick act in the episode. Only in the last minute or so do they actually realize they've ruined Squidward's life. The rest of the time they're running around, giggling, acting all happy. It's annoying to see our characters so blind to something horrible that they've done. And in episodes like these, SpongeBob and Patrick are pretty much indistinguishable from each other. It's like they're one two-headed idiot. The only difference is that Patrick is slightly stupider and the show likes to put a little bit more of the blame on him for the horrible actions done. How lame is it that you have a garden spray be the thing that activates the magic in the episode? This wasn't a case of mundane made awesome like the pencil and
TV Tropes reference.
This just kind of seems like lazy writing.
I don't like
Inconsistent too, because in the beginning, the kelp grow doesn't actually grow the kelp. It just makes it more healthy. The plot is so weak as well. Hardly anything happens. SpongeBob and Patrick,
I don't know.
I mean, Squidward, townspeople get mad.
Am I alone in feeling like for the more magical elements on SpongeBob, I kind of want a better explanation than just like, I don't know, he got hit with a snail shot, so now he's a snail, or he got sprayed with kelp grow, so now he's big, or something. Like, Merman spell makes sense to me to shrink someone. Like, okay, that's a sci-fi element. There's a fantasy element. I just want like a little bit better explanation. But I mean, I don't know. It is still SpongeBob, so like it's not like it super matters. But I just feel like a little better justification kind of works. I think that's valid. Neptune's Trident. Yeah, that's another good way to do it. But yeah.
At him, Squidward's sad because his life is ruined. That's pretty much the entirety of the episode. You could get away with plots that simple if the thing is going to be funny, but this isn't funny. It's clearly a
SpongeBob
episode. Episode 1.
Yeah, I think this is probably another D tier review. I don't remember the episode. I can't say if like I'm being too harsh on it or whatever, but it does feel a little bit nitpicky, the whole review. So, but yeah. And I mean, I also acknowledge that there is a very fine line between like something being a callback versus something being like just a reused idea or joke. It's tricky because it's like sometimes it can be cool to reference things that happened in previous seasons. Like, oh, there's a little bit of continuity. Like that's a little wink to the audience. But then at the same time, it's like, well, you could have put a joke there, and instead of a joke, you just kind of like citationed off to another episode. It's tricky. Sometimes it's good, I think, and can feel satisfying, and other times it just feels lazy. It's tough. Here's a trivia about No Nose Nose. A kid from the Make-A-Wish Foundation voiced the blue fish in that episode. That's really cool, and that would have been a better fun fact than whatever I put.
7B, No Nose Nose. Patrick gets a nose. In general, I like this episode. It's not the funniest, but I think it's a very solid plot with a few good gags to back it up. Like how Patrick's plastic surgeon has taken the hypocritical oath, or how Patrick gets a rocket launcher just out of nowhere. What I like about the story is that although Patrick is acting like a jerk, the show knows it. Mr. Krabs even states that he is turning into a jerk. Patrick's actions are not treated as in the right, they are treated as in the wrong. And the characters are actively fighting against it. This is in sharp contrast to a lot of other episodes where Patrick acts like a jerk and then no one calls him on it. Patrick's jerkiness in this episode makes him the antagonist. And it's a fun change. Even if this episode doesn't make a lot of sense in the greater scheme of SpongeBob, like how there have been episodes where Patrick has been able to pick his nose, or a hole that appears where his nose would be, but I can accept it because I think it's an all-around enjoyable episode. Far from the best, far from the most interesting or the most funny, but I think it's a good watch from start to finish and very easily rewatchable. Episode
I don't remember this one too much. How did that review do? Maybe like a B? I'm kind of feeling a B. This doesn't make me want to go like, oh man, I better go rewatch this episode. But then again, I also say it's not the best, so Thank you for the super chat, Pokemon Maniac. I do remember you. Hi, Pie Guy. I'm an old fan. I've been watching since the 2013 era. Wow, that's an old era. I actually learned you were back from Mr. Enter's server. Your SpongeBob videos and Bottom of the Bakery vids got me through many a boring work shift. Well, yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. B tier, C tier, B, A tier. Yeah, I think I'm happy with a B tier on that.
Episode 108A, Patty Caper. When the secret ingredient to the Krabby Patty formula goes missing, SpongeBob must catch the culprit. Much like Spy Buddies, this episode is kind of a genre parody. Everything's set up like a typical mystery, with suspects and theories on how they could do it. And I think it's actually executed pretty well, up until the last part of it. I especially like all of SpongeBob's stories on how he thinks people could have done it. I think they're quite imaginative and interesting, much like in Blackened Sponge. But it all just falls apart in the ending. First of all, yes, I believe that Mr. Krabs would steal the secret ingredient. That's in line with his character. That all works out fine and good. But the fact that he's so harsh on SpongeBob when he knows he's setting him up to fail is that of a complete monster. Is there any particular reason he has to tell SpongeBob that he'll be fired if he doesn't get the secret ingredient back safely? What's the point if he knows SpongeBob isn't going to be able to do it? And again, at the ending, why would he call the police on SpongeBob? Why would he frame SpongeBob? Why wouldn't he just say, oh?
To me, okay, so whether or not these criticisms are valid, I think, hinges on what this episode is going for. You guys tell me, because I don't remember. Is this trying to be more of a story-focused episode, or is this still just another, like, very comedy-oriented episode? If it's super comedy-oriented, then I think my story comments are maybe a little much, you know, if it's just meant to be kind of a silly farce. But if it is trying to tell a little bit of, like, an actual story here, I think these are maybe more spot on. Thank you for the super chat. DDD. I actually remembered back in 2013 or 2014, your season 1 review being a YouTube ad back at the time where they had no limits on YouTube ad links and they could be up to an hour long. That is so funny. I've heard other people say that, and I don't remember if that was my doing. I did not pay for any ads. Let me put it that way. It's not like I've ran an ad campaign, but there might have been something on YouTube that was like, you know, select a video to be used to advertise your channel or something like that. Like, you know, when YouTube wants to advertise me. And I'm probably selected that season 1 video. That's so funny. Oh gosh. It's kind of both. It's neither. The Patty Caper has the best mystery story in SpongeBob. It's a mix of both. Okay. That doesn't help me. I think I might let you guys review this review.
Oh well, maybe it just got lost and it'll turn up at some point. And then the fact that at the end he's just literally holding the bottle? If it was funny, maybe I could accept it as a plot point, but it's not funny, it's just really stupid. In an episode that has mostly been filled with story and not many jokes, to have a major plot point be what is actively a very lame gag of Mr. Krabs revealing himself is a big letdown. Overall, I give it a meh. Because there's a lot of enjoyable parts to this episode, like how Plankton has figured out every ingredient but the secret ingredient and has been methodically, alphabetically trying out ingredients to try and figure out the secret one. That's clever and cool to see. But that ending...
That could have been a whole episode, honestly. That sounds like a cool idea. Just like the missing ingredient. Maybe have SpongeBob, like... Mr. Krabs is like, you know, he sees that Plankton is trying all these different ingredients and sends SpongeBob over there to try to distract him. And Plankton tries to discern from SpongeBob's comments, like, if he's slipping any information. Meanwhile, he's trying all sorts of, like, different ingredients.
Man, it's just so stupid. Oh, and one more thing. During the beginning, when Mr. Krabs' siren goes off, when everything's flashing red, the background fish that are in the restaurant turn semi-transparent for a few frames. I have no idea how this could have possibly happened, and although it's very small, it seems very off. 108B.
Alright, what'd you guys think of that review? I honestly have no idea. I will go completely... Oh, wait, hang on. Can I do a poll? Wait a minute. Let's do it. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna add a poll real quick. Let's see. S-A-B... Well, here, let me... it's not an S-tier review. I don't think so. So we'll do...
A, B, C, or D. I don't think it's an S or a SpongeBob. I don't know how this works. Don't ask me. Select your option now. I should probably do a little more research into how these live streams actually work. I turned on like stickers or something, and I was kind of curious how that would work, and it seems like it just doesn't. Or I might have to set something up for that. So we'll give this a minute and let you guys get your votes in. The poll thing is awesome. All right, cool. We'll do more polls. I feel it didn't touch on the ending where Mr. Krabs gets made to watch Krabby Patties be given away for free. Another thing you forgot to mention in this episode is there's another episode where Squidward yells, "Get out of my house." Let's see, is it possible I may do a review of Just Ink Limited in the future? Nope. Full season reviews. That's all I'm doing. All right. I guess I can end this whenever I want. We're at 113 votes. There's 296 people here. So we'll see if we can get to maybe 120 votes. Oh, people are unvoting. All right, 121. Let's end the poll. We got a B tier. Sounds good. Hooray! B tier review. Boom. You know, because for some of these reviews, in order to really like judge them, I need to know how the actual episode is.
Plankton's regular. Plankton gets a customer to the envy of Mr. Krabs. My favorite part was Mr. Krabs trying to steal Plankton's formula. I think that is a very nice role reversal, and I wish that were what this episode was about. I thought by far the most interesting thing here would be Mr. Krabs having to try and make Chum to compete with Plankton. The stuff with SpongeBob trying to get Nat to eat a Krabby Patty is really just kind of more awkward than funny. And I usually like those kind of setups where a character has to try and convince another character of something through repeated schemes. However, the story of Plankton getting a regular customer and throwing it in Krabs' face is not really a bad one. Parts of this are very enjoyable, and I even like how the ending is foreshadowed with Nat saying that the Krusty Krab's chum is the second most disgusting thing he's ever eaten, and the fact that he lives in a trailer, implying that he's not very wealthy. As far as the ending goes, I'm a little bit split down the middle on this. On the one hand, I think it kind of makes sense that Karen would be doing this, and I feel like the episode needed some sort of twist at the end, but on the other hand, I really don't think it would have been the worst thing in the world to have Plankton have actually earned something for once. After seeing how happy he was just having one customer, it does feel a little bit cheap to have that yanked away from him. And the way Nat is unceremoniously carried off is kind of uncomfortable. You really gotta wonder what kind of life Nat leads when he says he doesn't have any friends and he's willing to poison himself for money. This episode is very meh. It doesn't really have that many jokes, and the plot itself is alright, but not particularly strong. At the very least, though, it certainly holds my attention and doesn't get boring. Episode 109A.
Oh boy. Oh boy, you can tell from my tone something's about to happen there. But, okay. Do I find Mr. Krabs unlikable in this episode? I don't really remember his inclusion, to be honest. I'm kind of surprised you didn't mention the skin-ripping gags in this episode. They're pretty gross, even for this show's standards. All right, guys, don't get distracted with boating buddies. Okay, we've got this episode review to review. So I think maybe a C. It's just kind of a straight down the line, okay review. All right, do I remember this episode, boating buddies? So, I remember it's an episode, Squidward and SpongeBob are both in boating school, and SpongeBob's, like, annoying Squidward, but I don't really remember, like, what the actual hook of the episode is, other than just that, like, SpongeBob is annoying. I think that's about what I remember. It's the Big Lift Alligator Moment review? Oh, no, do I reference the Nostalgia Critic? Oh, boy.
Boating buddies. Squidward must attend boating school with SpongeBob. My favorite part of this is the brief interaction between Squidward and Mrs. Puff, and that's about it. That's about the only positive I can say about this episode. The premise of putting Squidward in boating school with SpongeBob has a lot of potential. I mean, aside from boat smarts, this is pretty much the only time Squidward's interacted with Mrs. Puff. But this episode makes SpongeBob be really just beyond creepy. The way he looks at Squidward, the way he puts his fingers on Squidward, it's unsettling. There's been a lot of times in the show when SpongeBob obsesses over Squidward. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. But this just goes beyond everything before it. This is just really horrifying and character damaging. I just can't believe how creeped out I am at SpongeBob in this episode. It's one thing to have an episode that's not funny, but to have an episode that just really goes against what your main character is about and just makes him very dislikable, that's pretty bad. Oh, and the episode has very little substance in it as well. There's one scene where Squidward just draws on the chalkboard and restates what happened in the very beginning of the episode. And there's another extended scene where SpongeBob, Squidward, and Mrs. Puff are in a car that goes out of control, and they wind up in some kind of science lab where they get shrunk and almost eaten, and they wind up down the drain. It just goes on, and it has nothing to do with anything. And it's not mentioned again. It's definitely a big-lipped alligator moment.
Oh, God.
But more
Oh, dear, the cringe. Okay, all right.
than that, this episode is a
SpongeBob
episode.
You can tell I was deep into TV tropes at this time.
Episode 109B.
All right. Other than the big alligator moment, oh dear, which technically, Nostalgia Critic got referenced in SpongeBob, so full circle. D tier, how dare you? I'm gonna give this an A tier review. I think this was really good, to be honest. The big-lipped alligator moment aside, I don't know. I have no idea what that was about. Why I said that, but no, I think I kind of nailed it. SpongeBob is just over the line here in a way that's not enjoyable. You can tell, by the way, on this next one, you can tell it's going to be a SpongeBob because of the way that this picture is formatted here. Like, there's space for something to happen there. No, I like that review. I mean, you know what? If nothing else, the big-lipped alligator moment is certainly random. It's certainly something for that review.
Krabby Chronicle.
Big-lipped alligator is a lie. The big-lipped alligator actually did come back at the end of the movie. Yeah, probably. I've never seen that movie. The thing that annoys me is that, if I'm remembering correctly, when they coined it in that Nostalgia Critic, Nostalgia Chick crossover, the idea behind a big-lipped alligator moment is not that it's just like something weird that happens. Like, the idea is that it's something that happens and it's just not relevant to anything. It's just like a very random moment. And it bugs me that I think like even the TV tropes page has it more be like when something just really weird happens. But sometimes something really weird happening is related to what's going on in the episode. I'm splitting hairs here.
When Mr. Krabs starts a newspaper, SpongeBob is forced to print lies. My favorite part is the joke about how Chum is people, because in real life, Chum is actually ground up fish. Unfortunately, that seems to be one of the very, very few jokes in the episode. This is one of those episodes I would chalk up to being too soap opera-y. And what I mean by that is that this episode takes itself way too seriously. There's a part where Plankton is kicked out of his restaurant, and he's like, "Why did this happen to me? Who could have done this?" And it's played completely straight. There's not any sort of comedic touch to any of SpongeBob's reporting. It's all just a very straightforward morality tale about spreading lies. And it's so predictable. Of course Mr. Krabs is gonna make SpongeBob print lies. Of course the lies are actually hurting people. Of course SpongeBob's last story is going to be about Mr. Krabs. Duh. Every little step of this is painfully obvious as to what's going to come next. And a large bulk of it is just SpongeBob reporting on people, which I'd be fine with if they made it funny, but they didn't. I just can't get any enjoyment value at all out of this episode. And that's not even getting into the weird ending where Mr. Krabs suddenly starts counterfeiting money. Like, I don't get it. They make Mr. Krabs awful the entire episode, he gets his comeuppance, but no, he definitely has to be happy in the end. And for an episode so keen about dropping morals of telling lies, it doesn't seem to mention anything about how counterfeiting is wrong. I have to give it a
Scumbag.
And not only is it predictable and not funny, I just don't buy into the drama. Yeah, okay, Mrs. Puff had her boating school closed down, but who cares? It'll be back in the next episode no matter what. The end of the episode doesn't even really resolve anything. It says that Mr. Krabs is printing lies, but the nature of lies is that they tend to stick even once the truth has come out. So I just can't get invested in the story, even if it wasn't predictable.
I think Past Pie Guy kind of missed the whole thing being played straight was part of the joke. Honestly, probably. Even the way I describe it, I'm like, maybe that is funny. Maybe it's funny just how straight they play it, you know? But then again, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. So, like, yeah. There is an Ed, Ed, Eddie episode that's got a similar story. Yeah. I don't know where to put this one. Maybe a C. I didn't think it was a great review, but it wasn't terrible. Let's just dump it in the C tier. C tier's pretty stuffed right now. D tier's also pretty stuffed. I'm glad so far we've done pretty well with these reviews. I'm pretty happy with them.
Episode 110A, The Slumber Party. Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob to spy on Pearl's sleepover. I'm sorry, guys. This is the first episode all season that I think has actually been really funny. Sure.
Boating Buddy's worse than Spongehead. Thank you, Pran. Honestly, yeah, I think so.
I've liked episodes before this, but I think this one is the first one that has enough comedy that it could actually rival most of the episodes pre-movie. There's a lot of good jokes here. And I think what particularly makes it work is how SpongeBob is snarky in the face of Mr. Krabs treating him horribly. He doesn't just sit there and take it like he does in a lot of episodes. He still does what Mr. Krabs says, but he's making these comments all along the way. And a big part of the comedy in this episode is the irony. Mr. Krabs comes and wrecks SpongeBob's house when he says that that's what teenage boys do. Mr. Krabs says there's no boys allowed at Pearl's slumber party while he's constantly trying to smuggle a boy in. Said boy, SpongeBob, ends up destroying the house. Krabs may not be born with an innate sense of irony, but I sure am. Another thing that I really like about this episode is that it's one of those cartoon character has to do wacky schemes to try and get in somewhere plots. Much like in No Weenies Allowed. Heck, they even pulled pretty much the same gag in this episode as in that one with SpongeBob's doppelganger. I like these kind of plots, and I think they fit particularly well for a gag-based show like SpongeBob. Every single one of his attempts has something funny to it, and I won't spoil the punchline of any of these. I think this is my favorite of Pearl's appearances in seasons 1 through 6. I think that this is the episode where she's been best used, even better than in Bossy Boots. I think she acts like a teenage girl, and the dichotomy between her and Mr. Krabs' struggle comes from a very real place. And Mr. Krabs isn't really a jerk for not trusting his teenage daughter. That's something that any dad would hesitate to do. The fact that he's a cheapskate hardly even comes into play. He's just overprotective of his stuff. And of course, in the end, Krabs gets his just desserts. It's not just a good episode, it's a great episode. And that's not even getting into some minor things like how Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob if he knows anything at all about girls. Spoiler alert, he really doesn't. Also, the episode starts with Pearl screeching, "Unacceptable!" Oh, hilarious in hindsight, indeed.
Hey! My love of Adventure Time has been a long-standing thing on this channel. But yeah, no, S tier review, honestly. I don't know what you guys think, but I thought that was really good. I think I do a good job of explaining why I like it and how refreshing it is that there's a good episode. I also like that I don't even spoil what makes it so good. And I like that I kind of say what I say about Pearl because it's true. And it's interesting. I don't remember a ton about that episode, but I do remember really, really liking it. This was my favorite episode in season 6. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I believe it based upon how I review it. So, yeah, nice. It's just like a drop of greatness in a sea of mediocrity. Not even mediocrity, a sea of awful to mediocrity.
Episode 110B, Grooming Gary. SpongeBob primps Gary for a pet show he doesn't want to be a part of. So this episode is...
Not enough analysis of Girly Teen Girl. I don't remember what the deal is with that, but everyone's referencing it, so it must be a funny thing in the episode.
pretty much just the Great Snail Race, but instead of SpongeBob training Gary for a race, it's SpongeBob foofing Gary up for a pet show.
Foofing?
Same thing where Gary tries to tell SpongeBob he doesn't want to be a part of it, but SpongeBob keeps pushing him and making him do what SpongeBob wants to do until things come to a head and SpongeBob realizes his mistake. It's pretty much the same plot. But I will say this episode does it better, so I can't be too mad at that. It's better in the sense that it makes SpongeBob look less like a jerk here. He's not torturing Gary, he's just trying to make him look more presentable, and of course he's going a little bit too far with it, but he comes off here as a lot more ignorant than just plain old selfish. This episode does have problems, though. The main one just being that it's dull. It's just not that interesting. In addition to being a plot we've already kind of seen before, there's not many jokes, there's not many twists or turns, and the whole pet show thing has been done on a lot of other shows. I kind of like Gary's speech, but only kind of. Unfortunately, this episode is just boring enough that I have to give it a... It's definitely on the cusp of being a meh episode, but it's just so boring. Episode 111.
Whoa, oh my gosh, 111. Jeez. What do you guys think? How was that review? I'm not sure. It's could have been more thorough. Yeah, it's always tough with these reviews that are like of more middle of the road episodes. Obviously, I gave it a SpongeBob, but it was close to a mess. So it's like you don't want my review to be like this was the worst thing ever, but at the same time, it needs to sound harsh enough to be a SpongeBob. So, B tier, C tier, I'll give it a C tier. I think C tier is fine for that. All right. I hit the nail on the head, actually. Oh, nice. Okay.
SpongeBob SquarePants versus the big one. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward must surf their way home after getting stranded. And this episode actually has two subplots, where Mr. Krabs is trapped above Davy Jones' locker in a confrontation with the Flying Dutchman, and Sandy is trapped on a desert island left to fend for herself. There's a lot of things I like about this special. I like the...
right off the bat, I do just want to say I should have put like a line of sand in like the bottom third of the screen so that it looks like the surfboards are actually sticking in sand instead of just ovals that are flat at the bottom.
It definitely achieves the surfer dude vibe. I really like the Davy Jones joke. I think it's just absolutely fantastic, and I love how he is just hamming it up and having the time of his life on screen. That's what really sells the joke. And I like that there is indeed subplots in this episode to balance out the runtime of the main story. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. This episode has a lot of dull moments. It's not very funny, and although the plot can be awesome at times, at other times it just kinda doesn't do much. Which really stinks, because I think the animation is great, I think the setup is awesome, but it just needed a little bit more of either comedy or story. Basically, I put it in the same camp as Have You Seen the Snail or The Sponge Who Could Fly. I feel like all three of these episodes have a lot of good things going for them, but just need a little bit more for me to fully enjoy them. I can tell that the people behind SpongeBob were really trying here because they came so close to telling a solid story, but sadly, even with the subplot, it just can't hold the running time. There's other issues too, like this episode implies that Squidward's never met Sandy and that Mr. Krabs has never met the Flying Dutchman. So apparently Scaredy Pants just isn't a thing anymore. Actually, if the Flying Dutchman doesn't know who Mr. Krabs is, how does he know that he dated his aunt in high school? Why am I even questioning this? Oh, and from the people that decided to have David Bowie star in a musical episode
not me having to redub David Bowie's last name because I couldn't pronounce it right the first time. Oh no!
He doesn't sing in, and had Alton Brown in an episode that has nothing to do with food, comes Johnny Depp playing a character that hardly gets any lines. Was he paid by the line or something? This really baffles me. You get a big name star like Johnny Depp and you have him say like one phrase over and over again, and then maybe...
It's kind of remarkable how many people I mentioned in these reviews that have been problematic, to say the least.
Like 10 other lines in the entire thing. I mean, come on, what a waste. It's a meh episode. I enjoy quite a bit of this, but unfortunately not the whole thing. At the end of the day, a lot of it is just SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward sitting around waiting for something to happen, and that doesn't make for compelling television. Episode 112A, Porous.
I think that review was fine. I'd be willing to even maybe give it an A. Or maybe a B. I don't know. It wasn't like an amazing analysis, but I think I explained it well enough that it almost gets there. And it is, I do remember feeling that way, that like there's something about the special that feels good, that feels right, but then like there's other parts of it that just feel like it drags, and it's like this, as an 11-minute idea, this would have been great. A tier? Alright, we'll do A tier. Boom. Okay. Porous pockets.
When SpongeBob suddenly becomes wealthy, he becomes a snob, or a sponge snob, if you will. So the thing I like most about this episode is the design of SpongeBob's new mansion. There's a very basic structural problem with this episode that just prevents it from being anything of quality immediately. First, the episode is spent with SpongeBob and Patrick and the sick clam. Then they go and try to play volleyball with the pearl they get, and end up talking to the appraisal guy, who for some reason gives them a lot of money for what they think is just a volleyball. He seemed like a pretty sleazy guy. I don't understand why he didn't just scam them out of the pearl for like $10. I'm sure they would have taken it. But anyway, then the episode is spent with SpongeBob and Patrick looking at stuff to buy. And it's not until the last 4 minutes-ish that we actually get to what is actually the main plot of the episode. Apparently the money goes to SpongeBob's head and he becomes a snob. So most of this episode is just about SpongeBob having money and spending money, which isn't much of a plot in and of itself, but then it just suddenly abruptly switches to, here's another plot about how a character has too much money or power and abuses it and then loses it. That plot in and of itself is something we've seen before on the show in episodes like Rule of Dumb, but the fact that that plot only has a few minutes to unfold severely cripples any chance it had at being good. There's one scene where SpongeBob is giving people free money because he has too much of it. The next time we see him, he's gone full-on snob transformation, where he's just a complete jerk to Patrick. And needless to say, in this mess of a plot, there isn't really much time or effort put into any sort of jokes. It's a SpongeBob episode. It's badly structured, cliche, and not funny in the slightest. Episode...
I thought that review was pretty good. I think I say things succinctly. And yeah, it is one of my pet peeves, I think, with SpongeBob and other shows too, is just that, like, you only have 11 minutes to fill. It's really not that much time. Like, starting the episode with an idea and then kind of, like, transitioning to another idea a few minutes in is fine. Going on, like, a slight tangent at one point, you know, for 30 seconds or something is also fine. But why, in such short run times, can these episodes not decide what they want the episode to be about? I feel like it should be one idea that it can evolve and change a little bit throughout the episode, but it's like, I feel like the best SpongeBob episodes are just one idea that they stick with, you know? SpongeBob and Patrick play pretend in a cardboard box and Squidward's upset. Squidward's never eaten a Krabby Patty before. SpongeBob is sick but doesn't want to go to the doctor. Like, these are concepts that are throughout the episodes, and it just needs... Oh, none of you are listening to anything that I'm saying because you all want me to get to Choir Boys, you punks. Nothing I'm saying is getting through to any of you. Oh, dear. Dear. Thank you for the super chat, Cam. Any plans on doing reviews for the modern seasons? No comment. Thank you, Levi. Hey, Levi, how you doing? Have you seen Plankton's MST3K commentary on DVD? I believe so. I vaguely remember that. Is that on the original, one of the original DVDs for first, second, or third season? Because I remember those do have a few commentaries. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. I love DDD. I just remembered a kid actually managed to save the life of one of his classmates who was choking by learning from the scene where Patrick does the Heimlich maneuver on the clam. That's amazing, if true. There's been a lot of those sorts of stories with, like, Hey Arnold or whatever, some random show. And if so, that's just, like, amazing. That's spectacular. All right, well, you know, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I think we're going to have to cut this in half. We're almost halfway through the video. I think this might be a good place to call it. So, thanks for joining me. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's do it.
112B, Choir Boys. SpongeBob follows Squidward to choir practice.
SpongeBob.
There we go.
I really hate this episode, guys. So much about this bothered me. Where do I even start with this one? I have an idea. How about we start with the stupid throat-clearing gag?
Man, I'm
this
mad.
gag happens a few times in this episode, and it basically amounts to that for like a minute. It is Family Guy levels of overly long gag.
Man, what do I have against Family Guy? I mean, I've never, I still don't really like Family Guy, but I don't know what it did to deserve so many references negatively in this review. Hey Nick, how you doing? Yeah, everyone in the chat's excited.
It's the type of thing where they expect it to go on so long that you actually find it funny, but you don't ever actually find it funny. It is one of the most obnoxious running gags. Like, if it happened once, it'd be annoying, but the fact that it happens 3 times is just infuriating. Oh, and if that weren't annoying enough for you, you get SpongeBob singing in a really obnoxious
Wait,
manner.
hang on.
There's other
Someone made a parody video of this review where it was edited heavily to make it look like I love this episode. That is amazing. I love that. That is fantastic.
obnoxious things too. Like Squidward's arm after he gets stung is really grotesquely pimpled, and there's a big pulsating vein over all of the pimples. Ugh. And there's some really weird implied symbolism that SpongeBob is some kind of sponge Jesus here. And another overly long gag where Squidward sprays that stupid breath spray thing in his mouth. And the overly long gags that permeate this thing isn't even the most frustrating part. Do you see that quote there? What a lucky break. Now I have a captive audience. SpongeBob says that after digging a hole intentionally to stop Squidward, who is on his bicycle, and then flies off into jellyfish fields where he is trapped by jellyfish. And SpongeBob says that freaking line. Do you know what that line means? That line means that SpongeBob is very much aware that the jellyfish have pinned down Squidward and are torturing him by stinging him, but he doesn't care. SpongeBob wants to sing his stupid song, and he doesn't care who gets hurt along the way. That line right there just totally
You guys weren't
ruins
kidding.
the shtick for me. At least in Good Neighbors, you could say, oh, well, yes, SpongeBob was harming Squidward, but at least he thought he was being a good neighbor. He was just being really ignorant. Here, they don't even have that excuse. They don't even bother. SpongeBob knows he's torturing Squidward, and he doesn't care. The entire thing with this episode is that SpongeBob wants to sing a song for Squidward, but Squidward doesn't want to hear it because SpongeBob's annoying, and because he's on his way to a choir practice. I don't think Squidward was even being overly mean here. I think Squid totally has a right to not want to listen to SpongeBob's annoying song. He deserves to have SpongeBob follow him around, get him pinned down and stung by jellyfish, and then have SpongeBob eventually take his spot in the men's choir, because he didn't want to sit and listen to his stalker sing a song. The way SpongeBob is just laying there at the beginning of this episode, and the way he just talks to Squidward and sees Squidward, he sets his sights on him, like, yeah, I'm gonna stalk you through the rest of this episode, I know it. Yeah, Patrick's out of town. I have nothing better to do. You better appease me, Squidward. This episode kind of plays out like a Looney Tunes cartoon, where a character is trying to do something, and the other character constantly foils him. If this had been Bugs Bunny torturing Yosemite Sam with his singing, that's funny. Mostly because Yosemite Sam wants to kill Bugs Bunny. Squidward just wants to get to choir practice. This type of plot just doesn't work if Squidward doesn't do something so horrible to deserve being stalked. Not that anyone deserves to be
this review's
stalked,
still
but
going.
you know what I mean. It's a cartoon. SpongeBob's character...
But it's pretty good, honestly. I'm stunned at how good this review is.
feels just utterly destroyed. He's not naive, he's not ignorant, he's not just a well-meaning idiot. He is just intentionally harming people to serve his own purposes. He's evil in this episode. And worse than that, he just feels like a writer's favorite at this point. It just feels like they write his character so that he is perfect and can do no harm, and has basically transformed into Sponge Jesus at this episode. Meanwhile, Squidward is apparently the devil who deserves to be tortured for every little move he makes. It's a horrible plot that really horribly destroys SpongeBob's character. It's not funny in the least, and is just anti-humor, and I have a burning hatred for this episode.
All right. Well, thank you for the super chat, Killer Zombie. I think the ×3 ScumBob might be my most iconic moment. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, honestly. It's definitely up there. Hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to see all the super chats and read them, make sure I read them. Thank you, Bailey. I think a factor in how memorable this review became was that I included footage of me recording it in my making of season 6 video. Yeah, I think I did. That's cool. Thank you, Pran. I liked when Squig sang badly in the choir. And thank you, my Steve. I hate this episode, but I love the face SpongeBob makes after he frees himself from the rope and the jellyfish carried him away. It's so funny to me. Is that his, like, weird angelic voice? And thank you, Jalented. The Choir Boys review is still my favorite. You know what? Fair enough. This is my favorite review so far, too. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Okay, cool. I got my setup back the way I had it before. Yeah, no, honestly. What a peak review. Bought a super chat for it. Thank you, What AG. Yeah, I think I really just kind of nailed it. I nailed it, and even though it was a long review, I was very succinct in what I was saying. I think I have the appropriate amount of frustration. Like, I've said this like last time, but there's a fine line between like sounding appropriately frustrated and angry with the review and then like sounding like an unhinged lunatic that's actually like mad at the people who made this. I'm not, but it's just, it is frustrating to see the characters get so misunderstood and the format of the show just get hammered down to like, well, there's a good guy and a bad guy, and the good guy is gonna chase down the bad guy, even though the bad guy hasn't done anything wrong. Like, it's just a cat and mouse, right? It's just one character's gonna chase the other relentlessly, and we don't care about what the motivation is. We don't care if it's justified. We don't care what the character's personality is. We just care like it's just a dumb cartoon. Like, it treats SpongeBob like it is just any other cartoon, and I hate that. This is a special show. Thank you, Pran. Has my stance on Choir Boys softened at all? I'm only going off of memory here, but no. No, I think this episode deserves it. So yeah. There we go. It should be on its own separate tier. I don't think so. I understand what you're saying, but I've limited S tier a lot, so it's fine that it goes there. Every single stream, people find it and are so happy that Pi is back. Aw. Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that review. Let's keep it moving here.
13A. Crusty.
Or do you guys want to talk about the Choir Boys review a little bit more? I know everyone's been hyped for this moment, so if anyone has any questions about the review or anything else they want to say, we can revel in it a little bit. I know it's been like a hyped moment for sure. Thank you for the super chat, Loon. I don't think I'll read that out loud, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. Oh goodness. Yeah. I don't know. This episode just broke me, and it's also like roughly halfway into the season, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'd had to watch so many bad episodes of SpongeBob, and then I come across this one that just feels like it just feels directly insulting. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. It was giving 2013, 2014 Mr. Enter.
I hope that's a compliment. I hope that's a compliment. Yeah, Choir Boys for a long time was like my least favorite episode. I think I said Spongehenge was back in the season 5 review, but after really thinking about it, it's like Choir Boys was. I don't know if it still is. There might have been some stuff later on that topped it, but Choir Boys is just it's just so bad. It's just so bad. All right, we'll move right along here. Let's move on.
SpongeBob's character, it's not funny in the least, and is just guys. And
but I do think starting with that triple Scumbob, like that was smart. I don't know. I really put my all into this review, this season review of reviews. I really tried to do everything I could, every little visual flourish and everything. Sometimes I forgot to put sound effects, and that stinks, but, you know, I gave it my all.
And I have a burning hatred for this episode. 113A. Krusty Crushers. Mr. Krabs tricks SpongeBob and Patrick into wrestling.
Oh, that's right. Truth or Square exists. I think the way I classified it was I do think Truth or Square is worse overall, but it's not really a SpongeBob episode. It's a TV movie, so.
Two tough guys. And of course, all the while, SpongeBob and Patrick think it's just pretend. So the first important thing to note here is that the My Leg gag is back. Finally, they actually brought it back, and in a context that makes a lot of sense.
Apparently I missed one.
Reg from No
season.
Weenies Allowed makes a cameo in the line waiting to fight the tough guys. But references aside, this entire episode is very simple. Nearly all of it takes place inside the ring. And the two tough guys barely even speak, and the jokes are pretty much just a bunch of physical gags about hurting SpongeBob and Patrick, even though they're not actually being hurt. But, as I've said, simplicity can work in the show's favor, and I definitely enjoy this episode. It's not particularly laugh-out-loud funny, but it is certainly entertainingly silly. Just all the wacky things that the wrestler dudes do to SpongeBob and Patrick is amusing, and they keep a nice variety to it. And of course, there's a decent amount of wrestling jokes, like the whole sleeper hold thing. Also, I have to give this episode major props for using foreshadowing as a joke. When you do that, you mislead the audience into thinking that Patrick using his butt workout machine was just a silly gag, when in reality, it is actually a major plot point that comes up again later on.
I do still really like that. I think that is the sign of a very smart writer that can throw something out there that you think is a joke and then have it actually come back and pay off in a meaningful way, story-wise.
The audience isn't expecting it to be a plot point, so it ends up being surprising when it comes back later. Even though I find it a little bit weird that Patrick's actually working out. The episode also avoids two major missteps. First of all, Mr. Krabs is particularly heartless here by having SpongeBob and Patrick go in this ring for him where he very well knows they could get severely hurt. But because the entire episode has SpongeBob and Patrick just giggling away, not getting hurt at all, and Mr. Krabs gets his comeuppance at the end, it's really not that bothersome. Yes, if you look at it, Mr. Krabs is being really horrible to SpongeBob and Patrick, and potentially putting their lives at risk, but the episode plays it in a very silly way, so you don't really think about it that much. And also, the episode pulls the SpongeBob and Patrick being super ignorant of the world around them shtick, which can get on my nerves very easily, but in this episode, it really just doesn't bother me at all. And I think it's just because of how over-the-top violent and crazy the wrestler guys are, compared to the really innocent, silly, and childish behavior of SpongeBob and Patrick. And because, for whatever reason, they're not actually getting hurt, it's kind of understandable why they'd still believe it's just play fighting. SpongeBob's ability to take a hit comes back from the bully, I guess, and Patrick is just tough enough and stupid enough not to feel pain, maybe? Or maybe it's just the magic of SpongeBob and Patrick. Either way, this is a good episode. 113.
What you gonna do when the Scumbob mania runs wild over ya, brother? Thank you for the super chat. It's Wee Mario. And thank you for the super chat, Maya. Crap, I missed the best review of the season. I remember watching your videos as background noise. It's great to see you back. Well, thank you. Hey, we still got Truth or Square coming up. I'm sure I did something interesting for that, I hope. Yeah, I don't really remember this episode either, but I guess I liked it. A tier? This review nailed it? Okay, A tier, B tier. All right, yeah, you know what? I'm cool putting it in A tier. I think it's fine. I think I adequately described that it's not like one of the best episodes, but it's a solid one. The card.
Oh boy.
B. The card. Patrick's mistreatment of a trading card drives SpongeBob mad. This episode is about trading cards, particularly how some collectors can be really fanatical about having things in mint condition. But this episode is a complete train wreck. Let's start with the trading card aspect. Do they do anything to show that anyone on the writing staff ever actually played, collected, or traded with baseball cards, Pokemon cards, or anything similar to it? Nope. And yet, this episode is about making fun of people who love cards and don't.
It's come back full circle because now not everyone who's interested in trading cards, but like I absolutely roast those weirdos that the finance bros that are into trading cards because they're like $3,000 and I could put it in a slab and sell it on the internet. Like those people are lame.
Don't want to see them get ruined. I don't have a problem with shows making fun of any of my hobbies or tendencies, but in this example, it feels like they're laughing at collectors rather than laughing with them.
And you should laugh at collectors, Pie Guy, because they ruin the actual games.
They don't throw in any bonus jokes for us to get. It's more like, see how these people who collect trading cards are? See how insane and fanatical they are? Let's laugh at them. I'm not a
Man, past me, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. But I mean, again, it's a difference between like you're not wrong for liking trading cards. But I mean, at the same time, if I'm remembering the episode correctly, the shtick is that like Patrick opens a really expensive card, and it's really valuable, and SpongeBob wants to protect it, and Patrick just doesn't care. Yeah. So, like, I think... Yeah, I don't know. If this is making fun of... I honestly, I don't know. I think I'm not claiming this is a good episode, okay? But making fun of people who treat pieces of cardboard like they are super important things and you know, ruining games for children by making them money objects, like, screw all of that. That's totally fine to criticize.
offended by this, but I do find it frustrating. Trading cards provide a wealth of humor. There's a lot of silly things about them and the people that collect them. But instead, they decide to make one specific joke. Which
that is a fair point, though, that there are a lot of angles to tackle in collectible cards or trading cards or card games or whatever. There's a lot of different angles and jokes that they could come up with, but they just kind of stick to the one idea of Patrick just ruins this thing over and over again.
brings me to the humor. It is repetitive. The only joke you get to see in this episode is that Patrick uses the trading card for stupid purposes, and then SpongeBob gets really upset about it. Well, almost every joke. For whatever reason, they decide to begin this episode with SpongeBob withdrawing money at the bank to buy these
They
trade.
make fun of scalpers at the beginning, but the rest of the episode is Patrick being a jerk. I think if I'm gonna rewrite this episode that I don't even remember very well, I think if this was Mr. Krabs, right? If you went the angle that Mr. Krabs was trying to, wanted into this trading card thing because he just wants to sell them and make a bunch of money, and somehow, he pities Patrick and gives him one pack, right? Mr. Krabs buys hundreds of packs to go and resell or something, and Patrick's like, I want one, and Mr. Krabs is like, all right, you can have this one, whatever. And then, of course, Patrick opens the super rare, expensive card, and then Mr. Krabs is like on his case like a creeper. I don't know why I said it like that. But Mr. Krabs, spent the rest of the episode hounding Patrick, even though he just likes the card. Like, he's like, it's pretty, that's why I want it. I think that would be a much better episode, but thank you for the super chat, Infinity. Patrick got the polychrome legendary pull.
cards. It feels completely out of place and has very little to do with the rest of the episode. We don't need to know where SpongeBob got the money from. And the jokes there aren't funny either. And then there's Patrick, who is completely oblivious to his friend's pain for most of the episode. His behavior would be annoying no matter what, but the fact that they throw in that quote over there that implies that Patrick is doing these horrible things on purpose just makes it even worse. Oh, and
Isn't that the plot of One Crab's Trash, basically? All right, DDD, you caught me. That is One Crab's Trash. That's completely fair. That's fair. Mr. Krabs would also buy a lot of packs. Oh, boy. Thank you, Ethan. And thank you, Dorothy. Have I heard of Crapopolis, a Fox animated series? I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
Another irritating thing about this episode is the fact that there is a very easy solution to SpongeBob's problem. They're called trading cards. SpongeBob has a mountain of them. Patrick only wants the card. He doesn't care what's on it. SpongeBob, trade with Patrick. Give him a useless card. That's all he wants. I know it would defeat the purpose of the episode, but the writers should not have made a story where there's such a simple solution that none of the characters ever think of. Needless to say, it's a SpongeBob episode from all sides. The episode does end with SpongeBob getting the card. In fact, quite a few copies of the card. But no, it doesn't make up for this episode's lack of comedy, terrible plot, total misunderstanding about anything related to trading cards, and just all-around frustration. If you want to see an actually good episode about
am I gonna mention Card Wars from Adventure Time?
trading cards, watch Adventure Time's Card Wars. That episode makes fun of trading cards, but also celebrates them and makes a lot of jokes that people who are actually in that fandom would understand. Also,
Pie Guy encouraging predatory trading. No, I did not encourage predatory trading with Patrick. If Patrick literally did only care about a piece of cardboard, then it's fine. He doesn't care about the value of the card, so it's okay to trade.
so it manages to pull off having a character act really jerky much better than in this episode. 114.
All right. I think this review is maybe like a C tier. I go on way too much of a tangent about trading cards and my own personal interests with them and all that stuff. I don't need to bring up Adventure Time all the time. It's I don't know. It's a little yeah. I'm just flat out wrong because certain people do deserve to be mocked relentlessly for the way they treat trading cards. Thank you for the super chat, Loon. About the quote, didn't Patrick say something similar and I had an accident when he said he didn't want to, or he didn't have to be stupid somewhere else until 4? Look, that's the I put that as down as the quote, but I don't believe I was ever like a stickler on that specific line. That was a different SpongeBob reviewer. That's not my jam. I know some people were really, really uptight about that specific line. I don't think I mentioned it in the review. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just didn't hear it. I was distracted with chat. But I don't know. I'm not defending that line, but I also just don't see it as extreme as other people.
Dear Vikings, SpongeBob and Squidward get shanghaied by Vikings. So apparently, SpongeBob doesn't know what a Viking is. The guy who celebrates Leif Erikson Day doesn't know what a Viking is. The guy who wears a Viking hat in his own opening theme doesn't know what a Viking is. It's not even like him not knowing what a Viking is really that crucial to the story. I don't understand why it's even... what? Anyway, speaking of story, this episode's is really lame. Okay, so Vikings kidnap SpongeBob and Squidward, and then they just kinda talk on the boat for a little while about their culture, and then they hit an iceberg, but strangely no Titanic reference. Then SpongeBob plugs up the leak, end episode over. He claims it's a Viking-sized adventure, but if that was the case, Vikings must be tiny. Which I guess makes sense if they're the size of SpongeBob. So, yeah, it's not so much that the plot is dumb, it's just that it's very bare bones. And what plot there is seems strikingly similar to another episode, so much so that the title of that episode actually fits in the description of this episode. To Shanghai is to force someone to join your crew. How about the comedy? Well, I'll have to say, Squidward is funny in this episode. His snarky comments to Mr. Krabs are pretty funny, but the rest of the humor comes from saying that Vikings did a bunch of weird, ridiculous stuff that they obviously didn't do. In real life, anyway. I could kind of understand this episode a little bit more if it was actually trying to teach kids about what actual Vikings were like, but that's clearly not what they were going for. This thing was actually nominated for an Emmy, and it didn't win. For very good reason. This episode is a...
Is this the beginning of my journey with the Emmys? This might be the first time I ever bring up the Emmys on my channel.
Jokes aren't funny. The plot is really bizarre and just doesn't go anywhere. I'm fine with an abrupt ending, but there's just no meat in the middle of it either. But I will say it's nowhere near the worst of this season. I can at least sit through this one. I don't really get any enjoyment, aside from Squidward, but I can sit through it. Also, how is Squidward state registered to do anything? Are there states under the sea? Episode 114.
See, I do like to do that sometimes. I'm not criticizing the episode for mentioning states, but it's just kind of funny to bring up, like, yeah, wait, hang on. Does that make sense? I
I thought that review was good. Thank you for the super chat, Pran. This is Olaf, and this is Olaf, and this is Olaf. Didn't we win an Emmy for that one? Hardly. Yeah, no. I give it a B. I give it a B. I do still stand by, like, if they wanted to do something different, they could have made it genuinely educational instead of comedic, which, you know, maybe it wouldn't have been as funny, but, like, could actually have some value. I don't really remember anything about the episode, so I can't say how accurate my criticisms are, but it seems like a review that warrants the kind of tepid scumbob that it gets.
B. Ditchin'. SpongeBob cuts boating school. My favorite part of the episode is the ending. I really like the way it all played out. It definitely was not what I was expecting. And it makes a lot of logical sense considering it is Mrs. Puff, and she does seem to almost always end up in jail. And I like her subtle comment about how it's because she skipped jury duty. I also like the opening, which features SpongeBob watching Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Yeah, they don't have a lot to do in this episode, but it's always cool to see them show up, and hey, at least they're more relevant here than they were in Nightlight. The bulk of this thing is just SpongeBob running around doing different activities and getting distracted while trying to make his way back to boating school. But because they have so many different set pieces, they don't really have enough time to focus on each of them. He goes to the book signing, gets ice cream, plays badminton, winds up at the Hug Festival, gets stuck in the tar pits, and because of that, there's not really so much time for jokes. But I do have to say, it does make sense within the story why all these things are happening, and though it's not very funny, it's at least not boring. And the joke about the gummy fish in particular stands out as being pretty funny. It's one of those SpongeBob jokes that's really weird and has no basis in reality. I mean, we eat Sour Patch Kids, right? But it's still funny nonetheless. It's not super memorable, it's not super interesting, but it's at least mildly entertaining with a few good jokes. Consider it on the upper side of meh. 115A.
Never understood why this one got a meh. I mean, I said it's on the upper side of meh. I don't know. I feel like I probably could have sold it better on being a meh. We can maybe say it's a D tier. S. C tier. Is ditching jury duty really illegal? I think it is. B. C. Ditching deserved a good. D. C. All right, I'll throw it in C. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, again, it's really hard. It's a lot of times people want me to do, like, more ratings, like add a 4th rating or a 5th rating, or like break it up into this and this, and it's just hard because it's like some episodes have to be on the bubble somewhere, right? Like, I guess they don't have to be, but sometimes they are. Sometimes it's like, I kind of like this, but there's just enough that I'm like, like, I don't know. Breaking it up into more ratings just creates even more of a problem. It ruins the simplicity of it, you know, and it means that I have to think even harder about, like, is it an upper meh good top tier? Is it a bottom of the 8th generation of ratings of, yeah. No more tiers. These are the tiers we have, and I got my 3 ratings that I have. We have to work within that frame rate. Framing? Uh-oh, we've been streaming so long, my brain's melting.
Grandpappy the Pirate. Mr. Krabs turns the Krusty Krab into a fake pirate ship to fool his grandfather. I'm actually surprised the show remembered that Mr. Krabs has a pirate motif. In this episode, we get to see more of Mr. Krabs' backstory in that at one point he was actually a pirate and actually had a ship and everything. Though how it all fits in with his backstory and timeline and being in the war and going to school with Plankton is very, very confusing. This episode is just plain fun. The plot is just incredibly solid. The jokes it does tell, like Pearl being mistaken for a sea monster, are really funny. You ever notice how when Mr. Krabs episodes don't focus on him being super insanely greedy, they actually come out really well. He actually makes a pretty likable, if not kinda gruff, protagonist. Gee, it's almost like his love of money has become incredibly overused and boring. Anyway, I really don't have much else to say about this episode other than the fact that it's just enjoyable. It's fun, it's clever, it's interesting, and you're really rooting for Mr. Krabs. It's a good episode and proof that when the writers actually do something different with a character that hasn't been done a million times before, they can tell an interesting and different story. Also, is $2 for a burger actually pricey? $1.15
Certainly not these days. $2 for a burger is a steal. Oh my goodness. I don't even know if you can do $2 for a burger if you buy burgers at the grocery store. I think that's a solid B tier review. It's a quick one, but I think I say what I need to say. $2 for a burger. Oh man. But yeah, I thought that was a good one. I don't really remember the episode all that much, but yeah. Grandpappy the Pirate versus Shell of a Man. And if I remembered Grandpappy, maybe, but I'd give it to Shell.
Cephalopod Lodge. After getting Squidward kicked out of his lodge, SpongeBob and Patrick try to make him a new one. Yet again, they use the concept of a secret lodge, and yet again, it is wasted potential. This episode would have been a million times more interesting if we had actually seen Squidward interacting with the cephalopods. But no, we get a rehash of Choir Boys, Good Neighbors, and a few other episodes rolled up into one terrible package. Though this one isn't nearly as frustrating as Choir Boys. Mostly for the fact that SpongeBob actually realizes that he made Squidward sad and even apologizes for it. However, he's still unable to take responsibility for his actions when he and Patrick go back to the lodge and say it wasn't Squid's fault, because Patrick says to SpongeBob, "Oh no, it wasn't your fault, buddy," and SpongeBob says the same back to him. Is it such a hard concept to grasp that audiences do not like it when your protagonist causes a lot of harm to a guy who only wanted to be happy in this episode, and then refuses to take responsibility for his actions? Every time there's an episode like this, I go through and say, all Squidward wanted to do was X, but literally, in this episode, all he wanted to do was go to this lodge. He's smiling. That is what sets SpongeBob off and makes him stalk Squidward to this lodge and get him kicked out. Just because Squidward was smiling.
Is all this true? Or am I being, like, dramatic about this? I don't know. I'm listening to this and I'm like, is that really right? Could the episode really be that stupid? Like, is it? or maybe Past Pie Guy's missing something. I don't remember. I just don't remember. It's true. It is. Okay. All right.
He didn't do a single thing to SpongeBob in this episode. Didn't say one even mildly rude thing to SpongeBob before SpongeBob ruined his life yet again. I should mention that the part with the live-action sock is alright. I didn't think it was comedy gold or anything, but I think they did a nice job blending the sock with the animation while still making it look like a crummy effect, which I think was what they were going for. And if this episode had just been about trying to get Squidward back into the lodge, then fine, that'd be one thing. But SpongeBob and Patrick insist on trying to make up a new club for Squidward to join, which of course involves stinging him with jellyfish. No joke, Patrick literally holds Squidward.
This was around the time when episodes begun stuff like Squidward breathed and SpongeBob heard it. Yeah, I'm definitely noticing a pattern with some of these episodes in this season, that it's the ones that focus on Squidward and SpongeBob, maybe with Patrick involved. Those ones tend to not be good.
Down and stings him with a jellyfish. We've seen this before. This was the entire premise of jellyfishing, and I actually like that episode. And as I mentioned, it happens in Choir Boys. It's a SpongeBob episode, and I really have no idea how they keep making this same mistake over and over again. And you know...
Oh my!
Oh, what? They do it again! And it's the very next episode.
I'm in my Batman bathrobe, by the way. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the little yellow line. I'm in my Batman robe. I'm wearing clothes too. Don't think I'm not. But yeah, I intentionally messed up my hair just to do the bit. I think I made my bed. That's a pet peeve of mine when YouTubers record and they don't make their bed. I have a blanket on my chair, and yeah. This was my college dorm. I think that's a Rocco's Modern Life poster up there.
Do it again! And it's the very next episode.
I think like there's a little hint of me laughing in that, right? Like you guys get that this is just kind of like being fun. Like I'm not genuinely like ready to kill someone over SpongeBob. Oh gosh. Let's see. I think that might have been another S tier review, to be honest. As long as I'm not being too dramatic about how bad this episode is, I like that I cut to live action, and if what I say is correct, then I think I reviewed it pretty well. But you guys let me know what you think. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. It's actually a Super Mario 3D World poster, it looks like. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Loon. Want to know something funny? I actually got a slide whistle for my birthday 2.5 years ago. Nice. They are fun. They are also pretty annoying, but they are fun. It's the very next episode. It's S tier. It was good, but I don't know. Oh, you don't know? Oh, no. A tier? Alright, I'll bump it down. Dang, the first time I'm positive on an episode and my fan base doesn't let me S tier it. No, that's fair. That's fair. It wasn't. It could have broken it down a little better. That's fair.
Episode 116A, Squid's Visit. SpongeBob redecorates his house and traps Squidward inside. My favorite.
I do vaguely remember this, by the way. Not this episode. A little bit of this episode. But I remember making this review, and I just remember, like, at this point, it's just like, oh my goodness. Like, there's so many bad episodes, and it's just, how do I explain how an episode is bad over and over again, especially when it's kind of bad in the same way, right? It's the dynamic between SpongeBob and Squidward that's just completely messed up. Just SpongeBob is a creepy little twerp, and Squidward barely did anything to deserve anything, and he deserves he doesn't deserve his karmic injustice done to him. It's, it's tough. I remember the crash out in Squid's Visit being funny.
Part was in the very beginning where Mr. Krabs was trying to socialize with Squidward, but Squidward was of course shutting him down. It was funny, made sense, and actually fits with the theme of the episode. Hey, you guys remember the episode Just One Bite, where SpongeBob kept pestering Squidward to try and eat the Krabby Patty, and then after Squidward tries it, SpongeBob leaves him alone, but Squidward actually loves it and obsesses over trying to get one while hiding it from SpongeBob? Or how about Idiot Box, where at the end of the episode Squidward finds out that he actually does want to play in the box and use his imagination. Or Snowball Effect. Same thing, but with a snowball fight. That's how I wish this episode went down. I wish it was about SpongeBob pestering Squidward to come to his house, and then when Squidward finally does, he finds he actually enjoys it, but tries to keep it from SpongeBob. It wouldn't have been the most original plot in the world, but it is definitely a formula that works for SpongeBob. This episode is self-aware in all the wrong ways. It actively acknowledges that SpongeBob is some sort of really creepy reality warper that can do whatever he wants. And Squidward is just his depressed plaything that goes literally insane. The way Squid goes nuts is not your usual character runs around and yells a lot and acts really crazy, which has been seen a lot on this show. No, he gives a really disturbed face, shrinks into the black background, and then has a disturbing tea party with his vacuum cleaner while his eye is twitching. It's not like it's parodying episodes where SpongeBob does a lot of really creepy things. It's just acknowledging our main character is a horrible person who treats his neighbor like a little toy. I guess I give the episode credit for not treating SpongeBob like the hero of the story, but even still, it's clearly a
SpongeBob.
And you have to love the fact that Squidward apparently has never been to SpongeBob's house, or called him on the telephone. It's a small thing, but when all they had to do was say, hey Squidward, you haven't been over my house in a long time, or hey Squidward, you've never been over for a cordial visit. It's stupid that this problem even exists. 116B. To Square...
Yeah, I thought that review was alright. It wasn't amazing. I think maybe a B tier. Gotta love the green vomit effect for SpongeBob. Oh yeah. S tier, A or B tier, A tier, D tier, B tier. Wow, lot of all over the place on this one. I'd say a lot of A tiers. I think we could bump it to an A tier. Yeah, it's I'm seeing some comments in the chat about how some people have come around on this episode, and yeah, I think
again, it's tough because the context of this is that I'm watching all these other episodes where SpongeBob and Squidward are just super out of character, and it's like, perhaps if this episode was the one episode this season that went for like a weird dark bent on their relationship, maybe it would have hit differently. But I don't know, just seeing it built on these other episodes that are just like, just so missed it, just missed the point of these characters, or yeah, if this was done with other characters, maybe. But all right, to SquarePants or not to SquarePants, let's go.
Pants or not to SquarePants. When SpongeBob gets new pants, he thinks he's become a different person. Okay, so weirdly enough, this episode has two titles. Depending on where you watch it, sometimes it's called to SquarePants or not to, sometimes it's called to SquarePants or not to SquarePants. This isn't like a TV Guide misprint or something. Literally, there exist two different title cards for this. I have no idea why. Also, this episode was hyped up as a special, which is ironic considering special is not the word I would use to describe this episode. In fact, I've actually read a SpongeBob comic in a Nick magazine once about SpongeBob getting his pants mixed up at the dry cleaner and ending up with big round ones. This episode is also kind of similar to Missing Identity in that SpongeBob thinks his entire persona needs to change just because he's lost something. Most of this episode is just kinda dull. It's not really funny and it's not really compelling. SpongeBob gets new pants. Okay. The only thing really bad about this episode, though, is Patrick. He has once again put on his really annoying face. I get that they want to use him to jumpstart the plot and to get SpongeBob to think that because he changed his pants he's a different person now, but there was a way to do it without making Patrick this annoying. He literally sits on the phone with SpongeBob going, and then later we get two separate scenes of Patrick not recognizing SpongeBob. But it's certainly not his worst appearance. There is something I really like about this episode, though. SpongeBob and Squidward bonding. When SpongeBob thinks he's become a new person or no one will recognize him or whatever, he decides to follow Squidward around and just copy him. At first, this annoys Squidward like you'd expect it to, but then SpongeBob actually starts becoming a good protege at being lazy. I like this because it's really not very often that we actually get to see SpongeBob and Squidward legitimately bonding. And crazily enough, it actually doesn't feel out of character for Squidward. Why couldn't the episode have just been about that? I mean, it really doesn't even have anything to do with SpongeBob's round pants. He could have chose to invent himself any other time. It's a nice little moment that really saves this thing from teetering on the edge of ScumBob. It's a meh episode. 117.
Seeing a lot of people in the chat mixed on this episode. Some people really like this. Some people really don't like it. I don't know. I don't remember anything about it. I think my review kind of described it pretty well. I think I explained why it just kind of sits in that middle of the road space for me. I think I'm okay giving it a B tier on the review. What is my worst review so far? It's Sun Bleached, right? Sun Bleached and Giant Squidward. Fair. I've given no ScumBobs in this season yet. I think I am genuinely pretty on point this season. Shuffleboarding. You may not be aware of this, but this is an episode that Nickelodeon hyped a lot in advertisements. Yeah, I said it in the review, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Shuffleboarding. SpongeBob and Patrick impersonate Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy after getting them injured. So, after getting cameos in both The Card and Ditchin', this is the real Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode of the season. And it's the first meh Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode I've reviewed. In the beginning of this episode, there's a lot of slapstick with the murmuring, and I feel it just goes on for way too long, and I don't know, it just feels a little bit off. I can see how there might be humor in knocking down elderly people with a boomerang, but I don't feel like they pulled it off. Also, SpongeBob becoming a vigilante is something we've seen before in Hall Monitor, and the shtick of throwing everyone in jail for really petty crimes is something that just doesn't feel original or interesting. The episode is very forgettable, but let me go through the upsides and why I think it's not a ScumBob. First of all, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are in it. They don't have huge roles, but they are there, and as I've said before, they're very likable characters that we don't get to see often. Also, the fact that they beat the shuffleboarding competition off-screen is brilliant, in my opinion. And look, I know a lot of people are mad at that. They don't like the fact that the episode was named after something it really doesn't have anything to do with at all. But here's the way I see it. First of all, watching SpongeBob and Patrick shuffleboarding probably wouldn't have been very interesting anyway. And secondly, I just find it funny. A lot of comedy comes from misdirection, making the audience think one thing's gonna happen and then doing something else. SpongeBob can rarely surprise me anymore because in most episodes the characters are so set in stone, I know exactly how they're going to act, and it's not funny, surprising, or interesting. The jokes on SpongeBob can get kind of predictable, and I think the joke works because at first you think SpongeBob is shocked that Patrick is talking about beating up elderly people with a shuffleboarding stick, which is kind of funny in and of itself, but then SpongeBob just drops this bomb, oh yeah, we did that off screen, and we got first place. However, I do have to say the episode does feel a little bit unfocused, especially because they do talk of a shuffleboarding competition that doesn't happen. It's definitely not as jarring as Mermaid Man showing up at the end of Nightlight, but because the episode spends so much time getting Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy into the hospital, then setting up the shuffleboarding contest, by the time they get to the actual plot of SpongeBob and Patrick throwing people in the clink, there's not much time left for it to unfold. But back to things I like. I also like the fight between SpongeBob and Patrick and Man Ray. It's nothing amazing, but it's a cool little action scene that brings back one of the more awesome recurring characters. And I like Man Ray's little romance with this elderly woman he apparently went to prom with. So I hope you understand how I could rate this meh. Episode 117.
I thought that was an A-tier review, to be honest. I think, obviously, this is one of those reviews that's colored by the SpongeBob discourse at the time. You know, a lot of people were very upset at the episode because of the misleading title, so I go into it, and it is kind of how I feel. Like, let's be real, Nickelodeon's advertising of most of these episodes is way more misleading than the title of this episode, you know? And you could say that that's not the show's fault, like, maybe, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I enjoyed the mislead. I thought it was alright. Thank you for the super chat, Infinity. The film Ernest Board 9, voice of Mermaid Man, won an Oscar for Marty, is free on YouTube. It's pretty good, too. It's always so weird seeing Ernest Borgnine in a live-action role. It's just, I just know him for the one thing. Rest in peace. I am very glad that season 6 managed to do just kind of a lot of things with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Just because, unfortunately, we didn't have that much time with them in the future. But yeah, no, I think it's cool. Even if I'm not a fan of, like, all of their episodes or uses or whatever, the fact that they kind of show up in ways, like, on the card or what have you, it's neat. It makes them feel a lot more, like, natural parts of SpongeBob's world instead of just, like, things that exist only in their episodes.
B. Professor Squidward. Squidward impersonates Squilliam to teach at a college that SpongeBob and Patrick attend. For some reason. I get that it was a New Year's resolution of theirs to go and take a music class, but that's not really how college works. At least not such an esteemed academy that wants the musical prodigy Squilliam to go there. So this is yet another episode where SpongeBob and Patrick annoy Squidward. But you know what they actually did right this time? They made Squidward do something wrong to deserve it. So it's definitely not as bad as Choir Boys, but what do SpongeBob and Patrick have to do with this episode at all? Why are they here? When Squidward is acting like this, you know what I want to see? I want to see Squidward get caught in his own web of lies because of his own hubris. Not SpongeBob and Patrick teleport in out of the blue and behave once again like a singular two-headed annoying entity. It's a
SpongeBob.
And it really ticks me off. One little nice thing I can say about the episode is that there's this little flute piece that sounds like either a different part of or a variation on one of the songs they usually use. You know, the one that goes do 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 do. This version is a lot higher pitched and uses what I'm guessing is the flute. It sounds nice, and it's a nice little variation on a usual tune. Aside from that, though, everything about this episode is just dumb and frustrating. And at this point, it's a tie game with both cephalopods having 2 points. 118.
Before we move on, what's your thoughts on Squilliam? The character isn't used by the show, but what's your opinions? Yeah, I mean, Squilliam's a cool antagonist. In some ways, I'm glad that they didn't oversaturate him and have him show up like 10 times each season. But in other ways, it's like, okay, well, they could use him a little more than they do. I don't know. But it's tough to say because it's just kind of like he has one specific role that is to be Squidward's antagonist, like Squidward's rival.
I think maybe using him in other ways could be cool too. Like in episodes where we need a rich person instead of having like the snooty lady or whatever, they could have just had Squilliam, you know. So yeah, I think he's underutilized, but honestly, underutilized is probably better than oversaturated. So, what do we think of that review? B tier review, D tier review. You could say a little more. B tier, C tier. Okay, we'll go C tier. Yeah, I could have definitely been more descriptive. Because I sang. S tier. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. Pet or pests seems to influence this season's scum.
A. Pet or pests. SpongeBob must find homes for newborn worms. The plot of this episode is so cliche. I've seen it in a ton of sitcoms. And the episode isn't funny. It's not even trying. There's this one joke where SpongeBob rings Mrs. Puff's doorbell for a very long time. For no reason. Why does he ring the doorbell even though she's there? Why? Other than to be annoying. SpongeBob, from his perspective, is not trying to be annoying. That's not what his character is. He doesn't go around annoying people intentionally. He's just overenthusiastic. But even someone who's overenthusiastic, why would he hold the doorbell like that? It's not like the doorbell let out a sound that amused him or anything. No, he just had to ring the doorbell because that's what the stupid overly long gag called for him to do. In this season, SpongeBob has become a character who has zero motivation for anything he ever does. There's not much else to say aside from the fact that this episode is dry and done to death. Well, there is the fact that apparently Larry was about to eat puppies. Or maybe the people that make this show forgot that worms equal dogs in this universe. And
Wait, hang on. Larry was trying to eat the worms that SpongeBob was trying to get rid of? Is that true? Did that really happen? Or am I making a dumb joke?
Comes out of nowhere. Okay, so suddenly these things are valuable because a garbage man says so, and of course Mr. Krabs has to make money off of the scheme. He's not even a part of this episode until the very end.
Oh,
why
yikes.
does he have to profit from this? It's easily,
SpongeBob.
you know an episode is messed up when you can cut large chunks out of it without losing anything plot-wise or comedy-wise. Episode 1.
Huh. What do we think of that review? I don't remember this episode, so I don't really know if I did it justice. Part of me is like, man, Pie Guy, you're being a little nitpicky on the doorbell thing. But another part of me is like, well, it's true. You know, SpongeBob as a character should do things for a reason, okay? He shouldn't just be annoying to be annoying. He should be over-enthusiastic, or maybe he's easily amused by something, or whatever. But he should have his own reasons, you know? Fair review, it's an unfunny episode. B tier? All right, B tier. Yeah, we passed Choir Boys. You missed it. Sorry. B tier. The doorbell goes on for a long time, so it does warrant discussion. Okay, good. That's fair. That's fair. Huh. Okay. I'm happy with B tier.
118B. Computer Overload. Plankton builds robots to steal the Krabby Patty formula. What I find weird about this title is that usually replacing C's with K's is Krabs' whole deal, right? Krusty Krab and all that. I think the K is supposed to stand for Karen, but yeah, it's a little weird that it's named that. Why am I talking so much about the title? Well, because I don't have much else to say about the episode. It's good. I like how snarky Karen is. I like how Karen and Plankton react to each other. I like that Karen actually leaves Plankton and then comes back and he actually apologizes. It's rare that you get a somewhat genuine moment like that in SpongeBob. I like the design of the robots, and I like Plankton's plan of pretty much just marching straight into the Krusty Krab with this thing. The humor is good as well. Karen gets some pretty good digs at Plankton, and that's about it. It's a solid episode. 119A. Gullible Pants.
That was a quick review. I don't think it was a bad review per se, but I think maybe that's like a C tier because it's just fine. It's just a fine review. Is that an A or B? B tier? Really? Oh, we're getting close to No Hat for Pat. That's this season. Interesting. You did a quick edit of the Family Guy / Sun Bleached meme. If you want to send it to my email, that would be cool. I'd like to see it. My email is in my channel description, by the way. If anyone needs to contact me for anything, that's really the only way you can do it. I won't say it out loud here in case there's, like, I don't know, AI scraping for information, but it's in the channel. C seems fair. Okay.
When SpongeBob is put in charge of the Krusty Krab, Squidward tells him lies to mess with him. This episode is pretty dull. It really isn't funny, it uses some elements from previous episodes, and the plot doesn't feel like a complete story, it just feels like a thing that happened. We've seen Squidward mess with SpongeBob before. It was great in Graveyard Shift, and also terrible in the Splinter. SpongeBob wrecking the Krusty Krab doesn't really lead to much, it just happens. The episode was just so bland and had nothing going for it, I had a hard time coming up with what the picture would be for this thing. And I also had a hard time deciding whether it would be meh or ScumbBob. It was a close one, but I decided that it's just barely a ScumbBob episode. I don't hate it with a burning passion, but I definitely don't like it, and there isn't really anything to redeem it. I found myself daydreaming while watching this thing, that's just how boring it is. 119B. Over.
Thank you for the super chat, Crash. Hey, it says Gullible on the ceiling. Where? Thank you, Pran, for the super chat. Not sure if it's been mentioned, but Mr. Enter was a lot more positive on Squid's visit on his latest SpongeBob video. Well, that's interesting. So that's why you guys are more positive on it. Ah, you're just listening to Mr. Enter. No. Yeah, that was a very short review. But I don't know, like, does it deserve a D or a C? It's like, what do I say about these episodes? I just... No, you know what? I'll give it a D. Honestly, if I'm gonna call it a ScumbBob, I should have a little more to say about it, right? Like, I think I should. Even if it's, like, on the higher end of ScumbBob or whatever, I still think it needs to. Nuh-uh, I liked it before Mr. Enter. Sure you did. Oh, gosh. All right. Overbooked.
When SpongeBob's friends all need him on the same night, he has to run back and forth to keep everyone happy. So this plot is brilliant. I'm surprised they hadn't used it before on SpongeBob. It makes total sense why SpongeBob would want to please everyone all at once and not want to let anyone down. The guy's a pushover. He finds it hard to say no. This plot makes so much sense for him. And for once this season, he actually has a motivation for his actions. When he acts silly and weird here, it's great because we know that he's not doing it to be weird. He's doing it because he's trying his best to make everyone happy. It's a noble plight that we can all root for. The episode is light on jokes, but the situation itself is so farcical and silly that it keeps a grin on my face the entire time. This episode kinda reminds me of a better version of The Best Day Ever. It's a good episode. I should also mention something about that cake. How do I feel about it? Well, the same way I feel about the adult joke in Suction Cup Symphony, in that I'm pretty neutral to it. I don't think kids will understand exactly what scabies are,
There's no reason.
so I don't really think
That's
it's
just because of the
that
discourse
bad.
at the time.
But at the same time, I don't really find it particularly funny. It's worth noting that this is the only time all season that Sandy plays a major role. Sure,
That's
she has
crazy.
cameos, she gets a teeny tiny subplot in SpongeBob vs. the Big One, and she's one of the people that gets upset with Patrick's nose, but this is the only time she appears for a large portion of the episode. In a show that has only 7 main characters, you would think they would use one of them more. Episode 120A, No Hat.
Huh. Thank you, DDD. The writer for this episode, Casey Alexander, based the Sorry About the Scabies cake on his own experience with scabies as a kid. Well, interesting. I like that review. I think that's an A tier, to be honest. I think I explained it pretty well, why I like it and what works about it. Not quite S tier, but solid. Sandy isn't that great a character, it's fine. How dare you? How could you say that? I think that's one reason why the season sucks, because Sandy isn't in it that much, and she could have made some of these episodes better. I mean, definitely if we could have spent less time with SpongeBob and Squidward by themselves, and, you know, had an episode about, like, Sandy and SpongeBob, it probably would have been better. I wonder, like, if you broke down the analytics, like, what statistics, like what character dynamics have the best track record according to my reviews or whatever, like, you know, if it's a SpongeBob and Plankton episode, does that generally do really well? Or if it's a SpongeBob and Sandy episode, how does that do? Like, I feel like SpongeBob and Patrick episodes are probably the most hit or miss. And then like SpongeBob and Squidward episodes are like also probably pretty hit or miss, mostly miss at this point. All right. Oh, hey, we're at No Hat for
Patrick gets a
Pat.
job at the Krusty Krab as a sideshow performer. Ugh, this episode. You know something? I think this episode is actually really good. Let me pitch it to you. So, there's Patrick
Hey, the
Star.
mislead.
He's super lazy, he's never accomplished anything in his life, and one day he wants a hat. Not just any hat, the hat that SpongeBob is wearing for work. And he doesn't want the hat just because it looks good, he wants the hat because it's a status symbol. SpongeBob's not trying to act snobby or better than Patrick, but by simply having the hat and having a job to go to, he makes Patrick feel inferior just by comparison. So, Patrick decides to be proactive and actually go out and get a job at the Krusty Krab. He works really hard by standing outside and holding one of those arrows that points to the restaurant. He screws up a bit in some pretty funny ways, but eventually earns his hat, which subsequently makes him fall over. And how does Patrick react? Does he act like he's better than SpongeBob? Does he put on a smug face and get up on his high horse? No. Despite continuously falling down, he continues to work. And when Mr. Krabs finds out that people like watching Patrick fall down, he turns Patrick into a sideshow act, making poor Patrick into a mockery, calling him the falling fool. Despite this, and despite being laughed at, Patrick still does his job. He still continuously flops on his face for the entertainment of others, as long as it lets him keep the hat. Eventually, though, the audience grows bored of the same thing over and over. As audiences eventually build up a tolerance to freaks, they want something bigger, better, and more horrific. Mr. Krabs starts upping the ante by having Patrick fall from higher and higher, even causing poor Patrick to get a bloody nose in a way that's not comedic at all. It goes so far that SpongeBob is even willing to stand up to Mr. Krabs because he does not want his friend to continuously harm himself this way. But Patrick begs SpongeBob not to tell Mr. Krabs to stop. Patrick needs that status symbol. He loves it. He works so hard for it. Mr. Krabs creates a big high dive for Patrick to jump off of, but he can't do it because he took off his hat, which is the reason that he was falling. After Patrick doesn't take a dive in the way they expected, the audience all runs at Mr. Krabs and takes back their money and strips him down to his underwear. By the way, Mr. Krabs should never have nipples. Patrick
Hey, the nipple joke comes back.
then gets fired and is incredibly sad he has to give back the hat. But then SpongeBob offers to share his very own hat with Patrick, symbolically putting them on the same level. I love this episode because it does everything right. Patrick is sympathetic, he's hardworking, and he's not jerky. Mr. Krabs
Thank you for the super chat, Pran. No hat for Pat versus the Slumber Party. No hat for Pat, for sure. I don't know what I do in my top whatever, but No Hat for Pat made me feel something. Genuinely. I remember the Slumber Party being unexpectedly funny, but I remember this episode kind of blowing me away with, like, just the way the story is told. I don't know, it just works, man.
Krabs is a villain, and he's portrayed as a villain. He gets his comeuppance, and he's not seen in any sort of sympathetic light. He's a slave driver, an evil ringleader to this terrible circus, and he gets what's coming to him. SpongeBob is actually willing to stand up to Mr. Krabs' bad business practices. Instead of being blissfully ignorant, he decides that he wants to stand up and fight. Heck, I love Squidward's part as well. He gives us that great line, "It's official, I hate everyone," and gets promptly punished for wanting to push Patrick off of the diving board. I feel like this episode would be great to watch as a companion piece to Big Pink Loser. It definitely doesn't feel like a ripoff, but they both explore similar themes. I just honestly couldn't believe how bad I felt for Patrick in this episode. I hated Patrick in his appearance in the Splinter, and the card, and a number of other episodes this season and the previous two. But this episode just makes me like him a lot. He's a good-natured idiot here. I just wish that the characters could be this interesting and complex in most episodes. And hey, the comedy isn't bad either. There's some good gags with Patrick and the arrow outside, like literally blowing people away or pointing the arrow in the wrong direction so he directs people to the Chum bucket. Those first few times that Patrick falls down after getting the hat are really funny, especially Mr. Krabs' reaction. And you know something? I think the fact that I actually laughed at Patrick the first few times he felt down made me feel even worse for his situation later on. I was one of the ones that laughed at him. I was a part of the audience that was egging him on to hurt himself. That's pretty complex for a SpongeBob episode, making me feel guilty for laughing. And I mean that in a good way. I highly doubt everyone else is gonna feel the way I feel about this episode, but gosh darn it, I just feel so strongly that this is a great and interesting story. And in a season that's been pretty bent on destroying characters, it's pretty amazing to see an episode that actually redeems a character in my eyes. I like you too, Patrick.
Wow. I think maybe it could have been slightly shorter, the review, but that might be my favorite review. I mean, the Choir Boys one is up there for sure. I don't know. They're both really good reviews, man. I'm proud of myself. Thank you for the super chat, Taz. Didn't see the full version of Truth or Square until later. Oh, gosh. I wish I had never seen the full version. And thank you, Lidus, for the super chat. Is No Hat for Pat a top 20 episode? I would have to see it again, really, to fully, like, you know, tell you. But I think it might be. I just really like it. I don't know. I think it was an episode that I feel like no one at the time was talking about the episode. Like, not that people hated on it or anything. I just feel like there was just no discussion around it, and I don't know if I changed that. I hope that I made some people appreciate this, but no, it was just one of those things that it really stuck out to me, and I'm glad I put the effort into properly explaining why. Some people consider this a Patrick torture episode. See, that's the problem with some of the people online that talk about the show, is that they want these hard-coded rules, right? It's like, well, if Patrick gets hurt or if a character gets tortured, it's like that's just automatically bad. And it's like, well, no, it's all about the nuance. It's about how it's handled. It's not automatically good or bad. It's just the way it's done, you know? All right.
120B, Toy Store of Doom. SpongeBob and Patrick get locked in a toy store overnight. I can sum this episode up pretty quickly. SpongeBob and Patrick...
Also, wait, hang on. Also, how's my Squidward impression? I kind of felt like my Squid impression in No Hat for Pat was actually pretty decent. And I usually am not a big fan of my own impressions.
Act like loud idiots, they're never in any danger, and nothing is funny. It's a
Scumbag.
Characters getting locked overnight in a location isn't a new idea, and the show does nothing at all to make the idea fresh or interesting. SpongeBob and Patrick are afraid of toys that aren't actually sentient in any way, shape, or form, so it just means nothing. In something like The Inmates of Summer, SpongeBob and Patrick were also really ignorant and stupid and loud, but at least there they were in some sort of legitimate danger. And in Wormy, at least they had a legitimate reason to believe that the butterfly could be dangerous, plus that episode was actually funny. This thing just isn't. Episode 121A.
Everyone's saying speedrun review, but honestly, that was a lot more than I had to say about, like, The Gift of Gum or something. So, I do speak very fast, but, you know. I'm okay giving it a C, but honestly, I don't think it was that bad a review. Let's see. Hello, FHE fanboy. Hello, everybody. I'm here now. I've been waiting to hop on the stream when it started, but couldn't because of college homework, and I'm here now. How far into the season are we? We're starting to wrap things up here. We only have a few episodes left. But welcome to the stream. Yeah, you guys really don't like this review. All right. D? C? Oh, gosh. Thank you for the super chat. Ethan, the tonal whiplash between No Hat for Pat and Toy Store of Doom is insane. Like, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that my my Toy Story of... Sorry. My Toy Store of Doom review was great or anything, but I don't think it was too bad. But alright, fine. We'll keep it at a C.
Hey, sandcastles in the sand. SpongeBob and Patrick start a war using sand. Much like in the Two Faces of Squidward, this episode starts off deceptively bad. SpongeBob and Patrick are pretty annoying and loud, which kinda made me afraid that this is gonna be another one of those episodes. But luckily enough, little less than a third of the way into the episode, things turn around. It's basically just the same structure that Battle of Bikini Bottom and heck, even Snowball Effect fit into. SpongeBob and Patrick are having a war with each other, using something incredibly silly. This time, it's sand. Heck, this episode even ends with SpongeBob giving a big cheesy speech, just like in Battle of Bikini Bottom. But you know what? I enjoy this type of story, so I don't really mind that this kind of thing is being somewhat repeated. The action is great and exciting, the animation is fantastic, they even use computer generation in a few places, and it doesn't show, except strangely for Patrick's rock, that looks very CG. And it's overall just a fun episode. Once again, I feel the need to say that it's definitely not super funny, though it'll get a few laughs out of you, but it's entertaining and kept a smile on my face. And much like in Overbooked, just the silliness of the situation they're in and how serious they're taking things is kind of like a big joke on its own. It's a good episode. There's not much else to say, except for the fact that apparently the word frisbee is copyrighted, and they make fun of that. Big time. 121B, Shell Shock.
I could see that as a B tier review. Maybe a C tier review. It's not great, but it's hard to say a whole lot about that type of episode where it's just kind of one escalating concept. How would you feel if at the end of the review I gave you some notes about season 6 since there were no notes in the season 6 review? I mean, feel free to comment them if you want. Say it's a B tier. C, maybe a D? B? That's the thing, though. I think it's great that even in my lesser reviews of the season, we're not like, for the most part, we're not like, oh, that's awful. That's awful. It's more just like, well, you could have said more. I'm happy leaving it at B, to be honest. Again, some episodes don't need super long reviews. Thank you, Taz. I think this line from Toy Story of Doom is funny. I can't hear you. It's too dark in here, Patrick. That's a pretty good one. All right. Boom.
After breaking Gary's shell, SpongeBob has to find him a new one. The majority of this episode is focused on telling one joke over and over again. The joke is that SpongeBob breaks shells. Because telling the same joke over and over again is always hilarious, right, Mr. Slide Whistle? The rest of the episode is just
Oh, gosh. Man, that looked pretty good, I think. Is this the most animation I've ever had in a video?
nothingness.
Let's get that on replay.
SpongeBob breaks shells. Because telling the same joke over and over again is always hilarious, right, Mr. Slide Whistle? The rest of the episode is just nothingness. There's a cool, funny part with Angry Jack's commercial, but everything else is just pointless. Like, why do we have to see SpongeBob trying to pay back Angry Jack by giving him an eyeball if SpongeBob is gonna have 2 eyeballs again in the next scene? The payment scene means literally nothing if you're not gonna show SpongeBob retaining the damage from it. It's not like SpongeBob's bank account matters anyway. He has money as the plot demands it. And at the end we see him bargaining with Mr. Krabs for working for a year free, which again means nothing to us, the audience. He's practically working for nothing anyway. So why even show it? This episode is just light on everything. It's a light.
Scumbag.
Episode 122A.
People seem to disagree about the rating of this one. People like Angry Jack. I don't remember Angry Jack. I don't think this the slide whistle was funny. I don't think the review itself was super great. I'd maybe give it a C. I don't know. For Scumbobs, how do you decide whether Scumbob is close to a meh on the lighter side? Yeah, I mean, basically, if I'm sitting here debating whether an episode is like meh or Scumbob, then generally it's going to be kind of like close on the line either way, right? If I watch an episode 3 times and I'm not like, boom, this fits into this category clearly. If I'm kind of like, well, it's like between this and this, then that's generally it. B tier is pretty okay. Yeah, where should I put this? Where should I put this review? I don't think the review was great, other than the slide whistle.
I could maybe put it on in a C. Thank you, Taz. I think SpongeBob versus the Patty Gadget was based off the folk tale of John Henry. I do believe that's true. Also, have you seen the SpongeBob Iraq SNL skit? I have not. That sounds interesting for sure. Oh, gosh. Pie Guy, I don't mean to sound like I'm speaking too soon, but is this a sign that you're about to return? Oh, yeah. I'm back. I'm already back. Been working really hard on some new stuff for you guys. Don't you worry. If you missed it at the start of the stream, this channel is going to just be every episode reviewed. After I'm done with these streams, I'm just going to start reviewing seasons of TV shows, and that's the plan from here on out. And if I ever want to do any other type of content, which I probably will, it'll be on my second channel, Pie Guy Plays. So, yeah.
Chum Bucket Supreme. Plankton hires Patrick to create a slogan for the Chum Bucket. I don't really get the title.
The Chum Bucket Supreme is a meal combo thing that Plankton invents midway through the episode, but it is an incredibly small part of it.
Chum is Fun would have been a much better title and easier to remember this episode by. The episode is good. It's entertaining, it pairs up two characters who have hardly ever been seen together before, and continues this season's theme of giving Plankton a little bit of success. The plot isn't brilliant, the comedy isn't amazing, but the jokes they do tell are enjoyable enough, and the plot is decent for SpongeBob. Though I have to say, it is pretty weird to see Patrick working for Mr. Krabs again so soon after No Hat for Pat. I really do love that slogan. It's both incredibly clever and incredibly stupid at the same time, which is what they were going for. It definitely feels like a slogan that could exist in real life.
I wonder if the Fry Cook Games took place in the middle of this episode. It would actually make a lot of sense.
122B.
Okay. I guess because Patrick was working for Plankton there. Chum is fun. You did not miss Truth or Square, don't you worry. Thank you, I love DDD. Chum Bucket Supreme is the funniest episode of Season 6 to me. Your potty has a shocky thing in it. I think that's a D, a C. I don't think it's a B tier. I think maybe it's a C. I think I kind of said what I need to say. Although, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, since there's not a lot of good episodes this season, maybe I should have spent a little more time on it. But I think I'm okay putting it in C. I think it was just like a okay review.
Single Cell Anniversary. SpongeBob helps Plankton woo Karen on their anniversary. Part of it seems to be even somewhat of a throwback to Fun, how Plankton doesn't really know what love is and SpongeBob has to teach him. And it didn't entirely feel like a ripoff, it just felt more like exploring similar themes. And of course, the mariachi song is fun, upbeat, and different from a lot of the songs heard on SpongeBob, but in a good way.
I kinda wish the formula hadn't been mentioned at all until the very end of this episode. That way it would have made Plankton seem like he actually did care about Karen instead of just getting the formula. And I'd be alright with the plot as is if they put a ton more comedy in it, but it definitely seems like they were trying to lean a little bit more towards the sweeter side of things than the comedic. It's far from bad, but it is a little bit flawed. I consider it meh, but very close to being good. I think had it been just a little bit funnier, or even just a little bit more sweet, one way or the other, it could have been a really great episode.
I kind of think that might have been a D tier review, to be honest. I don't say a lot there. I agree with my past assessment that, like, it should have, if the goal was to be a sweeter episode, a more sentimental one, it should have been a little more sentimental. All right, guys, get your eyes off Truth or Square. Hang on. We're talking about Single Cell Anniversary. Not TOS time quite yet. D tier. I think a D tier. I should have explained a little bit more, like what I thought it needed, like how it could have been sweeter or whatever. Thank you, Pran. The title should have been The Fummiest Chum Around. All right, here we go.
Meh, but very close to being good. I think had it
Or Truth.
a little bit more, just a
we gotta
little
get
bit
the groan.
funnier, or even just a little bit more
full
sweet,
experience.
one way or the other, it could have been a really great episode.
123 to 124. Truth or Square. A
growl.
TV movie so bad it takes up 2 production numbers. Since I've already talked about this thing a lot.
I like the idea that, like, because it takes up 2 production numbers, it's doubly bad. It's doubly bad compared to any of the 1 production number scumbobs out there. Thank you for the super chat, Luke. I'm so glad that you keep making these streams. This video in particular was what really made this one of my favorite channels on YouTube. The Triton review coming up was one of my favorites too. I don't really remember it.
And it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that it's a
SpongeBob
episode. How about we do something a little bit different?
Oh, we're gonna do something different. I don't remember. By the way, I don't remember what this review is. I have no idea because I reviewed this special like 3 times. No, I think like 4 times. Did I talk about it on the recast? We might have done it on the recast too. Did we do it? Hang on. I did the crossover with Mr. Enter. I did it in this video. I did a spongy bits on it. I think maybe I didn't. And then I think I do it. I think we did a recast. Oh gosh. Whew. All right. I like the comment, yeah, 4 times. Like, all right, Pie Guy, this is the 4th time you've brought in Truth or Square to class. Talk about something else. So let's see which review this one is.
I'm going to talk about the Patchy segments and the SpongeBob segments separately. I'm going to give one viewing where I only watch the Patchy stuff, and another viewing where I only watch the SpongeBob stuff. As a whole, it totally fails, but maybe, just maybe, the SpongeBob stuff alone without the Patchy stuff could be good enough to bring it up to a meh, or better. Who knows? Let's do Patchy first, though. It's terrible. It's truly terrible. It's as terrible as I've ever said it was, and worse. Bad production values, terrible comedy, terrible plot if you even want to consider it that, and terrible celebrity cameos considering I have no clue who some of these people are, either because they have nothing to do with anything kids would recognize, or they're terribly dated now. And even the celebrities here that kids would recognize and like are unfortunately not given the best of material, if there was a script written at all, which I'm still not sure about. It is one of the worst pieces of television I've ever seen produced. It's sad that it could turn out this bad when the show makes so much money. And when I say so much money, I mean $8 billion annually. That's how much this show brings in, and yet they still decide to shoot around Nickelodeon Studios. They still decide to just get the cheapest, laziest celebrity cameos, most of them not even being in the same room as our main actor. Effects that are bad but not in any sort of funny way. Editing that is just sloppy at best. Poor camera work. It drives me up a tree when I see student projects from my college look better than this. In my opinion, at least, this is the ultimate middle finger to the audience. This is Nickelodeon saying, yeah, we hardly put money or time or effort into this thing, but sure, we're gonna make you sit through it because we know you want to watch SpongeBob, and we think you'll watch literally anything. So we're going to shove some terrible, terrible, terrible thing right in the middle of SpongeBob just to stretch out the episode to get more commercial breaks and more money from you. I know I say this a lot, but I really don't ever want to see these segments ever again. Obvious.
Oh, poor Pie Guy. You're gonna have to watch it again. Oh, man. Thank you for the super chat, Trav. Man, I missed the Choir Boys review live. I remember thinking a YouTube poop that used a lot of that review overlaid on Band Geeks. That's pretty funny. That's also pretty funny. I support using my content for funny memes like that. I YouTube poop type stuff is fine with me, as long as it's not hateful. Thank you. It's Wee Mario. Truth or Square was the first time I felt like I got scammed for my time by Nickelodeon. The marketing was a gigantic bait and switch, and the episode doesn't even feel like an anniversary celebration. And thank you, DDD. Pink said in an interview in 2023 she openly regrets being in the special and doing the song. Holy cow, that is amazing. That is really amazing. And thank you, Pran. I too was duped by the advertisements. Yeah, man. Can we watch it again? The thing is, I think, no, you know what? I think I don't need to add anything. My old review is just perfect. The only thing I want to say is just, obviously, Patchy had this motif of being kind of like a cheap public access show, right? And I think somewhere the wires got crossed with Truth or Square that the low production values that were supposed to be a joke just kind of ended up being low production values. Like, I wonder if, like, Nickelodeon said, like, well, yeah, we don't need to give you a budget for this. Just go shoot it the way you'd shoot other Patchy segments or something. And not realizing that it needs to be, it's so much of this special, and it's the part of the special that is the, like, big celebration part, right? This is the part that's supposed to be the big honoring of SpongeBob. The content of the actual episode it has like the gag where they keep flashing back to important events, but otherwise it's not really that special of a special. But like when you look at the way Truth or Square the Patchy segments are shot compared to like Christmas Who, it's kind of like night and day. Like Christmas Who looks like it was very intentional. There's a very intentional low budget nature to it. And that's back before SpongeBob was like this mega 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 show that it was by the time of this special.
Their SpongeBob segments. Now let's see how SpongeBob's side does without this dragging it down. While the episode definitely feels a lot more focused and the pacing feels a lot more tight without the patchy stuff, the SpongeBob stuff itself is basically split between two things. There's the plot, which is incredibly light. I mean, there's no conflict in this thing until 18 minutes in, and the solution is just them bramming their way out of the vents, which is something they could have done at literally any time. Meanwhile, Plankton's trying to steal the formula by walking into the Krusty Krab. Nothing interesting at all. In fact, I forgot about it until it randomly pops up again, midway through this thing and at the end. But worse than the incredibly dull plot is the flashbacks. Apparently, and I say this with air quotes, apparently. This is supposed to be...
I should have definitely had air quote fingers show up at that point, or like live action cut to my fingers doing the air quotes. Thank you for the super chat, the anonymous person. Do I still hate Truth or Square versus Atlantis? Oh yeah, still hate them both. Thank you, Pran. I think it was titled Truth or Square because the advertisements promised we'd discover all these truths about Bikini Bottom. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good theory. Thank you, I love DDD. The voice of Mandark on Dexter's Lab, Eddie Deason, makes a cameo on the extended DVD version. Interesting. Gosh, they really did just get literally whoever they could get. Let's see. Vincent Whaler said that some Nick exec in the early 2010s hated Patchy because of the low budget made them look bad. Well, that's ironic. That's true. That's very ironic. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Grant. I thought Truth or Square was peak fiction as a kid. Now I recognize it for the ginormous waste it really is. Look, I know there are people out there that do like Truth or Square, and that's totally fine. I'm not hating on you, but I do just feel very strongly about this thing. That the fact that this was chosen to be like the big special, this big celebration, when really it's like the biggest insult. Ignoring the SpongeBob stuff, just looking at the Patchy stuff, the way they framed it, it's just so sad. It does feel like they got whatever celebrity was like in Nick Studios to record something else. They were just like, I don't know, come here and be a part of this.
A parody of clip shows, which is nonsense because they don't play with the concept at all. Unless showing montages that are completely boring and clips that are completely out of context and only made to tease something that doesn't actually happen counts as parody. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If they had actually done a clip show with actual clips from previous episodes, and I'm not talking about the clips of Patchy at the beginning and end of this thing, I mean actual funny SpongeBob clips and memorable SpongeBob clips, if they had used those, then this would actually feel special. This would actually feel big and important and just a big celebration of what SpongeBob is and was. But instead, all it is a reminder of how much the show has changed. Even without Patchy, it's a
SpongeBob
episode, and a really pathetic one for an anniversary special. I've heard people argue.
Someone said, I thought you hate clip shows. I'm not a big fan of clip shows, but like truthfully, if the clips are brief, right? If there's a fast-paced montage of just a bunch of classic SpongeBob jokes that doesn't take up that much time in the episode, I think that would have been cool. Or honestly, even having a clip and then seeing the SpongeBob characters react to that, being like, did that really happen? I don't remember there being a murderer at the Krusty Krab. Like, remember that time we killed the health inspector? We didn't kill the health inspector, SpongeBob. Like have the characters comment on it. I think it could work, but it has to be done right, and most of it still has to be original animation. But honestly, there's a million better ways to do it. It doesn't have to be a clip show. I was just kind of throwing out like one idea.
You that, oh, well, when you don't consider it in the context of an anniversary special, it's not so bad. Firstly, yeah, if it was 11 minutes, it wouldn't be so bad. And secondly, you can't take it out of context of it being an anniversary special. The patchy segments explicitly call it SpongeBob's 10th anniversary special. You cannot separate it from that. The show is reminding you of how big and special and good this thing is supposed to be, while simultaneously being terrible. It's no wonder no one talks about this thing. Nobody wants to see it again. And that's the truth. I wonder what would have happened if I had picked Square. Alright, let's move on. 125A.
Oh, that's anti-Pie Guy. You guys remember that classic character back when reviewers had to have characters that were alternate versions of themselves? Oh goodness.
Apple fever. Squidward gets stuck at SpongeBob's house.
But yes, S tier, right? No one's gonna argue with me that that's an S tier. Like, clearly, I think I did a really good job. I don't know how to rank that in comparison to the other times that I reviewed Truth or Square, but really, I think I did a good job breaking it down. Thank you for super chat, Shattuck. The Truth or Square video game was better. Oh, it absolutely is. I played that. Maybe I streamed it. No, actually, I think I just did a Let's Play on my second channel, and man, it's short. It definitely could be longer, but it kind of hits that Battle for Bikini Bottom, vibe.
Storm. My favorite part was the lightning effects. I think they look cool, very similar to the ones in SpongeBob versus the Big One. And that's the only good thing I can say about this. It's pretty much Club SpongeBob, except not funny. SpongeBob and Patrick are annoyingly stupid. Squidward is jerky, but not likably jerky. There's a ton of repetition, and the plot just goes nowhere. At the end, the characters randomly turn SpongeBob BC on us. It is a
Scumbag.
The concept of SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick being stuck playing games with each other at SpongeBob's house during a storm is one that showed promise. But when all the characters get on your nerves and there's nothing funny about it, it falls completely flat. 125.
I think this is a D tier review. I don't remember this episode, not to be a broken record, but I think this is the end of season fatigue. The end of season review fatigue. There's always at least one review towards the end of the season, either the last episode or like close to it, where clearly old Pie Guy is just a little bit tired, okay? It needs a break. Oh gosh. But yeah, I think it's a D tier review. You think it's a C tier? It's a brief review. It needs more. Yeah, the thing is, I just list things instead of really talk about why they bother me. So I think I put it in D. All right, getting close.
Chum caverns. Plankton discovers an underground cave and uses it to sell his chum. This episode is incredibly similar to Chum Bucket Supreme. Just replace the slogan with these cool caverns and Patrick with these weird cavern monster things. No, seriously, they are very, very similar. Plankton has success, not because of his food, but because of something else going on around his restaurant. Krabs butts in and tries to put a stop to it, and eventually steals what Plankton had that was working for him. While I do wish this episode didn't come so soon after Chum Bucket Supreme, in production order. In airing order, this episode came one day before Chum Bucket Supreme, weirdly enough. I do actually like both stories, and I think there's room for both of them. Chum Bucket Supreme has the advantage of pairing up Patrick with Plankton, while this episode has the advantage of the cool cave motif. And that's what I like the most about it, the way they use the caverns and the digging to show Plankton and Krabs burying each other. It makes for a pretty cool action sequence that's very similar to Dig Dug. Plus, this episode gets a little bit more of that whole Plankton Krabs almost becoming friends again.
I just chuckled because it feels like a random video game reference, but if I'm actually remembering correctly, I think it is a reference to Dig Dug.
Thing, though not in an annoying teasing way. Even if it is light on jokes, the plot is pretty solid, and the whole cavern motif definitely makes it a good episode. Episode 1.
Okay, don't get distracted with the Clash of Triton. Calm down, everyone. Chum Caverns. Was that a good review? I have like. I vaguely remember the Dig Dug thing where, like, they fall through the holes, but I don't remember anything else. You think that's a B tier? I think I'd give it a B tier. Thank you for the super chat, Pablo. Yeah, B tier. Okay, sounds good. All right, last review.
Becoming friends again, 6 thing, though not in an annoying teasing way. Even if it is light on jokes, the plot is pretty solid, and the whole cavern motif definitely makes.
We gotta hear the rest of this so we can get to the
Episode 126, The Clash of Triton. King Neptune's attitude clashes with his sons. In the first few seconds of this episode, you hear soap opera music, and it turns out King Neptune is watching a soap opera. I find it to be the perfect metaphor for this stupid soap opera-y episode. This show does not have the capability to explore the differences in philosophy between a father and a son. This show cannot handle that sort of thing, and it should not have even tried, because all we get is incredibly cliched material that, might I add, has little to nothing to do with any character we actually care about. King Neptune as a character really confuses me because of the whole SpongeBob movie versus the show thing, but within this episode, it makes it very clear that this King Neptune is a horrible ruler, father, and god in general, and he turns his son into a complete jerk, which means that this struggle is between a jerk and a jerk. And when I say struggle, I mean, well, not actually anything. There is no struggle. There's no cool action scenes. There's no fighting. There's no adventure. There's nothing.
All right.
And then, this episode has the gall to try and make us believe that there's a twist ending. Yeah. Guess what? We know from the beginning Neptune wants his son to act like a jerk. The fact that he explicitly locks people up in cages and destroys the city is what Neptune wanted in the first place. It's not a surprise. And the way they shoehorn SpongeBob and Cast into this plot is really dumb. Apparently King Neptune, a god, wants to eat at the Krusty Krab.
If I'm remembering this episode correctly, this feels like a backdoor pilot, right? Like the idea that it's like Triton and like a bunch of his family members are like the focal point of this, and then just like SpongeBob and Patrick kind of just tag along for it. Like we spend a lot of time away from the characters we actually care about, if I'm remembering it correctly. All right, guys, come on, everyone say it. I spelt it wrong, please. I've already acknowledged it, but make sure that everyone in the chat tells me, because I need to hear it 20 times, that this 10-year-old video has a spelling error. I'm very sorry. Get it out of your system now. I'll take a drink. Here, I'll put the angry PyCon on, and I'll pretend to be really upset. Oh, guys, come on! You already told me that. Oh. All right. Let's move along.
Why? Is it because he remembers SpongeBob was a good fry cook? Oh, certainly not. There's no explanation given as to why the royal family wants to eat at the Krusty Krab. And apparently, the reason why SpongeBob is responsible for Neptune freaking out about Triton not being there is because SpongeBob had the audacity to ask where Triton was. Why was there a seat labeled for him if Neptune's wife knew he wasn't gonna show up? Who did that? Did SpongeBob just know about the royal family and assume that he was gonna be here and put that down? And that's not even getting into the fact that we don't get to bring Mindy, an awesome character from the movie, back. Instead, they'd rather just introduce this son character who's cliche.
I think it was something about Paramount, right? Because Paramount like owns the distribution of the movie, and even though Nickelodeon was like a subsidiary of Paramount, or it wasn't at that point, there's like some weird rights thing that they didn't add that. You tried to correct the spelling error in a YouTube annotation by putting an O over the A. Oh. And then annotations didn't exist anymore. Fun fact, the last video with the splat watermark. Very true, Dorothy. Very true. I don't know why I did that. I just did that to do it. I don't know. Honestly, I thought the Triton misspelling was just a quirk of the show. I've been bamboozled. I'm so sorry, Trav. The writers of PIEGUYRULZ lied to us. They lied. They misled us. They thought this was how it was spelled. They tricked us. They fooled us. We've been Smeckledorfed.
Shade as heck. Oh, and it takes forever for Neptune to explain his whole backstory with his son. And there's this overly long, annoying sequence where SpongeBob puts his face up to the cage where Triton is kept, while Triton's been shrunk down, so that SpongeBob's face is huge and his breath is stinky, and his face is just drawn in such a grotesque and unappealing way. Is that supposed to be a joke? What is so funny about having SpongeBob's ugly face that close to the camera for that long? It's not like it quickly flashes to it or anything. If it wasn't funny the first second, holding on it isn't gonna make it any funnier. It's a
ScumbBob
episode. And there's not even any comedy here on top of all of the other problems. The last shot is the Bikini Bottomites ready to chase after SpongeBob after their town has been destroyed. What a wonderfully fitting way for this season to end. And that.
I didn't think that review was too good. I feel like I was a little wordy. Maybe like a C or a D on that one, to be honest. S? Really? You guys think this review was good? You calling SpongeBob's face ugly is really funny. D tier. Yeah, I think it's a C tier at best. Probably a D tier. S tier, even though I disagree. S for that PyCon close-up. You guys are crazy. I'm putting it in C. I'll put it in C. I'll compromise with you. The review has aura. With the background music. All right. Let's keep going.
Is every single episode of SpongeBob Season 6 reviewed. I'm gonna give this season a rating before we go to the stats. Based upon my personal preference as well as what the statistics have to say, this season is a clear-cut
ScumbBob
season. I really wish this season didn't exist. It was very bad. So here's the statistics.
I don't even know if I agree with saying I wish it didn't exist, because no hat for Pat is golden, you know? It was all worth it for no hat for Pat. As well as the Slumber Party episode and Sandcastles the Sand.
Statistics.
I don't even know what the other two ones on my top 5 are. Actually, I don't even know if I do a top 5 in this video. It might be a separate video.
12 good episodes, 12 meh episodes, 23 ScumbBob episodes. Almost half the season was bad, and only a quarter of it was good.
Oh,
And
not
let me
normal.
tell you,
There we go.
Those good episodes were definitely nowhere near as good as the stuff that came season.
I really like doing graphical stuff like this. I like using the motifs from the previous slides with the stats. This kind of became more unwieldy as more and more seasons happened, but yeah.
1 through 5 in general. Also, a lot of the ScumbBobs here are definitely some of the worst things I've ever covered on this series.
You say we're running out of time, and I never got what you meant there. Since when was there a time limit? Well, the longer the video is, the longer it takes for me to get it done, you know, and I need to be able to get it done at a certain point. And also, this was still at a time when really long videos on YouTube felt like maybe it was a mistake, right? Like, I didn't... At this point, I felt like if I did a 3-hour review, no one would watch it, right? Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. What isn't a real word? Why are people in chat feeling Smeckledorf? Because I misspelled Triton. I misspelled Triton. Thank you for the super chat, Frick. This season is more unmemorable than downright bad. I disagree with that. I think it can be both. I think both is an option in this case.
Since we're running low on time, instead of notes, I'm just going to give the 3 big reasons why I think this season was a complete and total downgrade from Season 5. First of all, there's the animation mistakes. Now, this isn't a huge deal because it doesn't hinder my enjoyment of the episodes by that much, but even still, it is not something that should be happening at all. When this show brings in so much money, you think they would have given the effort to do some retakes or something.
Yeah.
And a little side note on this point, because I consider it to be a mistake in the animation, the fact that everything this season has been turned up to be gross. And I'm not just talking about the Splinter and the toenail scene, I mean, in
Well, those
almost
aren't mistakes,
every
Pie Guy. You
episode,
shouldn't-
there's some sort of pulsating
like a separate
vein
point.
or hideous blemish or something really just unappealing. It's fine.
Thank you for the super chat, Bailey. There was a period of early YouTube when 10-minute video was seen as absurdly long. Yeah, no, it's true. Thank you, Dorothy. Ironically, the first ScumbBob season is the first without a ScumbBob review. What? I don't know what that means.
Fine when they do this stuff for a joke or just sometimes, but it's just rampant throughout the entire season. Then there's the lack of jokes, and I'm not talking about a lack of times that I laughed. I mean that there has statistically been not that many jokes compared to other seasons. I don't know if it's because they had less time to work on each episode based upon the larger episode order, or maybe the creative team was just getting burnt out, but it really does seem
Oh,
like
the tier list. Duh. Yeah, good point. Yeah. None. Duh.
there's not so many extra jokes in these episodes. It feels like there's a few main ones and that's it. Older episodes used to be jam-packed with jokes every second. This one has a very low joke per minute ratio. And lastly, the repetition. And this counts for everything from the fact that there's so many episodes about annoying Squidward this season, to the fact that a lot of these plots and set pieces are
that's a good bit
recycled
there.
from older episodes, to the fact that a lot of the jokes that they do actually tell are really repetitive. These three things permeated the entire season, from SpongeBob episodes all the way up to good episodes. This is just all in all a downright inferior season. And I have to apologize to you guys. Some of these reviews were a little bit repetitive, and some of them harped on the fact that these episodes aren't that funny. If I had an infinite amount of time, I'd go back and rephrase my wording on a lot of these to vary it up, but I can't. And I just want...
Pie guy, you can't say that. You can't say that. What are you doing? You can't be like, well, if I had time, I'd make these videos better, but I can't. Sorry. No one wants to hear that, dude. What are you doing? Obviously, there is a limit to what I'm able to do time-wise, but come on, dude. You can't just be like, well, I could have made it better, but like, you know, I didn't. Oh, goodness. Thank you for the super chat, Jemmy. Who wants to join me in the Squids Visit fan club? Not me, but like that person's super chat if you want to join them. Oh gosh. Actually, before we back up a second, do you guys agree with this? With this analysis of like kind of the three things that not necessarily they're the biggest problems, but they're general problems. I think honestly, a mischaracterization point I think would be warranted on here. Just that they really misunderstand what makes SpongeBob and Squidward work dynamically. But yeah.
episodes all the way.
Anyway.
Some of them harped on the fact that these episodes aren't that funny. If I had an infinite amount of time, I'd go back and rephrase my wording on a lot of these.
I think what it is just like I just at a certain point I do have to get the video out. Like it is true. But like you don't want to say that in the video. You don't want to be like, well guys, I could work harder on this, but sorry, I'm not gonna.
To vary it up, but I can't. And I just want you to know that the only reason I keep repeating myself is because this show keeps repeating itself. And it's because it is very important that the show isn't making me laugh, or even telling that many jokes. It's crucial to the ratings, so I hope you can understand why I had to say it so many times. Alright, on to my bottom 5 for the season. Let's get it out of the way.
Oh gee, I wonder what they're gonna be. We got the card, we got oh, that's Boating Buddies. Wait, is it called Boating Buddies? I don't know, the one where it's Squidward and SpongeBob and Boating School. The Splinter, Truth or Square, and Choir Boys.
So we can end on a positive note. Number 5 goes to the card. Really, there's a lot of episodes that could have been in this number 5 slot, but something had to go here. So I'm gonna go with the episode that was not just not funny and stupid, but also completely missed the tons of chances they had to tell good jokes. At number 4, Boating Buddies. It's harmful to the characters, a total waste of what could have been a good plot, and just doesn't have any sort of focus whatsoever. Number 3, The Splinter. It completely and utterly misses the point of the show, and is one of Patrick's most obnoxious appearances. Number 2, Truth or Square.
Wow.
If you include the patchy segments, then this thing is an insult. If you don't, then it's still long and pointless. And number 1, Choir Boys.
Wow,
This is
Choir Boys is
actually
number 1.
worse than Truth or Square.
Wow.
Because there's a lot of things that are just annoying or bad to sit through, but this really goes out of its way to make our main character just become horrible, on top of all of the repetitious anti-humor gags. This episode...
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, clearly I dislike Choir Boys, but I feel like Truth or Square needed to be higher.
episode isn't just lazy, it is actively damaging to the rest of the series. Of course,
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. That's maybe a little
as a
too far.
reviewer, I go into every episode with a fresh mindset and don't have any prejudice against any character.
I don't have any
guarantee you,
prejudice
if I was just a
in my
regular
heart
viewer, then this episode would make me
Starfish.
never want to watch another new episode of this show ever again. And going back to watch the old episodes of the show would leave just the tiniest bit of terrible aftertaste because this terrible episode exists within the show. There's a lot.
Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. Bro said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, I think I already nailed it with the Choir Boys review. I did not need to keep going. This is overkill.
Of bad stuff this season, so maybe this list will get rearranged at some point.
Hey, let's rearrange the list. This is that point I was talking about. Truth or Square number 1. Boom, rearranged.
There's so many options to choose from. Alright, enough negativity. Let's get to the positives of the season. My top 5. Number 5, Sandcastles in the Sand. The only reason this is so low is because it does borrow from a template of other episodes, as well as having a kind of frustrating beginning, and it doesn't have as many jokes as I would have liked. But still, it's a very enjoyable episode. Number 4, Overbooked. This is an example of a plot that just works so well for the show.
Thank you, Dorothy. Truth or Square is now your least favorite. I mean, I am never watching Truth or Square again. Well, let's make that absolutely clear. If I were to ever like re-review season 6 or something, I don't know what I would do, but I am not watching that one more time. No. But yeah, no, I for as damaging as Choir Boys is, like, I just think Truth or Square is much more like just harder to sit through. Thank you, Trav. Would season 6 Patrick be obnoxious enough to repel the Y-Wolves from top tier Adventure Time episode? Not really. Donnie by being obnoxious. Oh yeah, you know it would. You know it would. You know he would. He just emits obnoxygen. Thank you, Zane, for the super chat. How much money to make you watch Truth or Square? Like right now on stream. Like I'll pop it up in a window. You guys won't be able to see it, but you'll just hear me commenting over it. We'll do a live commentary track. I'll tell you what. Let's do here. Here we go. Fan funding. I can do this. Wait, hang on. Wait. Oh gosh, how do I do this? There's a way for me to do a goal. Here we go. All right, here's our goal here. We need. Oh man, I don't know if I should really do this because I'm. Oh gosh. All right, if we get 20 super chats that are $10 or higher in the next, I don't know, in the next 45 minutes, I'll watch Truth or Square right now on stream. I can't show you guys Truth or Square, but I'll watch it right now. All right, I'm facetiously doing this, kind of. If you guys genuinely do this, I'll do it. But like, this is wild. Here you go. You guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on while that's going on. Can it be $10 Zimbabwe? I don't make the rules. Whatever YouTube is saying right now is how it happens. But you guys have already spent a lot of super chats, so I'm assuming you're all done. So, you know, let's not be crazy.
Number 3, not.
Thank you for the super chat. Hey, it's just meh. Pie Guy, as someone who was around / active for 2006 to 2010 YouTube, could you reflect on what the culture and video making process was like at the time? Wow, but that's a great question. Honestly, a lot of it just felt like, in the early days, it really did feel like when I was inspired and I felt like doing it, I would just make a video. Like, there was just something amazing. Like, I remember uploading the Animal Crossing Abridged. It just felt like amazing to put out something into the world. To tell some jokes on a video, use the little video skills that I had built up in my lifetime, and just kind of throw it out there. And yeah, like that's what it felt like. It wasn't about the money. which is ironic now that we have all these super chats rolling in. Oh god, you guys might actually do this. But you guys are crazy. It wasn't about the money. It was genuinely just about like making people laugh and have fun, and yeah. So let's get the train going. Truth or square time. Thank you, Trav. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Aurelius, for the ransom money. You guys really want me to watch Truth or Square? Why? Why? Oh my goodness. Here, can I? Oh, I guess I can't alter it. I should have altered it to just make it a total amount of money, but oh my gosh. Challenge accepted. La Mason. Oh my goodness. If you do $9.99, I don't think it counts. Okay, maybe I can count it separately from the way YouTube counts it. If you guys did $9.99, I'll still count it, okay? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Infinity Nerdy. I've spent like $30 this stream, you greedy soul. You better watch the full patchy segments. Oh no. Better get Truth or Square out and ready, Pie Guy, says Ryler. Thank you, Wins. I speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Oh my gosh. Your actions have consequences, Pie Guy. Engage emotions. Thank you. Noxier. We're gonna shoot a super chat at the end anyway. I was gonna shoot a super chat at the end anyway, so I'm most excited for season 8 for how different everyone's opinions are for the episodes of the season. Also, don't forget to check your email. I definitely will. If anyone wants to communicate with me, shoot me an email. I can't promise that I'll respond, but that's how you communicate with me outside of these live streams. And comments on YouTube. I do read all of those. Thank you, Bailey. I choose square. Oh my god. Guys. This is what happens when you pick square. Thank you, Shadik. Thank you, RSV. Thank you, the anonymous person. For the sake of it, you should rewatch Atlantis. No, I don't want to. No. Thank you, DDD. Something not Truth or Square related. When you get to your season 9 review, will you do a season 9A and B in separate streams on different days? No, we'll probably do one all at once. I'd like to do more. Like, I would have liked to have covered 2 seasons, but, you know, things go on really long as it is. I'm long-winded, if you didn't know. Thank you, what? Do it for the square, do it for the truth. Truth or Square 2, Electric Boogaloo. Thank you, Trav. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Spangello. And thank you, Frick. Oh, you guys are nuts. Let's finish. We got 2 minutes left on the video. Let's finish the video. I think you guys might have done it. Like I said, the YouTube thing isn't counting the $9.99 ones, I don't think, but I will count them. So I think you guys might have hit it. Let me see how many of these. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't even see it because it's scrolling because there's too many new ones. You guys are crazy. Okay. Let's finish the video. All right, and then we'll get to Truth or Square.
Normal. This is a really cool episode. Only SpongeBob could turn being normal into being really weird. Number 2,
okay, it does
no
count
hat
the
for Pat.
$9.99.
I already gushed about this one, so moving on. And number 1, the slumber party.
Wow.
This is the only episode the entire season that made me laugh a lot from start to finish. None of the rest of the good episodes.
I sound angry even talking about the good episodes. I think this is another one where I think I probably would swap number 1 and 2, but I'd have to watch the slumber party again because I don't remember it as well.
Out there could actually make me laugh this much, and that is really sad. This is a comedy show, and while it's great that episodes like Sandcastles in the Sand can do cool stuff with animation, or Not Normal can do something interesting with the plot, if a season of your comedy show can't get many laughs out of me, then you've just failed on a very basic level. Wow, well, that didn't end up being that positive. Maybe season 7 will be better? Anyway, thanks to these folks for donating to me on Patreon. If you'd like to have your name
hey, anyone here? Any of you guys? Any of these people? I don't remember what Bashfluff did to get an extra special thanks. I think they donated a lot, or maybe they helped me with something. I don't even remember. But you guys are crazy. If you said 100 super chats for a season 11 review, I guarantee we would do it. Madeline. Oh my goodness. After this, I'm gonna rewatch Truth or Square. You guys, I will count just to see if YouTube's tracker is off. Right now, we are 6 away from watching Truth or Square. If you guys hit it, even if YouTube counts it or not, whatever. Because I don't know if foreign currencies count the same way. I'll count $10 Canadian as $10 American. I don't know. You know, I have no idea how that works. But if you guys did actually hit it, what we're going to do is we're going to finish this video. I'm going to go to the bathroom, tell my wife I love her, and that I won't be home on time. I have to work late tonight. And then I will boot up whatever version of Truth or Square exists on, like, streaming, Amazon Prime or whatever. Or actually, no, I guess I have it on iTunes. Or Apple Movies or whatever the heck it's called now. And we can sync it up if you guys want to watch it too. I won't pause it. I will sit here and watch it, and you guys will hear me live commentate, and you guys can watch it with me if you want. Thank you to Super Chat Trav again and again.
Here, please donate in the link below. And once again, a very special thanks to my girlfriend Erin for providing these awesome visuals. And thanks to these websites for helping me out.
I also don't remember what I did for the stinger at the end of this, by the way. I have no idea what the skit is.
Out with music, research, and support. PIEGUYRULZ out.
Maybe I don't do anything.
Epilogue.
Ugh, I can't even believe how bad this season was. Like, people told me it'd be bad, and then it...
Oh, no, wait, is it...
You guys aren't gonna believe this.
Oh, it's this.
Nickelodeon sent me a pie. Sorry about the splinter? That's really weird. They're not usually this nice. I just,
Oh, that was pretty good. All right, that was pretty good, Past Pie Guy. That was my girlfriend at the time, who made that amazing pie and also smashed my face into it. And then if I recall, I did like some other rant or something right after that. I don't even remember what it was. It was probably a very bad video because it wasn't like properly edited. I was just me talking off the cuff. Thank you for the super chat, Green Galaxy Productions official. Thank you so much for your content. Also, playing as the Grinch/the Gronch in your Minecraft realm a few years ago was fun and awesome. Oh, I remember that. That's awesome. I remember you. I will hold those memories for a long while. Yeah, we had a very small but, like, you know, fun Minecraft server that we did years and years ago. That was fun. Thank you for the super chat, Grant. A wise man once said, "When will you learn that your actions have consequences?" I was actually just thinking about that Sammy Classic Sonic fan or whatever his name was. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? They should have gotten that guy to do the Rick and Morty characters, am I right? He could have been the new Lemon Grab. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. There's 2 more. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Rebecca. I'm really stupid with my money. Oh my gosh, you guys. So we're gonna watch whatever version of Truth or Square is on streaming. I guess I should make the proper preparations to do this because it looks like you guys are about to hit it. Oh my goodness. Does Amazon Prime have it? DDD. I am the decider. I am the decider. You must now do Truth or Square. All right, fine. I'm gonna watch this. Do you guys genuinely? I don't remember. Did I watch Truth or Square 3 times for the season 6 review, on top of watching it for the Enter crossover and watching it for the Spongy bits, and I watched it for the recap? This might be like genuinely like the 9th time I've seen this thing. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do this. I'm going to, well, first of all, let's wrap this up here. It seems like my season 6 review did genuinely live up to expectations and the hype that you guys you guys put me to here. I'm sorry, I'm just like flabbergasted at all this. But genuinely, there are some like really, really good reviews. And honestly, I think all of the S tier reviews from this season are better than all of the other reviews, the other S tier reviews. It looks like we had a ton of A tier, a good handful of B tier, a decent amount of C tier, and then like only a few D and no scumbobs. So, yeah, I was very happy with that. I'm going to, oh my gosh, yeah. So I'm gonna take a few minute break to go explain why I'm gonna be gone for another like 6 hours or however long Truth or Square is. Um, thank you for the super chat, Infinity. Nighttime's the charm. Maybe you'll like it now. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go do that. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna get some water, go to the bathroom. I'm gonna throw it to commercial. I think I can do that. We're gonna throw it to commercial. We'll see if that's actually a thing that works on here. Let's try it. I will be right back. Okay.
Hey guys, I'm in the void. Hang on, I'm just getting it set up. I'm looking to see what version's on Prime Video, if that season is also like available for free. Okay, it is not. So I'm gonna have to get my iTunes version. All right. How can I see that on a PC? I guess. Oh, I have my Apple TV over here. But then how am I gonna play it? You guys will hear it. Viacom will come for me, or I mean, whoever Paramount will come for me. There's got to be a way. Sorry, everyone. I did not know. I didn't prepare for this. You people are wild. You're animals. I put on a voice changer. Face cam. No. I look really sweaty after all these hours of streaming. All right. Well, you know what? I think I'll just have to plug my headphones into my TV or something. Yeah, we'll make it work. So again, just give me a few minutes to set up. Okay. Why do you want me to do this? So yeah, I don't know. I'll let you know which version Truth or Square Truth or Square is on the, I guess, iTunes or what. I never remember what it's called. It's like Apple TV now, I think. So anyway, how are you guys doing? How's everyone out there? While I'm getting this set up, is everyone having a Truth or Square-rific night? Because I sure am. I sure am. And I know the longer I take to get this set up, the longer I'm gonna be here. So I'm trying. I'll be back in another 5 minutes. I will genuinely be back, and we'll have this settled. I will be right back. Okay. I got my MacBook. We're doing this. Let's see. Amazingly, I don't have this special just downloaded on my MacBook. I have to stream it, so hopefully it streams in okay quality. Let me know where you guys are watching Truth or Square tonight. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Free upload off the Internet Archive. That's fair. You guys could have told me it was on the Internet Archive. Come on. Alright. Let's check out my library. TV shows. Let's hope it's here. And I know you guys can't see anything here. I'll make the PyCon really big. I'm sorry. I don't think there's really anything I can show, or else I will get in big copyright trouble. Thank you, Chico, for the super chat. PyGuy, it's funny. I remember being hyped for the Enter crossover for Truth or Square in high school, and now I mod for him. LOL. Nice. Oh, and thank you for the other super chat. PyGuy is a professional Truth or Square connoisseur. I should know. I'm an Enter mod. Can I at least have some sound clips? No. This is what you guys voted for. This is where we're at. All right. Put the Truth or Square title. Oh yeah. Okay, that's fair. I can do that. Hang on. Let's. Are y'all right? Let's get this up. Here we go. You guys can look at the beautiful slide. Enjoy looking at toilet paper for a while. Oh, goodness. Do I not own Truth or Square or Season 6 DVDs? That one has the longest version. Oh, God. I own it on... I don't know. I actually don't own it on the DVDs. All right. Steven Universe, SpongeBob. Here it is. I own 174 episodes of this show. So, Season 6. Here it is, Truth or Square. It is the 52-minute version. Oh, good. All right. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Jordan. The retrospective cartoon koala did a view is really good. I know you said you don't plan on watching them, but that video is well done. Yeah, that's great. I appreciate it. I genuinely think it's really cool. I think for my own mental health, I can't watch retrospectives on me. All right, are you guys ready for Truth or Square? Are you guys ready? 52 minutes. Yeah, Pie Guy, good. I'm not sitting through it. By the end of this, I'm just going to be sitting here by myself, being like, well, I made a promise to people, so. All right. I'm going to, let's see. When my PyCon changes, it's going to be when I am going to press play on this 52-minute nonsense, or 51-minute, 42-second nonsense. So, get yourself ready, set, go. Oh yeah, I forgot about this opening. Genuinely a cool opening. Like, that's the thing. Despite how bad this is, it still does have some cool stuff in it. It's just like, you know, a few minutes worth of cool stuff in 50 minutes. Thank you, Spain Jello. You'll watch it with me, don't worry. I know. Look, if I had set this up better, I could have like done some weird voice changer thing. You guys could have vaguely, like, I could have, I don't know, blurred it or something and put it up blurred. I don't know. Is that Ricky? Oh, that's Ricky Gervais. Oh my goodness. Here's the clip show. I think, yeah, I think that the special peaks with the opening, with the intro. Bank. Let's not see what happens, Ricky Gervais. Also, my copy is not in widescreen. Thanks, Apple. That's a fake smoke effect. Oh, there's the foot. Why did you guys make me do this? You guys are great. Oh my god, it's Squidward. Birthday Blowout definitely does a better use of the SpongeBob cast. Like in live action. Why did I make the offer? That's a really big shrimp. To mention a different Nick special. All those people worked on this. I will be keeping an eye on chat. Don't worry, guys. I am looking. No, I'm watching this legitimately. I paid for this. This is on what used to be iTunes, and it's 4.3. Also, I pity anyone who shows up to the stream now because they have no idea what's going on. I'm watching Truth or Square. Tabunga Gary. You know, it is kind of nice that it opens up with SpongeBob waking up like in the pilot. Like, that's cool. Is this where I find out I actually love Truth or Square? Like, I'm just going to keep complimenting it the whole time. I know some people don't like the 11D7 thing. I don't know. It's a joke. It is what it is. Oh, the flashback in utero. They just didn't have to do this. They just didn't have to. I don't know, man. The crazy thing is, I feel like this is one of the few times pregnancy is depicted on Nickelodeon. And it's this. Oh, hey, a good song. Oh my gosh. Maybe the special's great. Maybe you really need to see it at least 10 times to really appreciate the quality of Truth or Square. Thank you for the super chat, Pran. Best Truth or Square flashback? I guess we'll have to see as it goes on. It definitely is not the pregnant one, and it's definitely not the marriage one. This is all still great. Honestly. You know, even the patchy stuff was fine up to this point. Maybe the key is you have to stop it after like 10 minutes. Watch like a quarter of it. And then you really, you know, that's the peak of Truth or Square. I remember Pie Guy praising this song during the recast. Yeah, it is a good song. I don't think I mentioned it in the review in the Season 6 video, but it is genuinely really good. But this wasn't made for this, right? This was made before it. I had this was on like the SpongeBob CD, wasn't it? Unless I'm completely misremembering. Atlantis SquarePants or Truth to Square? I think I'll pick Atlantis SquarePants. Thank you for the super chat, but that's a tough one. This is what happens when you pick Square. I know. Look at that Dungeons and Dragons poster. I kind of wish I had it. It's pretty cool. Not the Rolodex! Oh no! It's got the Jonas Brothers on top. Also, my name is pronounced Pranav. Pranav. Okay, I will try to get that right in the future. Sorry about that. We don't talk enough about the scene in Pressure when SpongeBob gives birth 4 times via budding, purely to show up Sandy. That's fair, Bailey. That's fair. Oh, no! Not Rosario Dawson. Ironically, I probably know who more of these people are now. I know her from Defenders, from Daredevil. She's an amazing actress. I love her. She is much better than this. I bet you she regrets doing this too. She's acting so good in this. I also like that it's basically the same joke as that Clash of Triton joke with SpongeBob's horrible breath. My leg? No, my leg. You got a Paramount Plus ad. Oh no, I'm sorry. I could tell you like where I'm at when you get back from your ad. I haven't watched SpongeBob in forever, and this is the first thing I'm watching. You guys made me do this. Oh my god. I hope you know my child is also watching this, and this is going to be their first impression of SpongeBob, and I hope you all feel bad about it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They're not here. The air ducts. Should I, like, pretend to really like the parts that are dumb? Should I just, like, over-laugh at everything? Just be like, ho, 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 ho! Oh, look at this flashback! It's crazy! Ho, 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 ho! Look at him sleeping! What a wacky montage! Ha ha! Look at those butt cheeks! By the way, if someone wanted to take this part of the stream and edit it together with Truth or Square footage and, like, upload it somewhere where that's allowed, like, it's not gonna get taken down, you're welcome to do that. If someone wants to do that, you can. Or if you want to do it on YouTube, and if you want to risk your channel getting taken down, that's up to you. Now, how does he only have 50 years of failure if there's 77 years of Krusty Krab? Fortnite! Are you watching the version without the dog? I don't know! Whatever version is on Apple TV. Again, it's 4:3, which is stupid because I seem to remember watching this in widescreen. I definitely did watch this in widescreen, so at some point, like, iTunes or Apple changed the version that was on here. I don't claim to understand this. Is there 2 versions? There's at least 2 versions of Truth or Square. I think there might be 3. No, I think you're talking about Triumph. You know what? This montage is alright. This might be the best one. The Amazon Prime version is in widescreen. Nice. Internet Archive version is an hour and 43 minutes. There's no way. It must have the commercials from the original airing. Because there's no way that there's another, like, hour of this. Yeah, sorry, I'm not watching the 59-minute extended version. I'm so sorry. The archive version has choir boys attached to it. No, it doesn't. Don't tell lies. The Rolodex. Oh, LeBron. Is this the guy from Space Jam 2? Or is that a different guy? In 2019, they re-released seasons 1 through 8 in HD. That's why the iTunes copy of Truth or Square became that squished full-screen version. Great. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. I'm glad I'm watching this in a way I've never watched it before, and an even a worse version of Truth or Square. Oh, Tina Fey. Like, seriously, how did they decide who to call? How did they decide? Like, it's just everyone that owed a favor to Nickelodeon or something? Was this when... No, the Mighty Bee was Amy Poehler. It wasn't Tina Fey. I was gonna say maybe that's the connection, but no. Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob. Where's the Pie Guy celebrity cameo? Someone should make like a 5-hour edit of Truth or Square where it's just Patchy the pirate, just like edited clips of Patchy interacting with various, like, I don't know, just anyone, like the Nostalgia Critic and Mr. Enter and like, I don't know, just have him interact with literally anyone. I bet you his TV show is better than Patchy's, if we're being real. No, don't put a bunch of canceled people in here. That would be rough. Oh no. Like Patchy calls the angry video game nerd and he just curses him out or something. I don't know. This is still going on. Come on. Where is he? Like a college campus or something? Like, seriously. He looks like he was out for a jog, and then someone flagged him down with a camera. Mr. Farrell, can you be a part of my big celebration? My studio. I'm an intern at Nickelodeon. My studio's doing a big SpongeBob special. Will you please be a part of it? Hey, look, it's like I'm eating at Five Guys or something. $20 for a Krabby Patty is not insane in 2026. That's what's so wild. Yeah, I thought the 52-minute version was the extended version as well. I think there's like a 40-minute version that's a really cut down on the Patchy stuff. I think there's a 52-minute version, which is what we're watching, and then there's a 57-minute extended version that adds like 7 minutes or like a few minutes of nonsense. This flashback's alright, I guess. But it's just kind of the same idea. Thanks to the super chat, DDD. The 42-minute version removes all the celebrity calling scenes at the beginning and starts straight at Patchy's TV extravaganza.
I'm sure that's a much better edit. Even, like, it says something when even Nickelodeon is like, alright, look, this stuff can go. Like, we can get rid of this. Oh, there's SpongeBob. You think he's gonna get the turd, but it's pink toilet paper. Look, if you go somewhere and the toilet paper's pink, I don't know, man. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use it. Gosh. It's just that the pacing of this SpongeBob stuff is it's so slow. It's just so slow. As I say in the review, it's like we're not at any conflict yet. We're still just kind of setting up, and if this thing moved a little faster, it would be fine. The SpongeBob parts. But the fact that it's like slow and then it's also interrupted by Patchy doing Patchy things, it's bad. It's very bad. Thanks, DDD. The Triumph scene, 59-minute version has the Triumph scene, an extended Robin Williams scene where he calls his agent in the bathroom, the Eddie Deason cameo, and an extended ending narration. Huh. I don't know which version, whichever version is the one where Robin Williams is like, this is where careers go to die. You know, that one's maybe the best one because that's the most goated thing that's ever happened in Truth or Square. Oh, it's a freezer. That probably should have been the picture for Truth or Square. Instead of the inflatable Krabby Patties, it should have been like the nice sculpture I should have done. Not even the slapstick is that good. Yeah, like I wouldn't say that the slapstick or like the like it's okay. Like it's not abysmal, but it's just okay, and it just the episode just keeps going and going and going. Are we actually watching? Yeah, we're all sitting here watching Truth or Square separately. Commercial break. We got 32 minutes left. If anyone's watching and got commercials, we have 32 minutes left if you want to skip ahead. Yeah, the slapstick does feel stiff. This is like one of the longest live streams I've ever done, by the way. Your dogs say hi. Hello, dogs. I have the video on my channel. It's the extended Robin Williams bit. I can send you via email. You can watch after this version. No. I think this is fine. Thank you, though. This is like a Shawshank reference, I think. I remember there being a Truth or Square Mario Party wannabe for the PC. Oh, interesting. What purpose does this vent serve if it ends? It's just a dead end. This part's alright too, I think. Yeah, this old commercial's fun. But the problem is that, like, even with this stuff that's like, yeah, this is good, it's just like it's just good. Like, it's not great. I don't know. Man, I want some White Castle. I could go for a Crave case right now. How did it latch if the handle fell off? Alright, well, we can't bring logic into this. I mean, this also doesn't make any sense that SpongeBob was in the old commercial. Like, I mean, I guess it could make sense, but it's just weird. I don't know. It was. This is a dark and evil time. They sure love breathing jokes on SpongeBob. Just heavy breathing, stinky breath. Man, that's all over season 6. Thank you for the super chat. Do I like Morningstar? I don't know what it is. Ah, the surveillance room. This is where Mr. Krabs truly becomes Princess Bubblegum. Authoritarian Krabs. I still don't get this. This really doesn't jive with Mr. Krabs' like thing, right? How does this save him any money? Like, I don't know. Oh, meta. Where does Mr. Krabs land on the political spectrum? We know he's alt-right. Come on. We know it. Actually, he's probably more lib-right, if we're being honest. Is Mr. Krabs a creep? I think so. The camera was in Sandy's bathroom, so... They should exit the way the camera guys just went in. Fair. Okay, all right. Look, unironically for a second. Hang on. Let's switch the PyCon. We'll go neutral. Unironically, I am appreciating parts of this. Like the leader hat and leader hosen joke is all right. Like, it's fine. There's some fine things in this. It's just overall it's just not good. It's so long. Who is this guy again? Oh, Craig Ferguson. Yeah, I still don't know who this dude is. I feel so bad for Tom Kenny. I feel so bad that they made him do this. I wonder what he thinks of all this. He was probably game, because he's a good sport, and, like, as an actor, you don't always question everything, because you just kind of have faith that, like, things will come together in the edit, you know? You know something? I do think that maybe if you did edit this down to, like, 20 minutes, if that, you could maybe make something decent out of this. Not any of the not any of the patchy stuff. Get rid of all of the patchy stuff and cut down a bunch of the animation. Oh, rest in peace, Robin Williams. I mean, honestly, Tom Kenny probably loved this. Getting to act with Robin Williams is amazing. If he had a problem, he can't say anything. No, I didn't mean that Tom Kenny was gonna, like, storm off the set. It's just, even if he wasn't sure about it, you know, he might have still been like, well, it'll come together in the edit. Him and Robin were good friends IRL. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Doesn't surprise me, though. They're both funny guys. Have I seen Mrs. Doubtfire? Of course. Great movie. I like all the pineapples in the bowl there. It's a good touch. But this is just, it's filmed with like one camera, and clearly they just kind of let scenes just play out. Like they didn't have a good enough plan, I don't think, with this stuff. Rest in peace, the Queen. Rest in peace, Mr. Tinder. Thanks for the super chat, Madeline. Tom Kenny is probably thinking of how excited he is to voice a senile ice wizard soon after this. Oh man, it's hard to think that the guy I'm watching right now portrayed Simon in Fiona and Cake season 1, which I just recently rewatched. Like that. I mean, again, good for Tom Kenny. He's game. He's clearly game for whatever. Like, I don't blame him for this at all. It's just like, it's just wild. It's just wild. The viewer count is below 200. Well, yeah, it's a blank screen, and you're listening to me narrate a horrible SpongeBob special. Have any other specials utilized the runtime well, like writing/pacing? I think Dunces and Dragons probably the best. See, there's that weird bit of stop motion there, but like, it doesn't look good, you know, and it doesn't look like stylistically bad. It just looks bad. Yeah, Shanghai uses its time pretty well. Yeah, she does genuinely look like she doesn't want to be there. And this is just like, just what is this? What does this have to do with SpongeBob? Like, why are we seeing this? Oh, that CGI water. Oh gosh, Pink, what are you doing? It's sad that Pink has nothing to do with any part of this special, but has the best song. Oh, I don't know. I don't think this is the best song. And we're still here. We should have come back to SpongeBob at this point. Like, come on. I like the graffiti Squidward. It's like, I don't know, throw a SpongeBob character on the background. Like, that'll make it relevant. Yep. This thing's still going. I think maybe I'm starting to see why I put Choir Boys at number 1, though. Because as bad as this is, like, there are at least some positives, whereas I don't know that I can list anything positive about Choir Boys. Ravioli, ravioli. Give me the formioli. Is this episode still bottom 5 material? Oh, yeah. No, make no mistake. I still hate this. I still hate this a lot. If you take away the patchy bits, it's fine. Patchy is really what makes it insufferable. I don't think I agree with that, because there's still this. It's like all of these flashbacks are basically just like a joke done over and over and over again. There's just so much repetition in this that if you take out the patchy stuff, the SpongeBob stuff is just kind of a normal bad episode, I would say, personally. It's definitely not bottom 5 material, but I don't think it's good. But with the patchy stuff is genuinely what makes it, like, unbearable. But, like, that whole bit with the security cameras, it's like, is that funny? Does anyone find it funny? Like, it's creepy. It makes you kind of wonder about Krabs' character, but, like, is it funny at all? Maybe the joke about the camera crew filming them, but, like, nothing else about that's funny. It's just creepy. Oh, and there's Mr. Krabs. Classic. There's still 199 people here. How? How? Has the joke of Mr. Krabs getting his wallet stolen happened yet? I don't think so. Just like everything, this concept, it just goes on longer than it needs to. Like, the best SpongeBob is really punchy, you know? It's quick. It's got a lot of jokes per minute. This episode feels like they need to stretch everything for time. Every concept, every flashback, every idea needs to be slow. It needs to kind of reuse the same ideas again and again. I don't like it. Oh, it's the opposite day lady. I like how Krabs just shows up after the flashback. 1 minute he's in the bubble, and then after that he's just there. He should have crawled out of the imagined bubble. You know, he should have came out of the flashback to hang out with them. I wonder where SpongeBob got money from. Like, maybe his parents gave it to him? I guess it's possible he had a job before the Krusty Krab, right? Does he say that it's his first job? Maybe Undersea has, like, good universal basic income or something. The trust fund for the Krusty Krab commercial money. Oh, here's the wallet. Okay. Are you guys enjoying this? Just past the We Got Scurvy song and I danced to it. Oh, we're way past that. We only got 15 minutes left, thankfully. It also, like, I don't know about you guys, but this stuff in the vents feels like we're waiting for the actual event of the episode to happen. Like, this doesn't feel like it's the actual story. It feels like I'm waiting for them to do, like, something to happen. I don't know. Man Ray should have came back and taken the wallet. Yeah. Also, just past the Scurvy song. This is tedious. I don't know how y'all are watching this with ads, making it even longer. That's wild. Oh, here we go. I feel like this fake out would have worked better if we didn't have a bunch of other fake outs. Like with the formula. Oh, there's no ads. You're just watching the 59-minute version. Oh, no. What religion do you think that is? You think there's like a special undersea version of Christianity? Womp womp. Thanks for the super chat, Zane. Best ship involving SpongeBob? I don't know. SpongeBob and the boat from Gone. That's the best we can get. That's the best. If we're talking about like canon ships. I guess that's technically a ship. Yeah. Patchy, this is a rejected scene. I hate to tell you. This whole special's an outtake. Sure did. See, this isn't good, but at least I feel like this is stylistically correct, right? Like, it's clear that the bad acting is on purpose. Nice grill. Missed opportunity not to get into deep dive into the production of the show. Yeah, like, unironically, I'm sure a lot of kids would have loved to have found out exactly how SpongeBob came about. What the creation of a cartoon, what goes into that, right? What the thought process was and the early production of it. They could have still made it funny, right? And they still could have had jokes, but we could have actually gotten some interesting behind the scenes facts. No. Nope. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, they can't. They have to repeat the joke. They can't, they're not happy with it, right? Like, it can't just be one joke of it being Squidward. It has to be Squidward and Patrick and Mr. Krabs. This is pretty decent, though. I do like this part. This part's maybe the highlight of the Patchy stuff, which is maybe a stretch because it's technically not Patchy. It's still SpongeBob. I really wish we got something like that when Steven was still alive. Like a really thorough deep dive of how everything came together. Yeah, Yeah, I've talked about it before, but it is surprising how much Nick keeps under wraps with the show. Like, there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that they've. I mean, like, if they made a genuine documentary about just like what goes into making an episode of SpongeBob and released it on streaming or whatever, like people would love that. People would go nuts for that. But I think they kind of want to keep a little bit of mystery, I guess. I don't know. All right, but even this, I like the animation, but again, the song is repetitive. Just everything is repetitive. It's a joke over and over again. It kills the comedy. Most entertaining video playback. Thank you for the super chat, Ace. Listen, people paid for this. This is what people paid for. I cannot legally show you truth or square. All right, Paramount will come for me. And then suddenly he's like 20 feet away from the door after he knocks. This is such a lame joke. It's such a lame bit. Like, he gets to meet SpongeBob, but he doesn't. Oh, and also it's a dream. The guy on the penny. A special would be 32 minutes long, which is the combined length of 3 standard episodes without the patchy segments. Huh. Interesting. These vents are also such an uninteresting location for these characters to be. Like, it's just gray backgrounds. It would have been amazing if Patchy somehow worked his way into the SpongeBob side of the plot. I mean, yeah, that would have been something. What are we, some sort of truth or square? You've never seen Birthday Blowout? Is it better than this? Oh, it's a lot better than this. Gotta repeat the joke. All right, 6 minutes and 41 seconds left. I don't know why I'm not laughing. Is it because I'm really tired, or is it because the special is really unfunny? Yes, Anthony, both of those. If you've been here this whole stream, you guys are really something. I really appreciate you. No, couldn't crash through the fence earlier. Definitely not. What is this? For that, parents for the most part had way better hour-long specials than SpongeBob. Yeah, actually, speaking of that, go watch Shadow's crossover video on the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours. He did a great video retrospective on those. I watched it and I enjoy it. Also, the font on that Krusty Krab sign is wrong. That is not how it usually looks. This live stream is going to end with a pan out revealing Pie Guy is just in a rubber room made of sponge, not live streaming to anything. It's so lame. It's just all so lame. Also, I really don't care if Mr. Krabs succeeds in this endeavor. Like, I just don't care. I care if SpongeBob succeeds, but, like, I don't know. Making Mr. Krabs be, like, the motivator feels wrong. Am I the only one who wants hamburgers after watching this? No. I want some White Castle. I'm definitely with you. What are we, some kind of truth or square? Oh yeah, Plankton's in this. How does he not see anyone? Aren't they right in front of the building? I know. These are just nitpicks because I'm tired and mad at this thing. It's not how I'd actually review it. Not one of Plankton's better plans. He just shows up. Like, whoa, a callback. Oh, man. Please just end. What's the point of this, right? Why is Ricky Gervais here to tell us what happened? Yep, well, they did do a 20th anniversary, it's true. Nice instrumentation on this credits music. Oh, my, the credits are actually cut off on my copy. That's great. Oh, and Squidward's singing. Okay, well, I gotta get to the end. That's true. I love the informal watch through. I'd love to see more of these kind of things. No! You're sitting here listening to me go crazy watching a show. Yeah, sure. Next time we'll do another one of these. Next week, just a few $100 and I don't know. I'll watch Choir Boys with you or something. I'll sit here and I'll watch all of season 7. Oh my my goodness. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. I'm not finished with this episode, and it's a scumbob. Thank you, Riley. And just like that, any chance of Pie Guy watching SpongeBob again completely dies. Yes, this is the last SpongeBob episode I will ever see. Womp womp. What a shame. Oh, man. I don't absolutely hate it. I just found it painstakingly slow and boring. Yeah, you know, I don't know. Maybe my opinion has slightly come up on Truth or Square having watched it again. Slightly. I still think it's really bad. I still think the patchy segments are like the worst thing that this show has ever done. And then as far as the SpongeBob stuff, it just... Even the good ideas, it's just ideas that get dragged out and so dragged out and repeated over and over again ad nauseum. It's such a dull idea for a big special, and so much of it is just, you know, there's so much time spent on like setting up for the party, and it's like, well, that's not really a story. Like, that's not really the conflict. You wasted so much time just with all of that. It's like, get to the point, you know? Don't be like that. There's always worse out there. Yeah, there is. Better than no hat for Pat? You better not be talking about Truth or Square. Thank you, DDD. $100 to watch SpongeBob, you're fired. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. All right, everyone. You got a few more minutes. Send whatever questions, comments, and concerns you have, and then we'll wrap this thing up. Gosh. Yeah. Here we go. I did not forget. I don't know if Sue Kanzu is still here, but I didn't forget about the PyCons. I think we're gonna just end this at 5 hours, and maybe next time I'll show the PyCons. Actually, if you guys are interested, maybe next time I can go through my SpongeBob folder and we could see, like, there might be some lost behind the scenes like reviews and stuff. I could show you what like a raw audio file looks like back when I was reviewing these, where it's just like tons of, you know, me saying one thing and then pause and then hit record again, me saying another thing, pause. Thank you for the super chat. Hanako, R.I.P. Tartman. Did you know Makima from Chainsaw Man was inspired by Princess Bubblegum? Oh, I did not. I've heard of Chainsaw Man. I have not seen it. But that's awesome if a character was inspired by her. PIEGUYRULZ, was this season your best work? Honestly, I think so. I guess we'll have to see what season 7 holds, but I don't know. What do you guys think? I think this season of reviews really held up. Not every single review was amazing, but some of them were really, really good. And I think just the general standard of reviews just kind of keeps going up as I kept doing this. To a point, at least. How much money to watch every episode of SpongeBob? Yeah, I just sit here for 2 weeks. You guys stare at a blank screen. Maybe one of these shows we could watch a good SpongeBob episode together. Thank you, Max. This is not the watch along SpongeBob show, all right? This is not. Oh gosh, I don't know. Maybe on my second channel we'll 2 more watch alongs of SpongeBob. I still have some nostalgia for Truth or Square. I remember seeing it when it first came out. It was like a big event back then. I even remember buying some of the Burger King tie-in toys. I mean, that's fair. You know, Nickelodeon sure did know how to hype things up, even if it was with lies a lot of the time. They definitely knew how to make things feel like big events. The only Spongy Bits you did for the season was Toy Store of Doom. Really? Well, it makes sense why I did Toy Store of Doom, because, you know, that one badly needed it. But I guess that's fair. Spongy Bits was mostly for, like, older reviews that really needed some work, and I don't think a lot of them did for the season. In preparation for season 7 next Sunday, do you think that sinking feeling is among the worst of the show? Do I still think that? Probably. I'd have to see it. I don't know, because the thing about that sinking feeling is that I just felt it offered nothing. It wasn't an episode that was like aggressively in your face awful, like the kind of awful that I'd remember now, like Choir Boys. it was more just an episode that I felt like didn't contribute anything. That just didn't work. And so I'd really have to see it again to know. Oh, no, Dorothy. Oh, that's kind of a good idea. React to some of postseason 10. All right, next time, $100 and I'll watch Ink Lemonade with you. Live. Pie Guy's first reaction to Ink Lemonade. Oh, goodness. Cheapy the cheapskate. All right, guys, we passed the 5-hour mark. You're all wonderful people that I am very concerned about. But genuinely, I'll drop the sarcasm for a second. And genuinely, having everyone here has been wonderful. This was a very fun stream. Thank you for being a part of it. I am blown away by the super chats and just all the comments and everything. You guys are really awesome. So keep staying awesome. The next stream will probably be next Sunday. I have to double check to make sure I'm not doing anything, but I will schedule it either way. You will see a scheduled post come up, and you'll know when the next stream's going to be. We're going to do... There's only a few more seasons, right? We got 7, 8, 9, and 10, and... Yeah, I mean, gosh. I don't intend on splitting 9 up, but we'll have to see. I can't stream for, like, 8 hours, so, you know, we'll have to maybe move at a brisker pace with Season 9. I don't know. But, thank you for the super chat, Trev. Evil Pie Guy and Choir Boys be like, good episode, good episode, good episode! Alright, thank you guys for joining me. Have a great night. Pie Guy rules. Out.